and welcome everybody to episode 66 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known as Look Out Sir. This is the Goodbye Joe show. Our good buddy Joe is no longer going to be with us after today. This episode has gone out into the world, and joining me as ever to share in the misery, the pain and the anguish of saying goodbye to our good buddy Joe, it is of course my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Oh, I'm doing well, thanks. It is, as I was saying a few seconds ago, 20 minutes to go until my birthday.
Ooh, very exciting. It's a big one as well, isn't it, Phil? Not that you necessarily want to talk about that.
Oh, well, you guys always call me an old man on this show, and I think officially I will be an old man.
Are you going to be one of those old men who tries to hold on to some kind of pretense of youthfulness still, or are you just going to embrace it wholeheartedly?
Yeah, I'm going to go down the whole, have a mistress, get a car, even though I don't drive, and do loads of drugs or something. I don't know.
Is that what happens when you reach the age of 40, is it?
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe. I'll let you know in 20 minutes.
Exactly.
When we hit there, what I'm feeling.
It's going to be this incredible transformation, isn't it? Like when the clock strikes midnight, all of a sudden we're just going to hear this, roar in the background as Phil starts to transform and then emerges as some
like
kind of pipe-wielding, ladies' man or whatever it is you said you were about to become.
I'd like to imagine that all of a sudden he sat on his Harley Davidson motorbike that he doesn't really understand how to ride.
He's going to get
immediately crashes it.
He's going to get covered in tattoos immediately. Like, I need these tattoos. This is what I've always wanted.
And his beard falls out, and all that's left is a terrible soul patch.
Oh no!
Phil, can you do the soul patch? Come on.
I think my girlfriend would leave me if I did that.
Well, yeah, but that's fine. That begins the journey, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. And then I can get a younger woman, of course. Yeah,
that's all part of the process, mate. That's what
all you wear from now on is like fishnet vest, board shorts, and Crocs.
Brilliant.
There you go.
I'm down for that.
You have to tell him. You have to tell him the best places to find those kind of items, Joe.
Oh yeah, and like one of those necklaces that's made with little bits of cork on it and like a shark's tooth.
Oh. So I'm turning into Hammond from Top Gear. Is that what you're saying?
That or Crocodile Dundee, by the sounds of it.
Pretty much.
Well, there we go. And although I haven't had a chance to introduce him yet, he's obviously here. A man who is in no way similar to Crocodile Dundee, in as much as he's not Australian, butch, or capable in almost any way. It's our good buddy Joe. Hello, Joe. It's your last episode. Oh, God, how sad.
Hello. I do actually have Australian heritage.
No, you don't.
I do.
Really?
Do. Mm.
What? Is this why you're famous for stealing stuff?
Yeah. My grandmother is Australian, and my dad and his brother and two sisters were born in Australia.
I mean, we have had some Australian fans coming out of the woodwork leaving reviews lately. Has this been influenced by your Australian heritage, you feel?
Probably not.
Oh, okay.
But I have been introduced to some Australian Warhammer players.
Oh, yes.
They are some personal heroes of mine. Mainly because they live in a country where everything is designed to kill you.
Oh, yeah.
And despite those odds and the heat, you still find time to sit in a small room and play Warhammer. Because like when I do painting in the summer in England, I'm sat here in my pants, sweating to death, and somehow every cat hair in a 40-mile radius somehow manages to stick itself to me and my models.
I'm convinced that that's not cat hairs finding their way onto your person, but you shedding your cat hairs.
I've been around cats for so long now that my own body hair has started to change.
That's it. That's how it goes, man. I mean, maybe that would make an interesting opportunity for Australian gamers. Certainly if they're playing, like, fantasy battle armies. Like, the idea that you could very easily collect an army of, like, Gloomspite get spiders by just basically waiting around for them to emerge in your household and then just spray them with like varnish or glue or something and just get live spiders just, you know, entombed in glue and then just use those as miniatures.
Well, fun fact that I discovered, which thus made me hate tarantulas and spiders more. Tarantulas shed their skin, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
So they detach all of their skin from their body,
Right.
including from their legs, and then pull their legs into the cocoon of their body and then escape through the bottom of the skin. Right? And I discovered this, right, by not knowing it was a thing. So one extremely hot summer when I looked after my mum's house and all of her animals,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I don't mind looking after this tarantula, but he lives in the summer house. He
Right.
is not under the same roof as me. And all the hamsters can go there as well because they smell.
You left the hamsters out there with a tarantula.
Well, the tarantula was sealed in.
Oh, okay.
The fun fact is, so I went out for the day, went to the beach, and the heat wave was boiling hot. Terrible. My sister's 4 hamsters all died
Because
of
of
the heat.
tarantula.
No, because of the heat. Basically,
Ah, okay.
cooked them inside their little houses, and I felt terrible. But then it turns out that I thought the tarantula was dead. It just rolled over, and I was like, "Oh, that's dead. That's a shame." So I called my mum's boyfriend at the time, and I said, "You need to get rid of this spider. I don't care that it's dead. I'm still not touching it." So I left, and he threw it in the bin. And then when I told my mum, she was like, "Oh no, it's probably just shedding its skin, so it's probably just hadn't broken out yet." And I was like, "Where's that tarantula skin?" He's like, "Oh, it's in the bin in the house." And I was like, "What?" So it turned out there's a tarantula loose in my mum's house for a while, and I didn't go back ever to the house. I never stayed in that house ever again until she moved.
Until you had confirmation that there wasn't a family of tarantulas living in the ceiling.
Yeah, I couldn't actually go. I don't think I could actually stay in Australia because, like, you see these videos where, like, the other day, literally, Chris Hemsworth put one up on Instagram. Oh, here's my kid's bedroom. There's a snake in there.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a normal thing.
Do you reckon Australians take it upon themselves to, like, have domesticated house snakes in order to essentially, you know, wade off the evil
Wild.
ones? No? Or do you feel like that would just attract more snakes?
Yeah, they'd have like a snake party.
They would. It would be a.
You wouldn't trust them. I'm alright with snakes. I wouldn't mind a snake in my house.
I don't know, man. Like, the thing is, I'm okay with snakes by comparison to like tarantulas and things, but like, I don't think either of them are especially brilliant creatures to invite into your life. You know?
No, especially when you didn't know they were in your house in the first place.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I have spent quite a lot of time in South Africa, and South Africa, oddly, I mean, they have big insects, but nothing quite as mad as Australia. A lot of locust, a lot of these weird creatures called park town prawns, which are like large, kind of like locusty beasts, which are quite weird.
They're those giant alien people that fell out their spaceship.
No, well, yeah. That's the District 9 thing, but no, that's not them. And then they also have like big spiders. I think they're called like baboon spiders or something. And they like cling to the roof, the ceiling of like places, and then obviously monitor for like heat. And then when they see like a heat signature or something underneath them, they just drop on them. So like you could just be walking around South Africa and have a big spider land on your head, which sounds.
And you
fun.
wanted me to go to this country?
Oh, you know, I've been there many times. I've not encountered one. I've just been told the stories. You know.
I'm an incredibly warm person. I run hot.
You do run hot. This is it.
And I wouldn't. No.
It's because of your Australian heritage that you've given us no extra insight on, except for your fear of their wildlife.
Yeah, like their food and their drinking habits are I fully accept, but not the wildlife.
Well, there you go. Fantastic. Phil, have you got any opinions on Australia or insects or anything of the topic? I appreciate you sitting back and just letting it happen today.
Well, I mean, normally I would have cut you guys off by now and said, "Come on, we've got to get on with the show." But it's Joe's last one, so I'm letting him have it. I do have some stories. I've been to Australia. I've stayed there. I went to the Daintree rainforest and stayed in a little house on stilts. With a couple of friends. There were like 3 beds. It was like one big room. One of the beds had the privilege of having like a mosquito net on it, which would sort of protect you from the spiders and the other insects. And when we were there was literally a giant spider crawling around the floor. And I was like, cool, let's try and shoo it out the house to try and get it out. And all it did is it crawled between the gap of the floor and the wall, because there's literally like a giant gap that just goes through to the outside. So I basically had to spend all night going, this spider could come back at any time, and I'm not in the bed that's got the nice protective net all the way around it. It could get me any time in the night. So I didn't sleep very well that night. Plus, there was all this wilderness sounds outside as well. Yeah, a bit mad.
How do we know, though, Phil, that it didn't get you and that you're not actually the man you say you are, but you're some spider that's adopted your form?
I could be. He could be, to quote Joe, wearing my face.
He could be. He could be.
he could be like that tiny alien out of Men in Black piloting you.
That is it. That's it. He could be. Phil could just be made up of many of them.
I know, but if that is the case, that's the man you know and love, because I went to Australia before I even met you guys.
Well, there you go. There you go, Joe. You've spent many an evening in the presence of a man made of spiders.
It would be less scary if, like, he exploded into tiny little spiders, like in Little Nicky. So they're spider bodies, but they've all got his head on.
Yeah, I'll be all right with that.
Yeah.
Weirdly, that wouldn't be weirder than him. That's weirdly one of my weird phobias. Is I can't get on board with insect faces in media. Like if you show me like a big close up picture of a bug face, I really, really can't handle it. Like it really sets me.
So Animal Farm is not your cartoon of choice.
What's not my cartoon of choice? Sorry.
Animal Farm.
Animal Farm doesn't have big insect faces in it, does it?
It's got is it Ariadne the spider?
Yeah, but they cartoonified it, didn't they?
Well, yeah. Oh, so you're saying what? Is it like...
It has to be like basically like blown up pictures of insect faces. I can't handle them.
Oh, okay.
Like
Not
for example, there's a SpongeBob SquarePants episode from like season 1 or 2 of SpongeBob where Sandy Cheeks, the squirrel that lives under the sea, has a little caterpillar that SpongeBob and Patrick they become friends with him. And they call him Wormy, and they leave him there overnight because they go, oh, we had such a great day playing with Wormy. And then overnight, Wormy basically goes into a cocoon and becomes a butterfly. And then the next day, SpongeBob and Patrick return to Sandy Cheeks' residence. And essentially, Wormy has now been replaced with this butterfly, and SpongeBob and Patrick don't know what this is because they just know Wormy is the caterpillar. And then they suspect that the butterfly has done something untoward to their friend, maybe eaten it or whatever, and then the butterfly lands on SpongeBob's glass helmet, because he has to wear a glass helmet filled with water to survive in the underwater oxygen tank that Sandy Cheeks lives in. And essentially you get a close-up of an insect face with the noise while it kind of moves really terrifyingly. I literally cannot handle that. I had to turn it off. I've never finished that episode. I can't deal with that imagery. It's too much for me. It just breaks me.
I can't deal with SpongeBob on a whole. Not because I don't like it, it's because I don't like the inconsistent science of the underground life that he leads.
Yes. Yeah.
Because
underwater, you mean?
The underwater life that he leads.
You just find it fundamentally broken on a scientific basis.
Yeah, because, like, I can understand they all drive cars, right? They all have jobs, got to earn that money, right? But they bring in the scientific fact that there is a squirrel there who somehow works for NASA and has to live in a big dome, right? Right? I can live with that. She has to have the little suit so she can travel around.
Yep.
What I don't understand, you're going to bring in the fundamentals of oxygen, needing underwater, and he has to wear a suit, do not have him work in a burger place which can and has burnt down underwater. Right?
Well, yeah.
I can.
They have also done things where there's beaches in there as well. So there's actual places that are like beaches underwater.
Yeah, but that's fine because you do have underwater rivers. I can live with.
You can live with that. All right.
But I cannot deal with
fire underwater.
Fire underwater, like in Futurama, where Bender's like smoking cigars underwater, and I can't remember the name of their lawyer, but he's like freaking out.
Hermes.
Hermes, yeah.
Although he's not a lawyer, he's a administrator.
Alright, so he's like everything's burning down, and he's like wigging out because like me, he was like, I don't understand how this is happening.
Well, maybe Hermes is a lawyer. I'm now forgetting. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I just can't. Therefore, I cannot accept SpongeBob as a thing.
You just won't allow people to play around with the rules of fire.
Yeah,
that's fair enough. On the topic of fire, and us being on fire, as to say that obviously this podcast is very popular, we're going to do a 5-star review segment. Noting that obviously this is Joe's very last podcast with Lookout Sir. Many of these reviews that we have call out Joe's contribution in part, be that in a negative or a positive way. But this one seems adequate to call out on Joe's last episode because the review is titled "The Best 40k Podcast in the World That Joe is Part of." Noting obviously that it won't be for much longer. And this comes from Malcador Mate, or Malcador's Mate, sorry, I missed the S. Malcador's Mate.
Is it Malcador's Mate the Emperor?
Well, yeah, so I assume that was who this is. The Emperor of Mankind has, made himself known to us in order to write a review stating that, this is the best podcast in the world that Joe is part of.
I'm a fan of his work.
Well, exactly. But there you go. So, 5-star review, best podcast in the world that Joe's part of. I've been listening to this podcast for the past year or so, and it's quickly become one of my regular listens. The guys give some great insights into competitive side of 40k without taking it too seriously and maintaining a gaming with your mates atmosphere, which is obviously an important part of what we try and do. Hopefully we can keep doing that without Joe, but I guess we'll wait and see. Their ability to ramble into areas completely unrelated to 40k is truly remarkable and has to be heard to be believed. I mean, obviously, hopefully we didn't disappoint in that regard on this instance, right? I mean,
Yeah. I didn't know about this one, and I was really pushing some of those tangents.
There you go. They keep it entertaining though. It has to be sad. Well, I assume he said said, but it says here it has to be sad. So yeah, it has to be said that Dan puts in top effort to produce this podcast and keep it entertaining and varied. Well, thank you very much. I mean, obviously, maybe a little bit overstating my effort there, because I mean, ultimately, I just kind of hit record and see what happens. We have the loosest of structures when it comes to this stuff. But thank you.
Yeah, most of our like preamble is. Right, so we're recording tonight. Yeah, what we're going to talk about today. We'll see where it goes.
See where it takes us. Phil's dedication to the Krieg is inspiring. There you go, Phil. Inspiring, mate.
Yeah, not so much these days. Whee!
Come on, Phil. Defend yourself.
How dare you, Joe? Get off this show and never come back.
That's it. You've burned your bridges here, Joe. It's done. He's also.
Can I have your Krieg?
Hmm?
Can I have your Krieg, Phil? If you don't love them.
How much have you got to spend?
My body.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think that's worth even one of his bases.
Oh dear.
And that would be one that hasn't even got anything on it. It'd just be like like a 25mm base.
I'm worth a Terminator base.
Oh, you reckon you could trade your body for a Terminator base?
Yeah.
Pushing your luck, mate. Anyway, also on the topic of Phil, he's also got some great hobby tips.
Ooh.
Hey, you like the sound of that, Phil? Good hobby tips?
Exactly. Always keep your tools wet. when you're doing sculpting. No, it is a top tip. I'm green stuffing right now. Keep your tools.
He doesn't say much, does he? But when he does,
Wow.
Keep your tools where?
yeah.
What? Right, you've had 2 years, Phil, right, to really shine. And you wait till this one.
Yeah. He's
Exactly,
completely
I can't-
overshadowing Joe now. It's...
Oh.
On the topic of Joe, he shows up. That's all you get, mate. And keep up the good work, lads. That's it. So there you go. And we hope to keep up the good work. But seeing as you called out Joe in your overarching thing, and it's the last time he's going to be able to do it, Joe, please say thank you to Malcador's mate and his 5-star review.
Thank you, Master of Mankind, and your 5-star review. I have turned up for this one, as you'll be pleased to see. And like Phil says, keep 'em wet.
I knew you were going to... I knew you were... We can't really do any more than that, can we? There's no point adding any extras. It's... We have definitely peaked now. I think really we should, based on you leaving, Joe, and based on that, we should just call it there. I don't think we could do any better.
No. I think... Just close up shop now.
That's it. That's all there is. I mean, look, in terms of the episode, we're going to talk about the Blood Angels. Probably get a lot of stuff wrong, because who knows? But I think we actually did a pretty good job of assessing the Blood Angels. Because, you know, they're an interesting faction. They've got some cool stuff going on with them. We do a bit of a 2020 retrospective, and then we explain why Joe's going, which is to say, you know, he just doesn't have time anymore, and he's a busy boy. Right, Joe?
Yeah. Oh, but people aren't going to stay to the end now.
Well, they will, because also in the end, we talk about what myself and Phil are going to do moving forwards in terms of our plans for continuing to support the show and how we're gonna do it. But there we go. Happy birthday, Phil! He's gone.
Thank you very much. Oh, we're literally on the dot. Yeah.
On the dot. The transformation has begun. Are you feeling tingly?
Oh, it's happening.
Is the soul patch coming in?
It's yeah, but the hair is shedding. The small little patch is remaining.
Yeah.
Gotta hope I
keeping it
don't
wet.
end up getting an accidental Hitler moustache
Mm.
where the soul patch moves and stays in the wrong place.
Wow.
He's giving it with both barrels today, isn't he? Hitler moustache references now. Jesus. It's all
Wow.
good. This is what happens when you become 40, you see. You lose touch with people. You start making Hitler jokes. It's no good.
Oh, that's a random movie film that you all have to watch. Jojo Rabbit. It's
I
on,
watched that. I didn't
Oh yeah.
massively rate it as a film.
Oh,
I
I
loved
thought it
it
was
in so
brilliant.
much as I thought it was charming, but as a film, nothing really happens.
Mm.
But it is lovely, isn't it?
It's a brilliant film.
Well,
If you want to watch a
I
film
thought it was
about,
pretty good.
if you want to watch a film about a little boy whose imaginary friend is Hitler, and for a film premise, that's you'd assume that that's pretty much a no-go on the grounds of making a film, but he makes it work, and it's really funny, it's really insightful, you learn a lot.
I do like
Good.
the opening moments of the film where the stuff happens to him. Which
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil, but it was funny.
Yeah, it is very good.
Yeah.
And there's a great scene where Steve Merchant turns up, as he likes to, with his Gestapo friends, and they break a world record actually for saying the words "Heil Hitler" is like 100 times in 2 minutes or something.
Well, that's always good. I mean, you know, if you're going to write a movie script, you've got to also incorporate a world record in there somewhere, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a brilliant film, so I encourage everyone to go and watch it.
There you go. A good Christmas movie.
But it's a good Christmas, and there's a lot of feels in it, obviously, as you would imagine.
Indeed. Well, there you go. We're going to get on now, and we're going to talk about Blood Angels, then we're going to do the year retrospective, then we're going to explain why Joe's leaving and talk about what we're doing, and that'll be it. Thank you very much, guys. We hope you've had an incredible Christmas. We hope you obviously have a fantastic New Year's and stay safe and are doing well. Joe, given that it's your last episode, why don't you transitional noise?
That was a good one.
That was long, wasn't it?
I know. That's what they all say.
Hello, various people. In this part of the podcast, we're going to be talking about The Blood Angels, a review of the new 9th edition Blood Angels Space Marine supplement, no less. And it won't surprise many of you who have listened to the intro by now and understand what's going on with Joseph, that he's not here. He's getting in on the habit of not being around early, right, Phil?
I know, he promised us he was going to be here, and he's not.
I mean, at this moment in time of recording, we're hopeful that he's not going to be here to tell you that he's not going to be here. So ultimately, for all we know, because, you know, we're not going to know until we record the next time next week, if he's actually going to even bother to turn up.
Well, yes, I know. But never mind that loser. Let's talk about some space vampires.
Yeah! Dang it all, Joe, you smelly boy. Urgh, let's talk about space vampires. That's where it's at, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Space vampires, or Blood Angels. The most Christmassy of all chapters, only on account of the fact that they're covered in red and or gold. Obviously not enough green to make them Christmassy.
Well, they also get the holiday, they get the Christmas holiday on Terra. Is it Sanguinor?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the official holiday of Sanguinius.
Is it?
Is their version of Christmas.
Wow, how does that work? Does he come around and put chinks in people's armour?
Do you know what? I don't think so. Maybe he makes people cry like tears of blood.
Yeah,
and get
or just
depressed.
go mad and start, killing people in the streets or something.
Something like that.
I would imagine that, the holiday season on Terra would be similar to the movie franchise The Purge, right?
Yeah. Part of me thinks it's just like, the kind of holy Mecca all year round. There is no real... Well, there are obviously holidays because Sanguinor is one, but I imagine most of it is a holiday for the Emperor all year round. You must just worship him non-stop.
Non-stop Emperor worshipping. This is how it goes. Well, anyway, so look, I mean, for those of you who are somewhat familiar with the Blood Angels, you'll probably notice from the outset that this supplement have you taken the time to read through it, has a great deal of similarities and, familiar abilities to what has come before for the 8th edition Blood Angels. But the devil's in the detail, and there's a lot of really interesting changes to this that, in my opinion, have made the Blood Angels a really interesting army, because I think in certain scenarios and in certain styles of play, I think the Blood Angels remain a very strong list. But I think more so than ever, some of their easy tricks and some of the stuff that really, really catapulted them to stardom in the mid-season of 8th have definitely been neutered in a very effective and sensible way.
You mean they can't just charge into combat and the opponent can't overwatch them anymore?
Well, I mean, so they can do it still, but again, I think you're going to need a certain type of terrain setup and a certain type of deployment map, and you're also going to need an opponent that kind of, is foolish enough to sort of allow these kind of things to take place. I think
I was specifically referencing the Wings of Sanguinor.
Well, indeed. So a lot of that stuff has changed, and for the better. I think, in all honesty, I think the Blood Angels now are a very, very strong army with some very interesting abilities. I think that's always been the case. But I do think they've gotten rid of a lot of the simple auto-includes that were kind of plaguing the reputation of the army. So, with that said, we'll get into it. Now, what is interesting about this book from the outset is, in terms of the layout, it's a bit different from the other layouts, which is really weird. So I'm fairly sure that for the Space Wolves and the Death Watch, the chapter-approved mission rules appeared later on in the book than they do here. But for the Blood Angels, the first thing we get out of the gate is their 4 different types of secondaries, which is a weird place to start, but nonetheless what they've done. So essentially, if you're a Blood Angels player, you've got access to 4 different mission secondaries, or, universal secondaries for use in your, matched play games of Warhammer 40,000. You've got 1 from Purge the Enemy, 2 from No Mercy, No Respite, and 1 from Battlefield Supremacy. Purge the Enemy is Blades of Sanguinius. So at the start of your first command phase, you must select 1 Blood Angels character model from your army to issue a challenge to your opponent. Your opponent then must select 1 character model from their army to accept the challenge. If either player does not have a character model, they must instead select their warlord. You score 5 victory points if the model that accepted the challenge was destroyed, the model that accepted the challenge was destroyed by a melee attack, and the model that accepted the challenge was destroyed by a melee attack made by the model that issued the challenge. So essentially, Phil, I challenge thee, you choose, the recipient of said challenge, and then I go about flying around the battlefield trying to get into a fight with said, recipient of a challenge, and should I kill that individual with a melee attack, I will get 15 points. Yay! I mean, sort of plays into the Blood Angel style, although, again, quite difficult to pull off, wouldn't you say?
Possibly. It depends on what the unit is. Is it just a character?
So it can be... So you can select a character to take the challenge, but equally, if you don't have any characters, it has to be your warlord. So what's interesting about this, I suppose, is the fact that, and again, it comes down to one of those weird scenarios of how officially secondaries are determined, because if secondaries are determined before you start placing models and rolling dice and doing all the rest of it, so if I know my enemy has chosen Purge the Enemy, I can essentially create weird scenarios where I can make this difficult, because technically you have to select the character. Well, you do have to select the character in the first command phase. So even though you've chosen Purge the Enemy, you don't have to select who you're going to try and kill until the command phase. So if I know Purge the Enemy is in play, I could do some things to keep certain characters out of harm's way. I could pay to put them in reserves or whatever. But then equally that has some gameplay ramifications on me, because maybe I'm relying on those characters more. I don't know. It becomes an interesting setup, I suppose. But yeah, there you go. And interestingly, it's in your first command phase. So as the Blood Angels player, technically, if I had, I don't know, this is a really mad example, but if I had 2 characters, both with plasma pistols, I could overcharge both those plasma pistols and commit suicide with my characters turn 1, and then they could never pick them as a target, and therefore never get these points.
Well, no, surely what you want to do is wait until that character is selected and then you kill yourself.
Well, yeah, but that's still worth 5. If you do it at the start of the game, they're worth nothing.
Yeah, but that's assuming you've only got 2 characters in your entire
army. And they've both got plasma pistols and you're going first. I admit it's a silly example, but it's a nuance, right? It's a thing.
Well, yes. Or you have a Cyclops demolition vehicle and you surround all your characters with one of them, so you can just kill all your characters in your army, because that would be super efficient.
Exactly. Although I imagine if you built an army, you probably wanted those characters. So it's very unlikely that you're going to come with a strategy just to deal with this. But if you're playing against a Blood Angels player on a frequent basis, maybe this could be a funny little joke that you could pull on them sometime.
Yes, yeah. I like it. It's thematic. It seems relatively easy to do. I mean, potentially. It all depends on the loadout, really. And then... it sort of really sort of depends on your opponent. But I think it seems pretty good.
I mean, it plays into their archetype, right? And I think that's the thing. And again, it's where a lot of the debate comes around these secondaries, because it's an ability that very specifically favours the way Blood Angels play. So, but it's interesting. It's not a guaranteed thing. It's not super easy to do. It also means that you're having to really expose a character and
I mean, it's better than Slaver Warlord though, which is if I remember rightly, you score points depending on which turn it is, and it's like really.
Oh, you're thinking of cut off the head. Slay the Warlord's a different thing altogether now, but cut off the head is you score 13 points if you kill your enemy's Warlord in the first battle round. Then I think it goes to like 11, then 9 or whatever. It goes down and down and down from there. But you don't have to kill your enemy's Warlord with a melee attack. You can kill them with any flavour.
But I think the thing is, if you're a Blood Angels character or Blood Angels player, you're probably loading up on lots of melee stuff.
Quite probably.
What's the next one?
The next one, No Mercy, No Respite. Fury of the Lost. Score 3 victory points at the end of your turn if one or more enemy units have been destroyed by a Death Company unit from your army this turn. So obviously, if you're planning on taking lots of Death Company, this is a pretty safe secondary to go for, right?
Yeah.
So if you've got two units of Death Company and a Death Company captain and all of that fun stuff, you can just send them hurling forwards, and if they stick around and keep killing stuff every turn, that's 3 points.
Not too bad.
I mean, that's certainly a thing that Death Company are looking to do. And obviously Death Company is the Intercessor Death Company, the regular Death Company squad, which can have the jump packs and different weapon loadouts. You've got the Death Company Dreadnought, you've got Lamartes, and then you've got the opportunity to upgrade a captain into a Death Company member. Oh, and you can also upgrade lieutenants as well now. So there you go. Death from Above is another No Mercy, No Respite thing. So score 2 victory points at the end of your turn if any enemy units were destroyed by a Blood Angels unit from your army that was set up on the battlefield in the reinforcement step of any of your movement phases. If any of those enemy units were character units, score 3 points instead. Now, what's important to remember there is what they've specifically stated is if a Blood Angels unit from your army was set up on the battlefield in the reinforcement step of any of your movement phases. So it's not a case of bring them down and then they can only score 2 points that turn. They can continue to score the 2 points every subsequent turn, and obviously 3 points if it's a character.
I read that as it doesn't matter what turn they come down in, but they've got to kill them in that turn, or is it any unit that comes in from reserve and then no matter what turn they kill on?
So the wording is score 2 victory points at the end of your turn if any enemy units were destroyed by a Blood Angels unit from your army that was set up on the battlefield in the reinforcement step of any of your movement phases.
Right, okay.
So it literally comes down. So what's interesting about that as well, you could potentially be taking drop pods with Devastator squads, or drop pods even with dreadnoughts if you're using the Forge World Dreadnought drop pod, or potentially you're bringing in assault marines this way, or however it works, and they can be on the battlefield from turn 1, so you can definitely potentially keep doing some work with that. You can build an army list around this. I think the chances of it scoring 15 points is incredibly low, because you're only going to get 3 points for killing a character unit. So unless your opponent has 5 or more characters and you've elected to kill them turn after turn after turn, the odds of you getting 15 points out of this thing is very slim.
But it's also 2 points per regular squad as well, right?
So you only get 2 points if you kill a regular squad. So it's not per regular squad, it's just literally 2. So if I killed 30, one-man grot units, it's still only worth, it's still only worth 2 victory points. Whereas if I kill one character, it's worth 3. But if I killed 4 characters in a turn, it's still only worth 3.
Wait, so how do you get to full 15 then?
Basically, as I say, that if your opponent has 5 characters on the battlefield, turn 1 I kill one, turn 2 I kill another, turn 3 I kill another, turn 4 I kill another, and in turn 5 I kill the last one.
But surely each squad that kills a unit is 2 points, right?
Well, No. Basically, so again, score 2 victory points at the end of your turn. If any enemy unit. So if I killed 30 squads, or 30 is a realistic number, but if I killed 3 squads in a turn, and none of those had the character keyword, I'd only get 2 victory points.
Yeah, so basically you can either go for the sort of easier 10 points option by just killing units, or up to 15 if you somehow killed lots of characters, but it will more likely be somewhere between the two. So you'll probably get your 10, but to do that you really need to use a drop pod because you've got to score turn 1.
Yeah, correct.
Because everything else... Oh, actually, no. There's an ability where one of your characters can come down. I think that's any turn, maybe. I don't know if it excludes turn 1, though.
It depends what ability you're talking about.
It's one where you can come down... Your character can be sat up in reserves, and then it can kind of come down in your opponent's charge phase.
Oh, yes, you are right. So the Sanguinor has an ability where it can arrive... in the heroic intervention step. However, what's important about that is that wouldn't work for this because it didn't come down in the reinforcement step.
Right, okay. Yeah, okay, good point. Yeah, so if you want to get max points, you really got to do drop pod plus other stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of extra logistics, basically.
But, I mean, there's nothing wrong with going for 10 points.
Totally. I mean... You know, it's a solid option. It's just that you'd have to build a very specific list around it. And then lastly, it's Battlefield Supremacy, the Relentless Assault. Score 4 victory points at the end of your turn if there are more Blood Angels unit from your army in the enemy deployment zone than there are enemy units in your deployment zone. Which is probably the one you're going to go for more often than not if you're going to pick a Blood Angels option, I guess, because your units definitely want to get stuck into your enemy. And unless they've got lots of like flyers or other kind of like nimble units that can bomb it down into your deployment zone, it's probably a relative certainty that more of your units are going to be mixing it up in their deployment in your enemy's deployment zone than vice versa, I guess.
Yeah,
but again, it's going to still be on a case by case basis, I suppose.
For sure.
So there you go. That is their match play rules in terms of secondaries. Now, let us converse about detachment abilities. So, if you're not already aware, Blood Angels, as a chapter, add +1 to their wound rolls when they have charged or have been charged or heroically intervene. And in addition, they add 1 to their assault and, I believe, advance rolls. So that's just Blood Angels in general. But if every unit in your army, excluding unaligned units, has a Blood Angels keyword, then every unit that has the Combat Doctrines ability and is a Blood Angels in a Blood Angels detachment gains Savage Echoes. And Savage Echoes is, whilst the Assault Doctrine is active, each time this unit fights, if it made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention this turn, then until the fight is resolved, add 1 to the attack characteristics of models in this unit. So essentially, you get +1 attack on top of the +1 attack you get for being a Space Marine and having fulfilled the criteria aforementioned. And that's basically how it works. So you get more attacks with an army that loves punching things. Yay.
Well, that's tasty.
It's good, actually. I mean, obviously, it's always been good. I think, it suits them down to the ground. I was surprised in a lot of ways that it stayed as good as it was. I think the only thing that's slightly different about it from what it used to be, I think it used to just be you're in the Assault Doctrine, so you get +1 attack irrespective of anything else. So I don't think there was any criteria around you entering into the first round of combat, essentially. So you just kept it all the time, I believe, whereas now you only get them you are assaulted, or have heroically intervened.
Okay.
So if someone duffs up one of your characters and then, moves into you, if they pile in, consolidate into you after fighting, you don't get the bonus attack. Which is an important distinction to remember. The other thing that they've got going for them is a thing called the Lost. So if your army is battle-forged, then when mustering your army... there was a time, wasn't there, Phil, when none of us really knew what mustering was, wasn't it? It was a lovely old sort of happier time where that wasn't part of the 40k dialogue. But it's here to stay now. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it is.
Yeah, sorry. I think I cut you off and then I couldn't quite hear what you said and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so you can upgrade up to 1 captain and up to 2 lieutenants, excluding named characters in Blood Angels detachments in your army, to be inducted into the Death Company. Each time you do so, that unit gains the Death Company keyword, and the power rating of that unit is increased as shown in the table below. If you are playing match play games, or game that otherwise uses a points limit, then the points value of that unit is also increased by the amount shown in the same table. Make a note on your army roster each time you upgrade a unit with these rules. So a captain power level is increased by 1 and its points are increased by 20, and a lieutenant's power level is increased by 1 but its points are only increased by 10. The following apply to models in units inducted into the Death Company. So a model inducted into the Death Company gains Black Rage and Death Visions abilities, which we'll talk about in a moment. A model inducted into the Death Company cannot be your warlord and cannot be given any other chapter command upgrades. So obviously you can't have a chapter master that is now a Death Company captain. That's an important distinction. So you can't have a chapter master is the only upgrade available to these guys that I'm aware of, because I don't think lieutenants have upgrades, or do they get to become upgraded to like chapter champions or something?
No, the chapter champion is the champion.
Is the champion, fine. So there you go. A captain model inducted into the Death Company has its Rites of Battle ability replaced with the following ability. Rites of Rage. While friendly Death Company core units are within 6 of this model, each time model in that unit makes an attack, it rerolls hit rolls of 1. So the captain's reroll hit ones of 1 only applies to Death Company models. A lieutenant has the same scenario, except their ability to reroll 1s to wound only affects Death Company core units. And then Death Company characters, units are excluded from the company command rules. See Codex Space Marines. This means, for example, a detachment can include both 1 Death Company captain unit and 1 other captain unit. So you can have 2 captains in the same detachment, because it's assumed that one of the captains has gone loopy and as such isn't really up to the job anymore. So another captain has stepped up to take its place. Basically 20 points more on a captain, 10 points more on a lieutenant, and you get loads of extra rules. The most meaty of which being obviously the Death Company, or rather Black Rage and Death Visions abilities, which are explained on page 63. So I'll just go ahead and talk through those very, very quickly. So, essentially, the Black Rage ability is, in your movement phase, each time this unit is selected to move, it cannot fall back. So, under no circumstances can you fall back, which is actually quite a negative for some of the Blood Angels styles of play, because a lot of Blood Angels players obviously want to utilise their mobility. They want to go and get stuck in. And if they bounce for whatever reason, if you get a bad dice roll, then you're going to find yourself stuck in that fight and potentially not necessarily getting what you needed out of it. Plus also, there's some interesting tactical nuances that you can add to that if you're coming up against Blood Angels, because if someone flings a Death Company captain with Thunderhammer and all sorts of nonsense at you that's pretty scary under normal circumstances, you could potentially, put a durable unit into combat with them, and then in doing so prevent them from actually, using their rather quick movement to go and, attack something a bit more valuable to you. Again, very, very sort of weird specific scenarios we're talking about there. But if you've got a Redempted Dreadnought, you could always chuck that into combat with it and just be like, well, see what happens. So that's interesting. Each time this unit fights, if it made a charge move or performed a heroic intervention this turn, then until that fight phase is resolved, add 1 to the attack characteristics of that model in this unit. So again, this is specifically now if it made a charge move. So before it used to just be again +1 attack if charged or were charged, I believe. So again, now that +1 attack doesn't apply if you are being charged, which is an important distinction. Each time a model in this unit would lose a wound, roll 1d6. On a 6, that wound is not lost. And lastly, this unit cannot perform any actions as described in the Warhammer 40,000 core rulebook. What do you think of the old Black Rage, Phil?
Pretty tasty. I like it's like you can effectively just take a detachment of them because you can upgrade your troops and your captains and your lieutenants. I think that's good.
Well, you can't upgrade your troops.
Oh, well, no, don't you get intercessors?
Yeah, but they're elite choices. If you take the Death Company so you could take a Vanguard detachment, or you could just take a battalion and then add them to it. But yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cool that you can have a detachment or a kind of small small detachment of them. Like thematically, you could do a whole army, but that seems a bit mad. But predominantly, you're just going to have a couple of squads led by a couple of characters. They're doing their thing. You can't. I like the sort of the negative of it that they can't do actions and stuff. So
yeah,
you potentially want to still take other Blood Angels to do other bits.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it seems kind of cool.
I do really like the fact that they've added in, some negative downsides to it, because it did used to feel like before it was a real no-brainer because it just unlocked a load of extra abilities, just made them super good, and then you just flung these characters in and didn't necessarily need to massively worry about certain things. And the fact that they can't perform actions is really big, because obviously in a lot of instances actions are really quite important, and the fact they can't fall back as well can definitely introduce some fun tactical nuances. Now obviously a lot of Death Company in your face is going to cause you problems, so the idea that there's always going to be a scenario where this is going to go in your favour is probably highly unlikely, but the point is that it creates a nuanced, interesting, scenario, I suppose. So, Death Visions is another entirely new thing that's added to the Death Company side of things. So, Death Visions is a ability that happens once per battle. When this model is selected to fight, it can use one of the Death Visions listed below. The same Death Vision cannot be used more than once per battle. So once per battle, this model is selected to fight. It can use one of its Death Visions, and you can't use the same Death Vision twice in a battle. So the first one is on the bridge of the Vengeful Spirit. So this is obviously a reference to when Sanguinius was fighting against Horus on the bridge of the Vengeful Spirit. For those of you who aren't super familiar with that narrative, essentially Sanguinius, upon teleporting from Terra onto the Vengeful Spirit, arrived on the bridge where he confronted Horus before the Emperor arrived, and essentially Sanguinius had an incredible duel with Horus while the Emperor had to kind of fight his way up there to help his beloved son out. So effectively, that was a whole big sequence of events, and famously concluded with Sanguinius being able to, strike Horus and create a chink in his armour that enabled the Emperor to essentially slay Horus. Spoilers. Anyway, on the bridge of the Vengeful Spirit, a model can only use this Death Vision if an enemy infantry character or monster character are visible to it. If a model uses Death Vision, then until the fight is resolved, add 1 to the attack, that model's attack characteristics for every 5 enemy models that are within 6 of it. And each time that model makes an attack, you can re-roll the hit roll. So that's very strong. So obviously if you're really in the thick of it, say for example you've gone in to have a fight with a Swarm Lord in a Tyranid army and he's surrounded by gaunts, you could get quite a lot of extra attacks out of that, which would be quite fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And it's nice and thematic. I mean, again, I'm a little bit kind of flummoxed by the fact that they're adding yet more stuff. It's not enough to be like, right, you're a Def Company guy, right? Okay, cool. Well, you've got Feel No Pain 6+, and you get extra attacks, so you can't fall back and you can't perform actions, and you've got 2 specific extra abilities that trigger once per battle, but only once, unless of course you use the
It's
strategy.
a bit like the sagas of the Space Wolves, like something completely extra, super thematic, but a bit left field.
Yes, absolutely. And the second one is the Grace of the Angel. A model can only use this Def Vision if an enemy infantry character or monster character models are within engagement range of it. If a model uses this Def Vision, then until the end of the turn, this model has a 3+ invulnerable save. And I've just realised my mistake. I was thinking when I started reading these out, I was like, I swear there's 3, but for whatever reason with my dyslexic brain, I could only see 2 initially, but there is a third. And the third one is, a model can only use this Def Vision if an enemy infantry character or monster character model is within engagement range. If a model uses Def Vision, then instead of making any attacks for the fight, both players roll off. If you win, select one of those enemy models. That model suffers D3+3 mortal wounds.
D3+3?
Yeah, that's it, mate. That's it. So basically, you and I have a roll-off. I win the roll-off. Therefore, you will now take D3+3 mortal wounds on your character.
So you got a 50-50 chance of doing D3+3 mortal wounds.
Yes.
Right,
But you don't do any other attacks. So
it's instead of fighting, basically.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Okay, so that's a fair trade-off. But if you're up against something that's going to be really tough for you to pull off.
Yeah, and also if you muck it up, the thing you're fighting against still will fight back.
Yeah, fair enough.
So,
yeah, risky. But if you're down to like 1 wound, maybe you'll just be like, I'll just do this instead.
Yeah, but even if you're down to 1 wound with certain setups, certain weapons, you may obviously be better off not doing that and potentially using the on the bridge of the Vengeful Spirit and getting the extra attacks.
This is on a character only, right? So you can't just do it on like a sergeant or anyone.
Yeah, so it's a monster character or a character or an infantry character. So it also oddly isn't vehicle characters. So you can't roll up to a Lieben Russ command tank and go, ha-ha! D3+3.
Oh, no, sorry, I meant if only you as a character can do it.
So, in terms of... That is an interesting point that you just raised. Let me just check the Def Company unit. So the Def Company Dreadnought only has Black Rage, and the Def Company just has Black Rage, as does the Def Company Intercessors. But yeah, if you're a captain or a lieutenant that has been indoctrinated into the Def Company, you gain access to said ability.
All right. Okay.
So you gain the where is it? Yeah, so you gain the Def Company gains Black Rage and Def Vision's abilities, and then just to check, because they do also have some other characters in here that are there. So bizarrely, Lamartez only has Black Rage. He doesn't have Def Visions, but Tycho the Lost does have Def Visions, which makes sense. So there you go. So it's a ability exclusively available to lieutenants, captains, and or Tycho the Lost.
Yeah, apparently is really rubbish.
The model certainly hasn't aged very well. There was a time where Tycho had some interesting opportunities, but I think his time is very much past in terms of his gameplay viability.
Well, I think we mentioned this in the last episode when we talked about Huron Blackheart, and that Tycho is one of a few data sheets where there's like 2 versions of him, isn't that right?
Correct, yeah.
Where there's like when he was alive and when he was he was obviously alive in both of them, but I think he's dead now. But once pre-Black Rage and once in Black Rage mode. Yes.
Yeah. A bit chirpy, a bit angry. Although I think he was angry most of the time that he's represented by this miniature, because this was after he'd had half his face melted off by an orc war boss and wasn't overly thrilled. Because he's a very vain man, is old Tycho. He was one of the most beautiful blood angels until he came into an encounter with a orc war boss that tore half his face off.
True. He's quite an iconic model. I remember back in the day when I was maybe 16, and Andy, our good mate Andy, he used
Andy.
to play Blood Angels, and he had that model. So I do remember it quite vividly.
Blood Angels are an interesting range because they now actually have some of the... They probably have the most old school characters. In fact, actually, maybe it's them or... even the Dark Angels have more up-to-date characters than the Blood Angels, I think. I think the Blood Angels have probably now got the most old-school miniatures in terms of HQ section.
More than Elder?
Oh, not more than Elder, but in the Marine...
But in terms of Space Marines.
Yeah, which is unique for Space Marines, because even... Like, Space Wolves now are relatively up-to-date. I don't think there's hardly anything in the Space Wolf range that is from the 90s anymore.
I don't know. There are some pretty old
not from like the 90s though, early noughties maybe, but not 90s. I think because the last one was Ragnar Blackmane and he got updated, didn't he?
Mm.
But I think the Blood Angels have got quite a lot because they've got Tycho, Brother Corbulo, Dante himself is ancient. Obviously they updated Mephiston recently, but he's the only one that's had that update. Anyway, I digress. So there you go. So look, that's a bunch of stuff that you get. So you can essentially make your captains and lieutenants into Death Company members, and in doing so, they gain access to those abilities we just mentioned. Again, it's quite an interesting thing. Obviously, it means that you can make some extra fighty characters, which is good, and it gives you, as a bit of a sort of fluff or narrative player, the opportunity to kind of tell stories with your armies and showcasing your captains. I know old Danvers from Rapid Fire Wargaming, he has woven quite a beautiful narrative with his captain character, that when he was playing against Winters recently, he went on a whole thing to kind of tell the story of how his captain had fallen to the Black Rage and so on. It was quite an interesting sort of narrative that he's woven there, and that was before this book even existed. So he did a bunch of other weird shenanigans to make that work, but it was quite an interesting watch all the same. So there you go. It's fun. It's interesting. Maybe not as good as it used to be, but still fun, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about stratagems, because they're the next thing. Now, I'm not going to go through every stratagem, so it's going to be a bit of a potluck job here. So we have no fewer than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16... Blood Angel stratagems. 15 Blood Angel stratagems and 2 Flesh Terror stratagems. So, just to be a little bit unconventional, 1 or 2, Phil, when it comes to Flesh Terror stratagems?
Let's do 2.
So, you have gone for Savage Destruction. It's a 1 CP stratagem. Flesh Terror Strategic Ploy stratagem. Ooh. So use this stratagem in the morale phase. When a morale test is failed for an enemy unit that is within engagement range of any Flesh Terrors units from your army, until the end of the turn, subtract 1 from the combat attrition test taken for that enemy unit. It's alright, isn't it?
I mean, not unless you're up against Krieg.
Oh, baby, there it is, Phil. Look, it's come into effect.
We finally found a use for their regimental doctrine.
Boy, yeah. But there you go. But yeah, no, anyway, so long story short, if you're up against Flesh Terrors and they've murdered quite a few members of your, unit that's in front of them, you can then, do this. And it's, say, for example, if you've butchered that unit down to half strength or below half strength, that's obviously going to mean that they're running on 2s, whereas now, actually, with this, they'll be running on 3s.
Really good. Especially if you're killing a squad of, like, Terminators or something, you're going to mince them.
Exactly. And imagine if you'd gone crazy and you'd done that with Reavers. Then you'd be running away on 4s.
I know, that's pretty mad.
The madness, eh? God. Then you'd only have a 1 in 3 chance of standing.
I know.
That's all right, isn't it? There you go. Could happen. All right. Well, there you go. That was a Flesh Terror's ability. I mean, I may as well just tell you about the first one as well, because there's only 2 of them. Aggressive Onslaught. It is a battle tactic stratagem for the Flesh Terrors. Use the stratagem in the fight phase. Select 1 Flesh Terror's infantry unit from your army. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes a Parlin or consolidation move, it can move up to an additional 3 inches. So you can pile in and consolidate 6 inches there. Unless, of course, you could already do that, in which case you could move 9.
Crazy.
Mad amount of movement. They are loopy. And obviously that would also expand to things like Def Company, for example, because, it doesn't have to specifically be a Flesh Terrors unit that isn't Def Company, so you could definitely do some interesting things with that. So there you go, yeah. I mean, unsurprisingly, Flesh Terrors is all about getting in and punching stuff a bunch. What a trick. Give me a number between 1 and 15, Phil, for the Bangles.
Let's go for 12.
All right, you had to go with the awkward. Hang on now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Unbridled Ardor. Is that just a misspell? Do you know what Ardor is?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you have any inclination why it might be unbridled?
Because it's that good.
Why not? Why not? So the Unbridled Ardor. The Sanguinary Guard exemplify the noble heritage of the Sanguinius, leaping to their battle brother's defence. Okay, well there you go. That doesn't help explain what Ardor is either, but let's see what it does. Use this stratagem at the end of the heroic intervention step of your opponent's charge phase. Select one Sanguinary Guard unit from your army that is within 6 horizontally and 5 vertically of any enemy units. The selected unit is eligible to perform a heroic intervention as if it were a character unit. And when performing that heroic intervention, each model in that unit can move up to 6 instead of 3. All other rules for heroic intervention still apply.
Seems pretty good.
So, 1 CP to have a unit of Sanguinary Guard heroically intervene 6 inches.
Tasty.
It's actually quite tasty, to be fair. Used to be, all the Blood Angels could do this. So it used to be any Blood Angels unit could do this. Now it's just Sanguinary Guard.
Well, thank God, because that is mad.
It was always one of the most irritating things when you would either be playing Blood Angels or playing against Blood Angels, because if you were playing against Blood Angels and you knew that they could do this, you're always conscious of, oh God, I got to make sure that I'm outside of 7 of everything, because I really don't want this heroically intervening me this turn, because that's just going to really, upset me. But then equally, when I was playing my Blood Angels army, I did feel compelled to tell people, don't forget, I can heroically intervene 6 inches, because I hate when, you get people like that. It's a bit, feels a little bit underhanded in some respects. But there you go. What about the next number, Phil? You went for number 12. What choose you next?
Do you know what? I'll keep it easy for you. Let's go for 11.
Wonderful. The Red Rampage. There you go. Very troubling time there, the old Red Rampage. In times of great desperation, fury and ferocity can be warriors' strongest ally. So there you go. Use the stratagem in your command phase if the Assault Doctrine is active for your army. Until your next command phase, each time a Blood Angels model from your army makes an attack with a pistol or melee weapon on an unmodified wound roll of 6, the armor penetration characteristic of that attack is approved by 1. This bonus is cumulative with the Combat Doctrine ability. You can only use this stratagem once. So for 1 CP, which is obviously very, very cost effective, your Blood Angels units that are within the Assault Doctrine get an extra -1 on top of the -1 they're already getting for the Combat Doctrine for their melee weapon. So it can mean on 6s to wound, your Astartes chainsaws are -3.
Yeah. I mean, it's not overwhelming.
It's not overwhelming, but that is the recurring theme with the modern codexes. They're good, but not insanely good.
Yeah, it's a niche one, I think, where you go, I really need that extra AP. And if it's only on 6s, yeah, I mean, it's nice.
It's army-wide, though, Phil.
If you're up against something tough.
It's army-wide, though, right? So if you've managed to smash in a couple of units, say you've gotten, a Def Company squad in, a unit of Sanguinary Guard in, Dante or some other kind of melee character, Mephiston, all these guys, if they... if you're in the Assault Doctrine and you've gotten into a fight, then,
that's going to add up then, for sure.
Yeah, of course, man, because you're going to be rolling a lot of dice, especially given the fact that, assuming you've got the charge off, or heroically intervened, you're also getting the additional +1 attack, and then it's going to be a lot of dice, so there's a lot of 6s doing the rounds in that situation. Not a huge amount. Guaranteed, people will pop this stratagem, then forget to resolve it when it comes to rolling armor saves. This is
quite likely.
This has got all of that kind of hallmarks of, oh, I forgot about the extra -1! Because it happens in the command phase, but all of the weapons that benefited from it aren't likely to really come into effect until 3 phases or 4 phases down the turn. So you're always going to forget you did it. But other than that, well, not always, but a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's a bit odd that isn't something you just do in the close combat phase, but I sort of like that you've got to think ahead and be like, this is a strategy I'm doing for this turn.
Yes.
And they do seem to be trying to make players do that more often, thinking ahead a bit more, going, what am I doing for this turn?
Yeah.
What synergies am I going to lay out? So... again, like I said, it's one of those things you will no doubt forget about. But the whole point is you only do it when it's like an absolute must.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting.
I'm going to pick one now, Phil. I'm going to go for number 9 because it's one that hardly anyone will talk about because it's not all that interesting. But it is an ability that has been at the heart of the Blood Angel army for as long as I've known them and, played around with them. And it is the Lucifer pattern engine. So, famously, in the older editions of Warhammer 40,000, going back as far as 3rd editions, Blood Angels were renowned for being fast, kind of living up to the orc stereotype of Red Ones go faster. All Blood Angels, Rhinos, Razorbacks, Predators, they all had these overpowered, these Lucifer pattern engines, which meant that they were fast vehicles, even though they were just rhinos, which was an amazing ability for the Blood Angels back in the day. Was really undersold in 8th edition. Now is a 1 CP stratagem, so use the stratagem before the battle. Select one Blood Angels vehicle model, excluding Dreadnought models or models that can fly from your army. That model gains the following ability: Overcharged Engines. Each time this model advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, until the end of the phase, add 6 to the move characteristic of this model. Now, it's difficult to necessarily think about what specific builds are going to obviously massively benefit from the fact that it's advancing all the time. My initial thought was actually the Impulsor is quite a good choice for this, or because it doesn't have a lot of guns on it anyway, and it's just a troop transport, so having that kind of armoured personnel carrier that can always move, the extra 6 inches for 1 CP actually seems relatively good to me, because it means like you can manoeuvre it in turn 1. And obviously the Impulsor does not have the fly keyword anymore, neither does the Repulsor or the Repulsor Executioner, so this guy can get the overpowered engines. Obviously, as well, you could look at rhinos for the same reason. If you want to have one squad in a rhino, you can bomb that up the table 18 inches. So yeah.
Can you disembark from the Impulsor if you advance, though?
No, not if you advance. But obviously, again, it's what basically you want to sort of think about something that's going to benefit from this that isn't going to then lose out, because most of the Marine tanks are either armed with rapid-fire weapons or heavy weapons. Very few of them have assault weapons. So you're not going to really want to, be advancing all that often if you don't have to, whereas rhinos and impulsors...
I mean, even if you... Because if I remember rightly, from the Impulsor, you can't charge if you disembark.
Correct, yeah, but you can't. But you also, you can charge if you disembark under normal circumstances. So
but unless you do a move and you move the Impulsor and then disembark afterwards.
Correct, yeah. So you can't charge in those circumstances, yeah, but you can charge if you just disembark normally.
Yeah. So what you can do though is it's a good setup for turn 2. So you move in advance turn 1. Moving your extra 6 inches, you can then disembark turn 2, and then you're set up sort of in the midfield for a charge. But then also you can just make that Impulsor like a real nuisance unit, so you can just move it around to like get line breaker or something, get engager on all fronts, just zip around onto an objective, just to just move block different your enemy units. Like that maneuverability is quite useful, just because it could just be a nuisance.
Oh, hugely useful. And the thing
And
is,
once you've disembarked your squad, it's not like it needs to do anything unless you. The other option is you do like a. You're not really using it to try and get a charge off, but what you can do is, in 2 turns, you can move a squad up, disembark on your second turn, like right into their sort of deployment zone, or maybe not quite that far, but pretty far. If you, because what's the movement of the impulsor? Is it going to be 12?
you're gonna have to make me bear with me while I just check that quickly. I believe it's 12.
That seems about right.
Movement 14, so it moves to 20.
Jeez, that is so you could be in turn 2 have a squad in your enemy deployment zone quite easily.
Yeah, very easily, and also
they've probably got better ways to do that because you've got an awful lot of stuff that can deep strike, but that's an option.
But you've also got the added tactical flexibility of the way the impulsor works, though, right? Because yeah, sure, you can move 20 and then potentially be in a situation where in the following turn you can disembark normally and charge, but also you can still just move another 14, assuming that you've not taken significant damage, and then maneuver yourself and then bring out the squad who can then still move its 9 inches out of the impulsor. So you can do a lot of really interesting things with deployment via an impulsor that has a fixed 20-inch move at the start.
Yeah, and it's because one version can still have an invuln, but it's now, is it a 5-up rather than a 4-up?
Correct, yeah, it's a 5-up.
Yeah, but you can still basically turn 1, plonk that on an objective in the middle of the table.
Yeah.
And it's got a squad in it, so you've either got to destroy it and the squad comes out, or you've got to just ignore it or something. That'll be just a real nuisance. And the invuln gives it a decent bit of survivability as well.
Yeah, no, it's got some options, right? And it's sort of an iconic thing that the Blood Angels have had since 3rd edition. So it's good to see them still representing it. It's a shame that it doesn't necessarily make sense with the Baal Predator, which is obviously the iconic Blood Angel pattern Predator variant, but whatever. It's
right. Can I ask a dumb question?
Sure.
But what is the difference between a regular Predator and a Baal Predator?
Well, so historically, the differences between a regular Predator and a Baal Predator was, as a Baal Predator has supercharged engines it still does. Sorry, I excuse my ignorance. So a Baal Predator comes with overcharger engines as standard, so you don't need to spend the CP to give the Baal Predator overcharge engines. It just has it, which is exactly what we just described. So it always advances 6 should you choose to advance it. But yeah, it's mostly the overcharged engines and the loadout. So the Baal Predator can either be armed with a Baal Flamestorm cannon or twin assault cannons. So that's its main turret weapon. And then its sponsored weapons can either be heavy bolters or heavy flamers. So you could definitely put in some interesting work actually with the old Baal Predators. It used to be that in older editions, Baal Predators used to have the ability to outflank, which was hilarious fun, but they don't get that anymore unless, of course, you pay for the privilege. But yeah, this guy can potentially... It's got movement 12 as well, which is pretty healthy for a Predator. So I guess in the opening turn you can move it 18 inches and then apply some pressure with your heavy flamers, because the Baal Flamestorm cannon is heavy D6, range 18, strength 6, -2, flat 2 damage, and hits automatically.
Yeah, because normally a Predator doesn't really want to be... I guess if you're advancing, though, you can't shoot unless they're assaults.
No, that's the thing. So that's the big problem with the Baal Predator is it sort of feels like it should be advancing and shooting.
Yeah,
but it's not something you can do natively.
But like I said, like turn 1, you could either be deployed super conservatively, so it can't be shot at, and then turn 1 you're just coming out but then you're potentially being shot at in that turn anyway. Or like you said, you're just lobbing out the board turn 1. Try and position it in a position of relative safety. So in its turn 2, it can kind of come out, flame stuff, and start shooting away.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, those flamers will tend to be, out of range for a bit, but
Well, it's range 18 on
you
the.
Can always you can always move and shoot anyway because you don't get the heavy penalty. So yeah, I don't know. The extra 6 inches, might be useful. But do you want to trade off the 6 inches to not shoot for an entire turn?
Well, that's the thing, right? And the thing is if you were going to advance a D6 extra, I mean, obviously you can roll a 1, and that's always very disheartening. But I think ultimately, it's one of those things. But I think for something like the Rhino or the Impulsor, where you're not really losing out because all you've got is a Storm Bolter, you can to guarantee yourself that 6-inch advance is pretty big, especially when you're movement 14. You know.
Yeah, that's really huge.
Because you could load that. Because that's the thing, right? You can put 3 Blade Guard veterans. In fact, well, you could just put 5 Blade Guard veterans and a Blade Guard captain in there, or you could have the Blade Guard the Blade Guard Ancient. Because Blade Guard, as far as I'm aware, only take up 1 slot in vehicles. So the Impulsor has a capacity of 6. So you could put 5 Blade Guard and a Blade Guard Ancient, or 5 Blade Guard and a captain, or you could use the contents of your Indomitor's box and put 3 Blade Guard, the Blade Guard Ancient, the Blade Guard Lieutenant, and Blade Guard Captain all in an Impulsor that moves 20 inches in a turn and just goes, cool, I'm in your deployment zone next turn, have fun with this.
Yeah, because they are a real pain to deal with.
Oh, so. Huge pain. A real
And
nuisance.
I guess even more of a pain when they're Blood Angels and potentially getting extra attacks.
Potentially. Because obviously there is an ability that people are probably... Well, we'll get to it in a moment when we get to talk about units. Let's choose 2 more stratagems, Phil. So we've had 9, 11... Oh, sorry, we've had 9, 10, 9, 11 and 12 so far.
Yeah, let's go for the single digits and go for number 1.
Number 1, Descent of Angels. So, Descent of Angels. Use this stratagem at the end of a movement phase. Select 1 Blood Angels Core Jump Pack unit from your army that was set up on the battlefield during the reinforcement step of this phase. Until the end of this turn, each time a charge roll is made for that unit, you can ignore any or all modifiers to that charge roll. Each time models in that unit makes an attack, add 1 to the attack's hit roll. So, Descent of Angels used to be you rolled 3d6 to determine the charge. Now it adds +1 to your to hit rolls and allows you to ignore any or all modifiers.
That's quite useful.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though, right? When you consider that most of the guys that are coming out of reinforcements to then charge have the fly keyword, a great deal of the obstacles that would minus your charge range are null and void. The only thing, obviously, is if someone's got, like, tangle foot grenades from, the Custodes, or the way the repulsor fields work, because there are certain units that minus your charge rolls. So those are the only instances where, this is super useful, because Harlequins...
Didn't they change the rule of the repulsor field to be not as bad?
So a repulsor field now is a stratagem rather than a rule. So it's a keyword that unlocks a stratagem as opposed to just a native rule.
No, fair enough.
But yeah, so Descent of it. What's also really interesting about the wording of this, and I think also it gets a bit funny. So the idea of Blood Angels is they get the bonus to the charge roll. So essentially, when they come in through Descent of Angels, or when they come in from reserves, because they're getting their +1, they only need an 8 to perform the charge. But technically, you could argue, or you could have a funny argument with a Blood Angels player when they turn up, where it goes, I'm going to Descent of Angels that squad, and you could be like, oh, cool, so you don't get your +1. It's like, what? What do you mean? Of course I get my +1. Well, no, it says here, each time a charge roll is made for that unit, you could ignore any or all modifiers to that charge roll. So, if you're going to ignore some, you've got to ignore them all, right? I mean, admittedly, obviously, the way it's worded...
all.
Yeah, I know. The way it's worded is quite clear, but you could definitely try and wind someone up. Which is always a laugh.
If you're just going to be that guy.
Well, it's always a fun one. But yeah, look, I mean, this is, in my opinion, a really interesting nerf to what was a quintessential stratagem from the Blood Angel arsenal. The other one that obviously everyone was a big fan of was the Upon Wings of Fire ability. So Upon Wings of Fire And Descent of Angels used to be used quite a lot in Synergy because it meant that if you wanted to get in, you could essentially guarantee it. It cost you a lot of CP to do it, but you could be like, oh, start on the movement phase, take this guy off the table. In my reinforcements, at the end of my movement phase, he comes back down. Because he's come back down as a reinforcement, I'll Descent of Angels him, and then I'm going to roll 3d6 and see how far I can go. And because I've got the Angel's Wing, you can't overwatch me because I've got this, that, and it was just bonkers. But upon Wings of Fire now is use this stratagem in your movement phase. Select one Blood Angel's core jump pack unit. So again, really important distinction. Core unit. So you can't do this with a character. Unless that character has the core keyword, but I can't think of too many that do. In fact, I can't think of any. And remove it from the battlefield. In the reinforcement step of your next movement phase, set up that unit anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 away from enemy models. If that battle ends at the end, that unit is not on the battlefield, it is destroyed. So, it used to be, I pick up a unit, and then I put it down in the same turn, and I create an instant problem. Now, it's I pick up a unit, and it goes back into reserves. And won't come down until the subsequent turn.
Still useful.
Hugely useful, but nowhere near as busted as it used to be.
Oh yeah, for sure. And same with the other one where you're doing 3d6. They're just like obnoxiously good. So I like that they've toned them both down, but they're still valid. They're still pretty decent.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be so bold as to suggest there's no functionality to these rules. I'm just saying that they've hugely neutered what they were historically.
Yeah. And what have they done going on to classic stratagems with the one where you ignore Overwatch?
Oh well, that is
was that a relic?
That was a relic. That was the Angel's Wing. That's just gone.
Oh, has it? I thought they toned it down or something.
No, it just doesn't exist anymore.
Oh wow.
So in terms of relics, unless I'm mistaken, no, it's not there. No, it doesn't exist anymore. Which probably is a perfectly good segue to move on to talking about relics, I would imagine.
By all means.
All right. So, as is often the case with Space Marines, there are both relics and special issue war gear. The relics are the Wrath of Baal, the Icon of Angels, the Visage of Death, Hammer of Baal, the Galleon's Staff, God knows who that is, the Librarian Donator's Galleons, who knows, the Crimson Plate, and the Serverer. Fair enough. In terms of the... Again, I'm just going to pick a few of these really quickly. There's none here that necessarily are famous old school Blood Angels relics, as it were. A lot of the stuff from the older books has seemingly gone away. So I guess we'll just start with the Wrath of Baal.
Well, I think some of them might have moved to the... Crusade stuff, because that's where some of the more interesting ones tend to end up.
That is a very good point. But the Wrath of Baal, that is a relatively well-known thing. So it's a sanguinary ancient model only. The bearer gains the following ability: Wrath of Baal, Aura. While friendly Blood Angel jump pack units are within 6 of this model, each time that unit is selected to make a normal move, advance, or fall back, add 2 to that unit's move characteristic until the end of the phase. So a +2 movement on a Sanguinary Ancient. It's pretty good.
Nice.
So your jump pack models become movement 14.
Pretty good.
When you consider that obviously that's movement 14 and then you still get the +1 to your advances. Obviously if you take a Chaplain with a jump pack, you could then have him moving 14, but then you could then have him use his +2 inches to charge aura as well. So you could get some very mobile Blood Angels there.
Yeah.
Which is no bad thing. The Icon of the Angel. The bearer gains the following ability: Icon of the Angel Aura. While friendly Blood Angel units are within 6 of this model, you can re-roll charge rolls made for that unit. And again, that's obviously very strong, because having the ability to re-roll a charge roll is pretty massive. So at this point, if you were looking at getting super aggressive and obviously getting more reliable charges, and you're not just rocking lots of Def Company and utilising Lamartes for the re-roll for Def Company units, the Icon of Angels is actually pretty amazing, because obviously you could put the Icon of Angels on a normal chaplain, and then that would then mean that that in conjunction with the Wrath of Baal would mean that you've got a very whippy army in that respect, which is quite cool.
Nice.
The Visage of Death. Each time a melee attack is made against this unit, subtract 1 from the attack's hit rolls. The bearer gains the following ability, Visage of Death. While an enemy unit is within 3 of this model, it loses the Objective Secure ability. And any similar abilities that allow controller... so basically any similar abilities. So there you go, you lose Objective Secure. Wait,
you lose it? Or your opponent loses
While
it?
within 3 inches of an enemy unit... this model, the enemy unit loses... Well, it's actually funnily written, isn't it? While an enemy unit is within 3 of this model, it loses the Objective Secure ability. So what? Your model loses it. No, obviously it's the enemy.
But it can't because it's a character. But
yeah, it never had it in the first place.
You're -1 to hit in combat, and you basically switch off OBSEC.
No, you're -1 to hit all the time. Not just
so even in shooting?
Yeah, even with shooting, yeah. So each time... Oh, no, sorry. Each time a melee attack against it, yes. So subtract 1 from hit rolls against melee.
I mean, I think that one's pretty good.
I think so as well.
But the ability to switch off OBSEC, and if I'm right, didn't we say earlier there's an ability where you can just drop a character down, or is it specifically like the Sanguinaur, did you say?
It's specifically the Sanguinaur, so he won't be able to get this.
Because he's a named character, right?
Yeah, correct. And the Sanguinaur ability, just to read it, because obviously we've referenced it enough now, it's Avenging Angel, so... not Avenging Angel, it's Miraculous Saviour. At the end of the heroic intervention step of your opponent's charge phase, if this model has not yet been set up on the battlefield, and if any enemy units finish a charge move within engagement range of any friendly Blood Angels unit this phase, you can set up this model within engagement range of one of those enemy units. This model counts as having performed a heroic intervention. So essentially, this dude would arrive in a heroic intervention stage on the assumption that a unit has found itself in engagement range with one of your Blood Angels units.
Yeah.
So that's how that works. But yeah, Visage of Death is pretty reasonable. Turning off OBSEC is good. It's just the question is, what is doing it? Because if it's one unit turning off OBSEC, or one model turning off OBSEC, a lot of the time, OBSEC units are numerous. So turning it off is fine, but if there's still 3 miniatures on that objective at the end of it, it doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, so obviously, how often are you going to have a character like on his own? He's going to be backed up with a squad of some kind, and that's sort of how you want to run it. I was thinking about maybe you could combo it with the stratagem to heroically intervene anything. I mean, you still could actually do it that way. So if he's within... So if the character with the relic is within 3, he can heroically intervene into a squad that might be on an objective.
Yes.
And then the squad that he's with, you use the stratagem to heroically intervene.
Assuming that unit is a Sanguinary Guard unit, yes.
Oh, it's only Sanguinary Guard, okay.
Yeah,
but then maybe that's how you combo
well, it's quite common that a character will be backed up by some Sanguinary Guard, right?
Yeah. I think there's some play in that one. But like you said, if he's on his own, you're switching off that OBSEC, but then they're gonna have more models. Unless, of course, you're doing it to a Lehman Russ that's in a Spearhead detachment, because then it's one model that gains OBSEC.
Oh, baby, there you go.
Or a Knight where it's like it's OBSEC and counts as X amount of models.
It counts as 10 models, yeah. So it still counts as 10 models.
10 models, right?
It's just not 10 models without OBSEC.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Then you've got the Hammer of Baal. Models equipped with Thunderhammer only. This relic replaces the Thunderhammer and has the following profile. It's a Thunderhammer with AP -3, and it doesn't suffer any minuses to hit. Which is alright, isn't it? Thunderhammers they hit on 2s, -3 AP, flat 3 damage. No bad thing.
Everyone likes a Thunderhammer.
Everyone likes a Thunderhammer, especially Blood Angels. They've been very popular in the past for Blood Angels, so long may that continue. Galleon Staff, models equipped with 4 staff only. The bearer gains the following ability, Galleon Staff. Each time this model takes a psychic test, to manifest the psychic power, the Sanguinary Discipline add 1 to the psychic test. This relic replaces the following force as to the force stave with the following profile. Range melee, strength +3, -2 AP, D3 damage. So, yeah, it's a +1 to cast Sanguinary Disciplines, and it's a bit tougher than a regular staff, which are only +2. I say only +2, but they are only +2 compared to +3.
Is there any relics specifically for the Librarian Dreadnoughts? Because they're surely characters, right?
They are, yeah. I'm just looking. So technically,
Maybe
you can
special enough.
You can take Tome of the Malkador on them, which is a generic Space Marine thing, because that's just librarian models, but then that might be librarian infantry models only. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else specifically for the librarian dreadnought. No.
Missed a trick there.
There you go. You got the Crimson Plate, which is for Flesh Terror's Terminator models only. So if you're a Flesh Terror in Terminator armor, you gain access to this ancient suit of Terminator armor, where you add one to the bearer's move characteristic, so you go up from movement 5 to movement 6 in most instances. The bearer is eligible to charge in a turn in which it advanced, so a suit of Terminator armor that allows you to advance and charge. And the bearer can move up to 4 when making pile-in and consolidation moves. So a very quick suit of Terminator armor there.
Yeah, so alright.
It's all right, isn't it? You know,
it's not as we said before. It's not blowing me over, but it's okay.
I mean, you could surprise some people with it, though, right? I mean, again, you're talking about running a lone character in that scenario, but I mean, for example, let me just check. Yes, okay. So there's no specific stipulation about what the captain has to be armed with. So the captain... Now, can the captain have relics? I can't remember if I said it could or it couldn't. This model included Death Company, Warlord, cannot be given chapter command upgrades, captain... Yeah, so it can still have relics. So you could theoretically, Phil, here's a mad thing, and this is actually a stratagem we should have talked about because it's quite a quintessential stratagem. It's Full-on Fury, which is the ability for Death Company units to move before the game starts. So what you could potentially do is use this stratagem at the start of the first battle round before the first turn, select one Death Company unit from your army. That unit can make a normal move up to 12 inches as if it were your movement phase, but must end that move more than 9 inches away from your enemy. If both players have units that can move, basically... But essentially, you could find yourself in a scenario where you could take a Flesh Terror's captain character with twin lightning claws, and then you could move it 12 inches at the start of the game because it's a 12-inch move because you've made it Death Company. Then you could advance it. It's 6 inches plus D6. So let's say you get another 12 out of that, so you can move 24, and then you can charge. So you could potentially shock someone with a crazy move. Although actually the normal move says up to 12 inches, so obviously if you're not able to move 12 inches, then you wouldn't actually be able to move 12 inches. There's a specific nuance there. But anyway, I don't know. There's ways and funny things you could potentially do with it. But I mean, it's not going to...
I guess that's quite mad because you can... If you're 24 inches apart, you can... Oh, you're not... Is it... You just... Do you actually move the full 12 inches?
If
or
you
is
can.
It your movement?
If you can. So the stipulation is, right, so the way the stratagem is worded is a Death Company unit from your army. That unit makes a normal move of up to 12 inches. Oh, okay, fine. So it's just it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It basically it changes your move characteristic to 12. So yeah, you make a 12-inch move at the start.
Yeah. So and when do you do this? Like
you do this at the start of the first battle round. So you do it after knowing whether you're going first or second. So
if you know you're going first, you're on the deployment zone line. Your opponent's 24 inches away, or potentially less, depending on the deployment zone map. You move 12, and then it's your go. You move 6.
Well, if you're... This is in the Terminator example. If you're a Death Company unit and you got that banner guy next to you, you could be moving 14.
Ah, jeez. So basically, you can be doing a super easy charge turn 1.
Correct.
With one squad.
With one squad, yeah.
Wow, that's mad.
Yeah,
that's pretty powerful.
It's very powerful.
And it's like
strong.
And it's like you wonder why they got rid of the charger with 3d6. So
Well,
they don't
exactly.
need it. They've got this.
Well, they've always had Fall on Fury, and I think one of the things that used to be really ridiculous about it was that you used it with your Smash Captains because they were super, super powerful. And obviously you can still use it with your Smash Captains, it's just they're not as powerful or universally strong as they used to be. They're still good, but they're not as good.
Yeah.
So, options. But that's the Crimson Plate. Last thing is the Cervera, which is a Flesh Tearers model equipped with Astartes Chainsword only. This relic replaces the Astartes Chainsword and has the following profile. So the Astartes Chainsword is a totally free weapon option, and if you replace it with the Cervera, then it becomes Strength +2, -2 AP, flat 2 damage, and each time an attack is made with this weapon on an unmodified wound roll of 5+, the target suffers a single mortal wound in addition to any other normal damage. So you're doing mortal wounds and flat 2 damage. Woo, baby! That's pretty good.
And the attack sequence doesn't end, so you get to do your normal hit in addition to a mortal wound.
Yeah, well, wound roll. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do the wound and a mortal wound on 5+. And bearing in mind, you're probably going to have quite a lot of attacks on one of these characters. That could get some work done. Although, interestingly, and it's always worth remembering, this weapon doesn't get the additional attack for being an Astartes Chainsword. So if you're replacing this for this, you don't get the +1 attack that the Astartes Chainsword would grant you normally.
Well, it's definitely well worth remembering, because I bet most people would forget.
I'm sure they will. I've said it now, and I'll forget it, and I'll have someone use it against me and go, darn it! Because that's usually how it goes. When it comes to their special issue war gear, it's all pretty much the same stuff that you've come to love and understand from Space Marines: Adamantium Mantle, Artificer Armor, Mastercrafted Weapons, Digital Weapons. There is the Quake Bolt, which, as far as I'm aware, is a Blood Angel specific thing, unless I'm forgetting about something. But you can give this model, this relic, select one bolt weapon this model is equipped with. When that model is chosen to shoot with, you can choose for the weapon to fire a Quake Bolt. If you do, you can only make one attack with this weapon, but if it hits and hit is scored, the target unit is failed until the end of the turn, in addition to any normal damage. Each time a model is it's made against a unit that is failed, add 1 to the attack's hit roll. Oh, fine. So you can shoot them with a Quake Bolt, and then you're +1 to hit. Whatever. I think that's actually in most books, but anyway.
I think most books, most of the supplements have a bolt-specific ability, but I think each one's different.
Fine. Well, this one is shoot something. If you hit it, and then gets +1 to hit for everyone else. You've also got the Archangel's Shard. Models equipped with a power sword or a mastercrafted power sword only. This relic replaces said sword, and it's essentially a melee weapon with strength +2. So rather than +1, it's +2. It's -4 AP rather than -3 AP, and it's flat 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon is allocated to a model in a chaos unit. That attack has damage characteristic of 3. Each time an attack is made against this weapon, made with this weapon, is allocated to models in a Chaos monster unit. The damage characteristic increases to 4.
Ooh.
That's actually very strong. If you're up against Chaos.
Yeah.
But it's even not that bad under normal circumstances, you know? Because having a -4 strength +2 sword is actually really good.
Yeah, nothing to sniff at.
No, exactly. There you go. And then, here you go. You got one last thing. The gleaming, sorry, there we go. Gleaming pinions, whatever those are. Do you know what a pinion is, Phil?
Not unless I googled it.
Well, fair enough. So it's a jump back model only. The bearer is eligible to charge in a turn in which it fell back. You can re-roll charge rolls made by that bearer. So that's kind of like the Angel's wing thing that used to do the rounds, except obviously you can still overwatch them. So there you go. There's a bunch of war gear that they have access to. I mean, obviously the obvious stuff is there, the whole boosting charges and everything that we just sort of talked about there, but yeah, it's interesting. It's a good, fun selection, but nothing too crazy, I would say. But equally good options. I think adding movement, re-rolling charges, all that good stuff is going to get you a lot of. It's going to do a lot of heavy lifting for a Blood Angels army, I would say.
Oh yeah.
So that's pretty reasonable. Okay, cool. Let's quickly smash through a couple of last segments, and then we'll get into some of the specific units, and then wrap all of this up nicely. So we've got Warlord traits. So Warlord traits were some of the strongest things that Blood Angels had. I mean, Phil, you always remember the joy of Master Artisans giving their weapons +1 damage. You remember that very fondly, right?
I don't actually.
So that was the reason why their Thunderhammers were doing 4 damage to you every time they hit you.
Oh, right, okay. that old chestnut.
That old chestnut. Oh, that old bag of fun. But now they've got some slightly different Warlord traits. So they've got Speed of the Primarch at the start of the fight phase. If this Warlord is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first that phase. So at the start of the fight phase, if this Warlord is within engagement range of any units, it can fight first this phase. Again, no specific language in there that denotes that if you are the one being charged, that the charging unit gets to go first. It seems to counteract that, so you go first irrespective of any other rules, unless there are rules that state that they go first irrespective of the rules that you have. Such are the interactions with the weirdness that is the terrible assault phase that Games Workshop and System giving us, but nonetheless, this is one of those weird interactions that works great until it doesn't. But yeah, what do you reckon, Phil? Always fighting first? Useful, eh?
Well, it is. Yeah.
It is indeed. There we go. Artisan of War. This Warlord can be given one of the following special issue War Gear relics. It can either have Adamantium Mantle, Artificial Armor, Mastercrafted weapons, digital weapons. This is in addition to any other relics they can have, so you can give them multiple relics. Yeah!
Hey.
So you can load up a character with all the fun stuff, which is quite cool. Then you've got Soul Warden, which is an aura ability. While friendly Blood Angels units within 6 of the Warlord, each time a model in that unit would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, roll 1d6 on a 5+. That wound is not lost. It's alright, isn't it?
On a 5 up.
Yeah, so if you're going to get smited a bunch, you can ignore it on 5-ups. Or the damage, anyway.
Yeah, bit niche, but good.
Yeah, I'd say so. Niche, but good. You've also got Heroic Bearing. Add 3 to the range of this Warlord's Rites of Battle, Tactical Precision, Chapter Master, and Spiritual Leader abilities, up to a maximum of 9. This Warlord has the following ability, Heroic Bearing. While a friendly Blood Angels core unit is within 9 of the Warlord, add 1 to the leadership characteristic of the models in that unit. So boosting leadership by 1.
No.
No?
No.
Not keen.
Boring.
What about the fact that your aura is increased by 3 inches?
Well, yeah, boosting an aura ability is actually really good. So I'm not going to complain about that.
But you're not too fussed about +1 leadership.
Not really. Not on Space Marines. It's like yes, that there's chances to fail them now, but you can still mitigate that with combat squadding to a large degree. So yeah, I don't think it's super useful. If you're gonna be determined to run a big squad, then maybe. But...
funny story though, Phil. Combat squadding bizarrely exposes a very weird frailty to the Space Marines, which is that the majority of normal Space Marines are only leadership 7 now. So if you combat squad, then you lose the sergeant in one of those combat squads, and without the sergeant, you're only leadership 7. So actually, bizarrely, you only need to suffer a couple casualties to potentially fail morale checks.
Ooh, interesting way of looking at it. Is there only 7, really?
Yep. The majority of Space Marines now are leadership 7, with the exception of sergeants and veterans.
Which are 8. Has it always been that way?
It's always been that way, yeah. Or at least in this edition.
Yeah, interesting. So
actually, if you roll a 6 after suffering 2 casualties, you can lose a miniature and then have to take whatever it's called, tests, the combat attrition test. Yeah. And you can't re-roll it anymore because they shall know no fear doesn't impact that anymore. So yeah, it's actually surprising in this edition. Blood Angels, well, not Blood Angels, but just Space Marines in general do run away a lot more.
True. What does They Shall Know No Fear do now? I can't remember.
It's the same as your Krieg ability.
Oh, ignore combat attrition.
Well, ignore minus modifiers to combat attrition.
Modified. Oh, okay. Yeah, so... Well, see, that is actually quite a good reason to not have to combat squad. But then you still probably want a combat squad to ignore blast, potentially.
Yes. Yeah. Well, the smart option is just take a 5-man unit with the sergeant included.
Yeah, just don't combat squad and just take lots of 5-man squads.
Yeah, that's the smart play. But yeah, but it does expose. I mean, it does expose an issue with things like Death Company now, though, because Death Company aren't fearless at all. So like, and they're all leadership 7. So you start murdering Death Company, they all start running away.
Ooh.
Which is quite interesting because you only need to kill a handful of Death Company. Like, you know, literally you kill a couple Death Company and then they all start fleeing. Because they're only leadership 7. So if you can drop 4 Death Company, there's a really good chance. Because most people are taking 10-man units of Death Company because they want to maximise the efficiency of things like full on fury or whatever it is. So you're putting people in a situation where they've got to pay the 2 CP to auto pass the leadership test, because if they roll it, it can get quite difficult for them.
Yeah, true.
But there you go. It's one of those funny little nuances. Gift of Foresight. In each turn, you can reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll, and 1 saving throw made for this Warlord. So it's only specifically the Warlord. So the Warlord is allowed to reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll, or 1 saving throw every turn.
Well, that is 5 CP you're saving, if you think about it in that respect, assuming he's alive for the game.
Well, it's more than 5 CP, because he could do all 3 of those things every turn.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
and that's player turn, that's not battle round, so that's your turn, my turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So that could be potentially, in the course of a 5-turn game, that could be 30 CP you saved there.
Wait, so it was, what, hit roll, wound roll, and save roll?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess you're only going to do that if you're in combat every turn.
Yeah, or get shot at or whatever, yeah. I mean, ultimately, but, you know, it has the potential to be worth 30 CP.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's pretty good.
It's alright, it's not a bad thing. And then you've lost
anything
one
that saves you CP is always a good thing.
Oh, totally. It's never a bad choice. And then Selfless Valor. This Warlord is eligible to perform a heroic intervention if it is within 6 inches horizontally of any enemy unit. And when performing a heroic intervention with this Warlord, you can move up to 6 inches instead of 3. All other rules for heroic intervention still apply. What's interesting about how this is worded, almost every other ability that states that you can heroically intervene 6 inches also states that you can heroically intervene 5 inches vertically. This doesn't state that, so that's a weird sort of strange situation that you end up in there. So this only works on a horizontal
do that,
plane.
or they've just forgotten to add that in.
I mean, they're usually very specific with their language, so I'm assuming they forgot to put it in, but technically all other instances where they've put this, they've said 5 inches vertically or 6 inches horizontally. They haven't written that here, so can't be done.
So no vertical...
Unless, of course, you happen to be interacting with a 3-inch thing, because I think that's how the normal... I don't know. Again, maybe 5-inch heroic interventions vertically is standard protocol for...
That is actually, yeah.
Yeah, fine. So you're still fair. It's all fair and good. There's also some Flesh Terror Warlord traits. I'll really quickly smash through these. So you've got Merciless Butcher. Each time this Warlord is selected to fight, make 1 additional attack with 1 of the melee weapons for every 5 enemy models within 3 of it, to a maximum of 3 additional attacks. You've got of Wrath and Rage. Each time this Warlord makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. And then you've got another crazy word that I'm not sure how to pronounce. We'll just call it Born. Something or other Born. Each time this Warlord declares a charge, enemy units that were targeted by the charge cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend against the charge. You can reroll charge rolls made for this Warlord. So, bizarrely, as it would transpire, the Angel's Wing does exist in the Blood Angels, but not for Blood Angels, just for Flesh Terror Warlords.
Ooh.
So there you go. That's all the same abilities that the Wing used to give you, but now it's a Warlord trait.
Interesting.
There you go. Now, last thing before we then get into some units and start talking about some more general topics, is the psychic powers we're going to just smash through these because Psychic Powers is Psychic Powers. Obviously, Blood Angels have access to some really interesting psychers. So they've got Mephiston, one of the coolest librarians in all of 40k. But they've also got the Librarian Dreadnought, which is a really interesting option as well. So you've got Quickening, which is a blessing and has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested until the start of your next psychic phase, you can re-roll advance and charge rolls made for this psyker and add D3 attacks for that psyker. So again, Mephiston with this is pretty beastly, as is also a Librarian Dreadnought, to be honest with you, because he's re-rolling his charges, he's re-rolling his advances, and is adding D3 attacks. What's actually extra interesting, thinking about some of the things we were talking about before, if you were to take a Flesh Tearer's Terminator Librarian and then put him in the Crimson Plate, you could re-roll your advance, re-roll your charge, and also advance and charge, and then give him an additional D3 attacks. So you could actually have a really punchy Terminator Librarian if you were taking it as Flesh Tearers, but obviously even then a Librarian Dreadnought is still pretty punchy, and obviously Mephiston is pretty punchy, so yay! It's not bad, is it?
Yeah.
There you go. Unleash Rage is a blessing and has a warp charge of 6. If manifested, select one Blood Angels core unit within 12 of the Psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. So that's really good. Not as good as it used to be, because it used to be that the whole unit just got +1 attack. But now its 6s are exploding. So, yeah, still pretty good. Shield of Sanguinius is a blessing that will have a warp charge of 6. If manifested, select one Blood Angels unit with an 18 of the Psyker until the start of the next Psychic phase. Models in that unit have a 5-up invulnerable save, which is okay. I mean, it's better than nothing, right?
I think that's really good.
There you go. He's in favour of it. Not too bad. Blood Boil. Blood Boil has a warp charge of 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit that is within 18 of and visible of the Psyker and roll 2d6. If the total is more than the highest toughness characteristic of models in that unit, it suffers D3 mortal wounds. If the total is more than double the highest toughness characteristic of models in that unit, it suffers 3 mortal wounds. Ooh. It's alright, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty good. What you're on again? Is it 2d6?
2d6, yeah. So you roll 2d6. So if I'm fighting against you, Phil, and your little Krieg squad, and I roll a 6 on 2d6, I'll do 3 mortal wounds to you. It's
pretty easy to do.
I mean, it's likely, but, you know, not guaranteed, Phil. Not guaranteed.
No, that's true. But, I mean, I'm just trying to think. That's better than doing a smite, surely.
Well, it's a weird one, right? Because ultimately, it's a higher warp charge than a smite, unless, of course, you've done multiple smites before coming around to this one, because it's warp charge 6 rather than warp charge 5. And then if you succeed with smite, you just roll a d3 or potentially a d6, depending on what your roll was. Whereas with this, you've got to roll a 6, and then you've got to then roll equal to above a toughness. So if, say, the thing that you're up against is toughness 4, there could be a chance that you'd roll a 1, 2, or a 3 on 2d6 and not do anything. I mean, it's not likely, but it's a little bit more admin-y than.
But if you're against some like toughness 2 gross, you're gonna wipe them off the table.
Potentially, although would you prefer to roll the smite and potentially get that 11?
I think that's a lot harder to do. Well, it depends what your target is. If you're up against a really tough target that's like toughness 8,
yeah.
You'd be better off doing a smite because
totally
you're going to get those more mortal wounds on it. But against toughness 3, toughness 4, potentially it's worth going for this instead.
It's not a bad option. Then we got Blood Lance. It's Witchfire, has a warp charge of 6. If manifested, select one enemy model that is within 18 and visible to the Psyker. Draw a shortest possible line between this Psyker base. Between the Psyker base and the selected enemy model's base or hull. Then roll 1d6 for each model the centre of the line passes over. On a 5+, that model's unit suffers 1 mortal wound. So you essentially select a target that is a decent way away, and then hopefully you draw your line and you get a couple of extra units thrown in, and you can do a little extra mortal wound damage. Not game breaking, but certainly not bad. And the most famous of the abilities, the Wings of Sanguinius, the most well-renowned and beloved of all of the Blood Angel's abilities, used to be very strong, is still strong, but understandably not as strong as it used to be. So it's a blessing with a warp charge of 6. If manifested, this Psyker can make a normal move or fall back as if it were your movement phase. In addition, until the end of that of the phase, this Psyker has the move characteristic of 12 and the fly keyword. And what's important there is that is only in effect until the end of that psychic phase. So historically, it changed your profile to movement 12 and gave you the fly keyword up until your next psychic phase. So essentially, it used to be you moved, say, 6 inches with your Librarian Dreadnought, or 8 inches, I think its movement was. Then you would move again an additional 12, gaining the fly keyword at movement 12. Because you had the fly keyword, you were then eligible to charge aircraft and things of that nature. And then in the subsequent movement phase, you could move 12 again with no penalty because you had the fly keyword still in effect. So in old 8th edition, you could move and shoot with no penalty if you had fly, even if you were falling back from combat. So it used to be very strong, whereas now it's still very strong because it gives you a 12-inch boost, but it's doing so. It's doing so in the in the psychic phase exclusively. So good, but not as good as it used to be. What do you reckon there, Phil?
Yeah, it's still good for sure.
Very good, but understandably not as broken as it was before. Which again is sort of the flavour for a lot of this stuff. Good, but not as crazy as it used to be. Yeah,
that's what you want, though.
Oh, totally.
Like, it'll still see play. It's still really, mobility is kind of key.
Yeah, 100%.
So that is great.
Yeah, agreed. So there you go, psychic powers. Right. There we are, we got through it all. So, Phil, there are many, many HQ units in Blood Angels. Are there any in particular you want to hear about? Noting that you probably don't remember the names of nearly any of them.
Well, probably.
Do you want to just describe what their heads look like?
Well, I'm going to say, is the Sanguinor an HQ choice?
He is, yes. The Sanguinor is an HQ choice.
Then let's go for him.
Okay, wow. So the Sanguinor, we've already sort of talked about him a little bit, but we're now going to talk about the fullness of him. So historically, the Sanguinor was actually quite a reasonable buff unit for your army, but wasn't especially great in and of himself. Now he is movement 12, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2, strength and toughness 4, 5 wins, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and 2+ save. He has the Encarmine Broadsword, which is a melee weapon with strength +2, -4 AP, and damage 2. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to normal damage. So it's a pretty decent sword, hitting at strength 6, which is pretty reasonable. He is an Angels of Death and has death from above, so i.e. is able to, arrive from reserves. He has the Aura of Fervor, while friendly Blood Angels core or Blood Angel character units are within 6 of this model. Each time that unit fights until the fight is resolved, add 1 to the attack characteristics of models in that unit. This is not cumulative with the additional attacks granted by the Shock Assault ability. So that's super interesting because essentially it's good, but it doesn't then add to the Shock Assault ability.
No, but it gives them they've always got Shock Assault.
Yeah, it's like they've always got Shock Assault, but a lot of the time when you charge, you're going to gain, because the Shock Assault ability is going to come into effect, you're probably going to kill what you charged. It's very rare these days for Blood Angel assault armies to stay in a fight, unless of course they're doing strategies to try and wrap you up and keep you in a fight. But even then, you can escape with stratagems and things these days. So yeah, not as powerful as it used to be, but certainly still not bad.
True.
He's got the Angelic Visage. Each time a melee attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. So he's always -1 to hit in combat, which is annoying, as I'm sure you're aware, Phil.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
The Iron Halo gives him a 4-up invulnerable save. He's got the miraculous savior ability that we talked about already, which essentially is he can heroically evene out of reserves. And then he's also got Avenging Angel. This model is eligible to declare a charge with This model is eligible to declare a charge with even if it fell back this turn. This model is eligible to perform heroic intervention if it is within 6 horizontally and 5 vertically of any enemy units, instead of 3 horizontally and 5 vertically. Each time this model makes a heroic intervention move, it can move up to 6 instead of 3. All other rules for heroic intervention apply. So it can leave combat, fall out of combat, and still charge.
That's
and
good.
heroically intervene 6 inches.
Pretty good.
He's decent. He's all right. I mean, he's gonna obviously, if you're in the combat doctrine, he's gonna have 7 attacks on a charge, at strength 6, and -4, flat 2 damage. So he is gonna do some work for you. He's only toughness 4, so he's not the sturdiest character in the world. But that being said, he does have the best combination of keywords, i.e., he is both infantry and can fly. So he's not bad. He's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Points-wise, a Sanguinor will cost you the princely sum of 150 points. I'm on the fence about him. I think there are other stronger character choices in there, but I think he's definitely an interesting one.
I like the fact that he can kind of come down as this kind of a get me out of jail free card for one of your units that's being charged. He can be like, nope.
Yeah, I mean, as a looming threat early doors, he's definitely interesting if someone needs to then, go in on some sort of countermeasures. The only issue is that leaving him off the table for multiple turns could be problematic for you, but, I mean, ultimately, if you can get him to heroically intervene out of nowhere turn 2, or even turn 1, I mean, he could definitely be an interesting, hilarious X factor to add to your army, like the nice little surprise Sanguinor when people think things are going well for them. You'd be like, ha! There he is.
True. I think it could be a very late game winning move to pull off, but you're sort of relying on your opponent to be doing that.
Yeah,
because you've got to have a unit in combat, right, for him to.
Well, they have to.
It's just been charged.
They will have had to have charged you in their charge phase, and then you would have to have activated a heroic intervention. Although bizarrely, again, so reading the rules again, at the end of the heroic intervention step of your opponent's charge phase, if this model has not been yet, right, fine. So you just have to be in engagement range, in their turn. So if you don't kill everything so say for example in your turn 1 you charged into a unit but didn't kill it, then in their turn 1 they stayed in engagement to try and fight you. You could then have the Sanguinor appear and just go, and now I'm here, which is quite funny, I suppose.
And you've got your +1 to attack.
Yeah, exactly. That you would have lost otherwise.
Yeah. Synergies.
Oh, mate, you're laying it on thick there. That's good stuff. Probably the most, renewed HQ choice that people are talking about a lot now is the Sanguinary Priest, or potentially Brother Corbelow, but I don't think too many people are going to be looking to take Brother Corbelow because Brother Corbelow can't have a jump pack, whereas a Sanguinary Priest can. And jump packs really are king when it comes to the Blood Angel army. I won't bother reading what a Sanguinary Priest does because it's basically an apothecary with one key difference. And that is that it has a blood chalice. So essentially, in all other ways, it is an apothecary. It's got the combat restoratives ability, and it's got the Narfesium and all the stuff that kind of goes along with that. But the big difference maker for this guy and what people are interested in him for is the Blood Chalice. So in your command phase, select one friendly Blood Angels core or Blood Angels character unit, excluding vehicle units, within 6 of this model. Until the start of your next command phase, if Tactical Doctrine or Devastator Doctrine is active for your army, then each time a model in that unit makes an attack, the Assault Doctrine is considered to be active for that attack instead. Now, I'm not going to get into this massive debate, but there has actually been some people talking online about whether or not this ability actually grants you the Blood Angels super doctrine, because technically, there's some very specific wording being used here. So there are some people that are saying, and I think potentially accurately, based on how rules are written, that the Blood Chalice technically would just give you the -1 AP buff associated with being in the Assault Doctrine, as opposed to also granting you the additional attacks. Although I believe you could argue rules as intended, it's supposed to obviously give you the benefits of being in the Assault Doctrine and as a result give you the Super Doctrine, but it's not the way they've written it, technically.
Yeah, because what's the wording of it? Does it say when you attack or for the attack sequence?
So, where it gets really fiddly, and again, I'm stealing a lot of this off of Mikey from Hailstorm Wargaming, who did a video on it, and he himself is stealing it off of a Reddit post that he references in his video, that I forget the name of the guy that created the post. But yeah, so Mikey at Hailstorm has referenced it, and going through it all, you actually sort of makes a point. So there's something weird about the way they've written the rules for doctrines, and essentially it's to do with the wording around an army-wide ability like the Doctrine. So essentially, when you're in the Doctrine, your entire army becomes enrolled into this Doctrine, and when your entire army is enrolled in it, then you gain the benefits of it, including the Super Doctrine. However, when a single unit is in it, if the whole army isn't, then technically it doesn't come into effect. It's a lot more complicated than that, and I don't really feel like we need to get into it in massive detail. I personally will just play it the way that my opponent feels like it works, because I don't think it's clear one way or the other. If I come up against someone and he goes, "What do you reckon about this?" I reckon, I want to do it like this, but it seems like the rule suggests it has to work this way. I'd be like, mate, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do, I don't mind. It's really, at the end of the day, I can play it either way. But there is some nuance to how that works.
You would hope they would they would clarify that just in the FAQ.
Oh, totally.
It's raised a few eyebrows. It also has knock-on effects to the Space Wolves Codex, because they have a similar thing, but that's worded in a slightly different way.
Yeah, because the thing with the Space Wolves thing is that the Space Wolves one is quite an interesting one, because the Space Wolves one is written in such a way as to essentially create the problem that the Blood Angels have, because the Space Wolves Wolfen ability very specifically words it in such a way as it is in line with how combat doctrines are written, whereas this isn't. So that's where the thing gets a bit nuanced, I suppose. But it's interesting. I mean, personally, I think I always have a little bit of an issue with rules as intended as an argument, because who are we to add intent to these scenarios? I mean, ultimately, all we can do is interpret based on the words as written. So I usually lean towards rules as written as a philosophy, only because I don't like to presume to know what the thought process was behind this. I can only deal with, I can only play it as it lays, to use a golfing terminology. Not that I'm super familiar with golfing, but what I mean? It's just very weird. I get very sort of confused by the rules as intended versus rules as written type arguments. But anyway, look, long story short is, Seguri priests are going to become a must, because, on the assertion that this then gives you the Super Doctrine, just makes these units insanely powerful early doors, because you can manipulate the doctrines and enter into a scenario where, again, your Death Company unit that's already moved its 12 inches at the start of the game, and then it's going to move its additional 14, and then obviously is now in the Assault Doctrine. It's going to come in and hit you like an absolute truck, which is no bad thing for Blood Angels players, right?
For sure.
Where do you sit with this, Phil?
In terms of what it does?
Yeah.
I'm a bit on the fence. I think, like you said, most people would read that and just assume, well, I get all my benefits, right? And the fact that someone's had to go through it with pretty much a law degree to work out that isn't actually the case, tends to mean that's not how it was intended, because that's not an everyman effect. And I think that's just a bit of an oversight in how it was worded. So yeah, it probably is everything, because if it was just -1 AP, why not just say that? Why go through all this sort of palaver if it's not -1 AP plus 1 attack plus whatever other benefit you might be getting?
Yeah.
So it seems a bit odd that it wouldn't be. It was funny because when you're mentioning these guys at the very beginning, I was going to be like, oh, do they just have a chalice full of blood? And that is exactly what it is, which is quite funny.
Yeah, that's exactly it, mate. The blood chalice. It's literally it. And then if you take Brother Corbelow, his blood chalice is so fancy, the Red Grail, the ability becomes an aura. So all core units, so all Blood Angel core and Blood Angel character units within 6 are considered to be in the Assault Doctrine.
Nice.
So if you could find a way of catapulting Corbelow up the table, so maybe again, as we were talking about before, you can't put him in an Impulsor because he's not Primaris, but you could take him up in a Rhino or have him in a drop pod and just be like, poof, there's Brother Corbelow in the middle of the battlefield. Now everyone gets this aura, because it could be quite useful.
Oh yeah, it sounds like it would be.
Also, he has the... does he still have it? Oh no, it's his Warlord trait. So his Warlord trait is the reroll 1 bits and pieces, because he used to be renowned for being like super lucky. So he used to... Yeah, there was something about him where he just wasn't very good. He was just fated to never die or something, so he always got to like re-roll armor saves or something. But now I think they've just made that his Warlord trait if you make him a Warlord. Anyway, good old Brother Corbelow. Really, again, cool old iconic Blood Angels model, but definitely nowhere near as good looking as the standard plastic Sanguinary Priest, which, if we're all honest with ourselves, looks an awful lot like what you imagine Brother Corbelow would look like in the modern era. It's almost as if they just did a plastic version of Brother Corbelow and went, oh wait, let's just make it a regular Sanguinary Priest and keep selling the old Brother Corbelow model. But there you go. I suppose we can't talk about HQs without talking about the big man, Commander Dante, the regent of the Nihilus, or whatever the heck he's part, Lord Regent of the Imperium Nihilus. You want to know something funny about the Lord Regent of the Imperial Nihilus?
What's that?
Apparently it's not as impressive as being the bloke in charge of Ultramar, because Marnius Calgar gets 2 CP for being in charge of Ultramar, like the Queen Bee of Ultramar, or whatever he's called. He gets 2 additional command points, but apparently if you're the Regent of the Imperial Nihilus, that's only worth 1 additional command point.
Well, that's because the Nihilus is, it's blocked out from the Emperor's Light, so
is that what it is?
Deserve that extra CP.
Although, interestingly, I also think Azrael of the Dark Angels generates 2 CP, and I think that ability is just called something like I is a well good leader, or something along those lines. So poor old Dante, he's missing out, basically. He's not been given the same praise or approval as Azrael and Calgar.
Is it because the other 2 are Primaris and this guy isn't?
Well, no, I mean, Azrael is not Primaris as far as I'm aware. I mean, obviously anything could change between now and the release of that Dark Angels book, but...
No, true.
But anyway... look, I mean, he moves well quick because he's moving 12, weapon skill ability 2+, strength and toughness 4. He's got 6 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2+ save. He's got an Inferno pistol, which is basically a melter gun, but in pistol form. And then he's got the Axe Mortalis, which is a melee weapon with strength +3, so he's strength 7, -3 AP, flat 2 damage, and nothing else special about it. He's got the Death Mask of Sanguinius, so each time an attack is made against his model, subtract 1 from the attack hit roll, so same as Sanguinor. He's also got an Iron Halo, so he's got the 4+ invulnerable save. He gains an additional CP. He's a Chapter Master, so he can essentially allow Blood Angel's core or Blood Angel's character unit within 6 of him in the command phase to reroll all hit rolls. He's got the Rights of Battle aura, so anyone within 6 inches of him rerolls 1. And he's an epic hero of the Imperium. Once per battle, this model is selected to use the Epic Deed stratagem. That stratagem costs 0 command points. And I can't remember what the Epic Deed stratagem is. In fact, no, sorry. Epic Deed stratagems is a selection of stratagems. So there's more than just one Epic Deed stratagem. But if you choose to use Dante, and perform an epic deed that costs 0 CP.
That could... Well, that's where you're getting your extra CP from there.
Is that what it is? That's the value.
You're saving yourself plenty there.
On those epic deeds, yeah. I mean, I'd have to reacquaint myself with what the epic deeds are, but... Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting one. I mean, again, points-wise, he's not hugely expensive, so Dante is coming in at 175 points. I'm not sure. I never know about Commander Dante. He's always been a weird one for me, where he feels like he should be good, but he never quite is what you want him to be.
Yeah.
I mean, he's fine. He's definitely going to do some work for you, but I don't feel like he is a... He's no auto include like a Calgar or he's just not quite in that same league. But he's still good. He's punchy, right? So he's all right.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to take any HQ, which would it be?
If I was to take a HQ from this,
like a named one.
If I was to take a named HQ, I think probably the most consistent one I'd take is Lamartez, only because of the fact that he's so good at buffing Death Company. So Lamartez is a Death Company chaplain. Famously, he is a Death Company chaplain that is so well behaved, he's able to essentially suppress the Black Rage to enable him to be put into stasis and then released upon requirement. So when Astaroth went to chop his head off the first time he took to the field as a member of the Death Company, apparently he was sort of there not fighting him or not being loopy. He was just like using his resolve to be like, nah, I'm good, just put me on ice, boss. I'm ready to go again. So that's what they do, or at least that's what they used to do. God knows what they do now. I've not actually read any of his updated fluff, but essentially he's movement 12 because he's got a jump pack. He's weapon skill 2 plus ballistic skill 3 plus strength toughness 4. He's got 4 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 3 plus save. He's got a bolt pistol and the Blood Crozius. The Blood Crozius is strength plus 2 minus 2 flat 2 damage. He is an Angels of Death. He's got Death from Above and Black Rage. He's got Fury Unbound, while friendly Blood Angel Death Company core or Blood Angel Death Company character units are within 6 of this model. You can re-roll charge rolls made for those units, so that's obviously massively important, being able to re-roll your charges. Light in the Dark, while friendly Blood Angel Death Company units within 6 of this model. Models in that unit can use this model's leadership characteristic, and its leadership characteristic is 9, so as referenced earlier, all the Death Company is usually leadership 7. This guy makes them leadership 9, which is obviously pretty good, although I believe a regular chaplain will still do that as well. And then he's got a 4-up invulnerable save, and he's also got Guardians of the Lost. Each time this model recites a litany, if that litany instructs you to select a friendly unit, that unit must be a Death Company keyword in addition to any other required keywords, or it cannot be selected. Each time this model recites a litany, if that litany is an aura ability, then units are only affected by their ability if they have the Death Company keyword in addition to any other keywords. And yeah, it can have he essentially can do 2 other litanies. I suppose actually what's interesting as I'm reading this out loud, and again I need to sort of check some of the nuances of this. I'm not entirely sure whether if you just took that Warlord trait that allows you to reroll charges, whether or not this guy is actually any better than just a regular chaplain now. I suppose he's got Black Rage. What do you reckon, Phil?
No, I don't know. I think surely he's got some other better stuff than just that.
No, that's it, mate. That's it. So bizarrely, because they've made a Warlord trait where you can re-roll charges now, it sort of feels like, yeah, you could just take a regular chaplain with a jump pack, and then you wouldn't just be benefiting Death Company. You would be benefiting Death Company, but you'd also be... Because the weird thing about this is... Hang on, let me just check some of the keyword rules here.
Because I guess regardless, it's like you're saving yourself a Warlord trait because it's baked into the data sheet.
But here's the thing, right? So, yeah, a Death Company Marine has all the same keywords as a regular Blood Angel Marine. It's just got Death Company in addition to everything else. So there's no reason why a regular chaplain can't still just give you all of the buffs that Lamartez gives you.
Yeah.
I think Lamartez is possibly a bit fightier. It seems like... because he used to be actually really strong. I may have overestimated him based on historical precedent. I'm not entirely sure if he's actually all that.
So he doesn't have the Black Rage ability.
He does have the Black Rage ability.
Oh,
So
he
he does
does.
have it, but historically, so it used to be that Lamartez charging in had like something like 7 attacks in 8th edition. So Lamartez was like a combat monster. Now he's not quite in the same league anymore.
Interesting.
Oh, fair enough. Well, maybe you'd have to reevaluate the viability of Astaroth, I suppose, based on that scenario. But there you go. Last HQ choice that we need to talk about really is... I'm torn between Chief Librarian Mephiston and the Librarian Dreadnought. I think I'm going to talk about Mephiston because he's such a unique thing to the Blood Angels. The Librarian Dreadnought is super cool as well, but I think if you're looking at both options, I think Mephiston is still...
You didn't want to talk about Captain Taka and how rubbish he is.
Nah, we pretty much done him. There you go. You just done it there. Well done.
Fair enough. I have to say, going on about Librarian Dreadnoughts, gutted that my prediction that they would appear in the regular Space Marine Codex wasn't true.
Yeah, that is a real weird one, isn't it? You'd think that someone other than the Blood Angels would have them.
Yeah. I guess they we can't take them away from Blood Angels, but they could because they just make it that everyone can have them.
It would have been nice if in, like, say, the Forge World Compendium, the weird compendium, if they had just thrown in, like, given it as a token gesture to Blood Ravens players, because obviously Blood Ravens have a lot of librarians, so it would have been cool. And obviously the iconography is relatively similar. It's just a drop of blood, as it were. So you could have just been like, oh yeah, and then just randomly we're just going to let Blood Ravens take them as well or something. You know?
Yeah, I guess it's that thing of if the kit is specifically adorned with lots of Blood Angel stuff, they can't make a generic Librarian Dreadnought, can they?
It does feel like a real mistake, though, right? I mean, I understand they just sort of... The thing is, the Blood Angels Librarian Dreadnought came about in the 5th edition Blood Angels Codex, which was a famous Matt Ward publication, or whatever his name was back in the day. And there was a time where he was like a huge Games Workshop meme, wasn't there, for like all situations. Oh, it's a Matt Ward book or whatever it was.
Yeah, he's super unpopular, I think, predominantly because of Necrons.
Yeah.
But
I think the Blood Angels created a bit of a hubbub as well, because if I remember the literature around Blood Angels in that book, it was like, and then they got into their Storm Ravens and went somewhere in their Storm Ravens, and using their Storm Ravens, they were able to overcome the odds because they had Storm Ravens. Buy Storm Ravens, everybody. They is good. It was like, Jesus, you were really going to town on these Storm Ravens, rather. But yeah, the Librarian Dreadnought kind of came out of that. But then I think it's one of those weird things, isn't it? It's one of those sort of Jez Goodwin decisions where it's like, boss, we've got 2 variants of Blood Angel Dreadnought, the Furioso and the Death Company. We need a third, what do you reckon? Chaplain Dreadnought? That probably feels like something that could be kind of Blood Angel-y. Nah, mate, Librarian, go for it. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Well, I guess in the lore they're meant to have more Librarian Dreads than others, right? So
well, they're
maybe
the only ones with Librarian Dreads, yeah. I mean, that's the weird thing. It's like, it's one of those weird scenarios where the lore is that now because obviously it's been written to accommodate this thing, but it's very weird. It's odd that...
Yeah, I guess it depends on how long ago that lore reference was, if it
it's over 10
predated
years ago now, isn't
the
it?
model.
Yeah, well, it didn't... There was no reference to a Librarian Dreadnought until they appeared in Blood Angels. As far as I'm aware.
No, fair enough.
But we should talk about the Librarian Dreadnought, really. Come on, we can do this.
Go on.
We'll be fine. So the Librarian Dreadnought, right? It's a Movement 6 Dreadnought, because it's only a little Spudnaught, as I love to call the little old-school Dreadnoughts, the little Spuds. It's got a weapon skill and a ballistic skill of 3, so it's not necessarily the most punchy thing. Strength 6, toughness 7, 8 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and 3+ save. It comes with a heavy flamer and a Stormbolter. Sorry, it comes with a Stormbolter, Furioso Fist, and a Furioso Force Halberd. The Furioso Force Halberd is a melee weapon, strength +2, so that'd be strength 8, -3, D3, +3 damage. Each time the bearer makes an attack with this weapon, it gets 1 additional attack, so no more than 1 attack can be made Hang on. Each time the bearer fights, it makes one additional attack with this weapon, and no more than one attack can be made with this weapon. Wow, okay, flipping X. So you can only fight with this thing once. You may only jab someone once with the old...
fair enough. I mean, when it's doing D3 plus 3, I mean, if it was doing that with all of its attacks, it'd be a bit mental. So what's it doing with rest? Just punching him with its fist?
Yeah, and its fist is strength times 2, so strength 12 minus 3 flat 3 damage. So bizarrely, on a charge, it will have 5 attacks and then 1 force halberd attack.
Cool.
So it's alright, so 6 attacks, that's not bad. This model Stormbolter can be replaced with a heavy flamer or melter gun. Standard. It's got a psychic hood, so if you're within 12 of it, it adds 1 to its Deny the Witch rolls. It's duty eternal because it's a dreadnought, so it's -1 to the damage characteristics of attacks. And should it die, it can explode. This model can attempt to manifest 2 psychic powers and can attempt to deny 1 psychic power. It knows smite and 2 psychic powers from the sanguinary discipline. So what's interesting about this character in particular is, as well with the Librarian Dreadnought, it can only take sanguinary discipline, so you can't give it other disciplines as well. So you can't then give it Librarius disciplines for whatever reason. And even if you equipped it with the Tome of the Malcador, which is a trick people do to then gain access to a Librarius power as well as, say, a Sanguinius power, you wouldn't be able to do that because it specifically specifies that this guy can only access Sanguinius powers. Fact. So there you go. What do you reckon of a Librarian Dreadnought, Phil?
Well, I was going to say, is it a character and cannot be targeted in the same way that everyone was doing with the Chaplain Dreadnoughts?
Correct, yeah, it is a character, yeah. But obviously, the way they've FAQ'd that situation, you can't have 2 of them next to each other stopping you from shooting either of them.
Oh, well, that was just nonsense.
Yeah.
But the fact is, you can still sort of screen it out with some troops or, a regular Dreadnought. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. I'm just reading the Sanguinary Discipline thing here, just at the start. So, Psycho models in Blood Angels detachment can know all of their psychic powers from Sanguinary Discipline instead of Librarian or Obscurus Discipline. Before the battle, generate psychic powers for psychic models that know powers from the Sanguinary Discipline using the table below. You can roll a d6 to generate powers. So, models can know all their powers. Yeah, because there's a weird thing about there's a relic called the Tome of the Malcador, which essentially allows you to then gain an additional psychic power. But the way it's sort of worded, it suggests that you can gain an additional psychic power from any discipline that you have access to. But then technically the way this is worded is you... Anyway, I'm going to get... There are a lot of people that are of the opinion that you can go, cool, I'm going to take some sanguinary powers, and then I'm going to add a Librarius power, because I want Null Zone, because Null Zone's super strong. But I don't know. Yeah, that's an
seems
interesting...
a bit cheaty. Seems a bit cheaty.
I don't know, because whenever I read the thing, it's one of those really awkwardly written things where you're like, I'm not sure which way that's going to go. Fine. And then Chief Librarian Mephiston, just to get him out of the way, so he is faster than a Dreadnought. He's moving 7. Weapon skill 2+ and ballistic skill 2+, so he's much more efficient in a fight. He has strength and toughness of 5, which is certainly no bad thing. He's got 6 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and a 2+ save. He comes with a plasma pistol and the Vitorus, which is a melee weapon, strength times 2, so that's strength 10 minus 3 d3 damage. He is a Lord of Death, so each time this model loses a wound, roll a d6 on a 5+, that wound is not lost. And he's got a psychic hood and is able to manifest 2 psychic powers in your psychic phase and attempt to deny 2 psychic powers in your opponent's psychic phase. He knows smite and 3 powers from the Sanguinary Discipline. And the points differential between he and a Librarian Dreadnought is Chief Librarian Mephiston is 155 points, and a Librarian Dreadnought is 150 points. Unless, of course, you then add a melter gun or heavy flamer, and then they are the same points. So, yeah, I don't know there. I don't know which one I'd take in more instances. I probably would go with Mephiston, I have to be honest. If I was only going to have one. But then I love the Librarian Dreadnought as well. I mean, he is very difficult to get rid of with his -1 damage and toughness 7.
Yeah.
But then Mephiston's hard to get rid of with a 2+ save and 5+ feel no pain.
Yeah.
I mean, you take Mephiston, you slap him on a bit of ruin, he's got a 1+ save that then obviously has 5+ feel no pain on it. And then he's got 6 wounds to chew through at toughness 5.
Yeah, smaller, he's infantry, he can go through walls. Yeah, there's pros and cons to both.
No, pros and cons.
Why not have both?
Why not have both? Exactly. Why make the choice? Have it all. And I suppose the last thing we should talk about is the Sanguinary Guard. Now, obviously, we've kind of alluded to Death Company throughout the process, and there's lots of other things in this book that we can get into. I mean, Death Company, hopefully you've got a good flavour for what they can do throughout the course of this conversation. But yeah, they're just super flexible Space Marine units that can have jump packs or can be intercessors and so on. But Sanguinary Guard are really one of the most now iconic and unique squads that Blood Angels have access to, so we should definitely talk through those. So, Sanguinary Guard, they're movement 12 because they've got jump packs, they weapon skill, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness 4, 2 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 2+ save. So a very strong profile. Every model is equipped with an Angelus bolt gun and has either an N-Carmine sword, but they can change that sword into an axe or a power fist. Essentially, the Angelus bolter is range 18, assault 2, heavy 4, strength 4, AP -1, 1 damage. So again, obviously in the tactical doctrine, this thing is -2 AP, which is actually pretty reasonable, and the fact that it's assault means that obviously you're able to advance with these guys as well and still shoot, so pretty good across the board there. And then when it comes to their sword and axe combos, they're essentially power weapons, but effectively master crafted. So their power axes are +2 strength, -2 AP, and 2 damage, and their swords are +1 strength, -3 AP, and 2 damage, and then their power fists are power fists. They have the Angelic Vigil. Each time melee attacks is made against this unit, subtract 1 from the hit roll, so they're -1 to be hit in combat. And they have Heirs of Azakalion, whoever knows who that is. Each time a model in this unit makes an attack, if that model is within 6 of a friendly Blood Angels Warlord model, add 1 to that attack's hit roll. So they're hitting on 2s when they are within range of a Warlord. So they are not bad. The only thing is they're relatively pricey. I think they're going to cost you 30 points, 31-ish points a model. So they're a bit pricey compared to some other options, but they've definitely got a lot of good things going for them. Wouldn't you say so, Phil?
For sure.
There you go. I love those little reassuring moments you give me there. So look, there you go, Phil. We've gone through all of it pretty much. The only things we haven't talked about in any amount of detail is the Furioso Dreadnought and maybe the Death Company Dreadnought. I think those two flavour of Dreadnoughts are probably the only things we haven't touched upon. But I reckon that's a pretty good summary of it all. What are your final thoughts on Blood Angels now that we've talked about it for over 2 hours, Phil?
Well, they still seem good. They don't seem as, like I said before, easy combo broken in a few places where you're gonna. I think the thing, if you're a Blood Angels player, you're probably gonna pull your hair out a little bit because you're like, oh, all my cool combos that I always did every single game aren't there anymore. But what there is there's new combos, and you might have to dig around a little bit to find them, or they're just not going to be as painful for your opponent. Because I think the problem with a lot of the stuff before, like the jump pack that ignored Overwatch, for example, is like it just wasn't fun to be on the receiving end of them, and that's sort of not how the game should be played. It's like, yeah, you should have some good fun combos. There should be some narrative elements to them, but ultimately it should be like, oh, cool, you can do that ability. That's great. Not, oh, dear God, is that again? Which unfortunately is what a lot of the Blood Angel stuff was before. It was just really unfun to play against. So it seems like they've taken a lot of that out, but there is still some crazy good combos. There's still a stratagem that can basically guarantee a charge on your Death Company from turn one. If you're mad enough to deploy on your deployment zone against opposite them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is with that though I think one of the things that is a weakness to the Blood Angels army is the lists somewhat write themselves, and I think one of the things that's sort of weird about it is they're a very one-dimensional list in some regards because their most efficient options are quite
they
obvious.
Just stand out.
Yeah, and I think if you can survive, or you can do very tactically clever things to survive the initial aggression, then I think you should be okay. Because I think it depends, right? I think it's one of those situations where, again, the old methodology of screening and things is definitely going to pay dividends in the Blood Angels matchups, because the Blood Angels need to come towards you. Now, I guess one of the bigger problems with Blood Angels is because they got so much mobility and represent a very real, physical threat. If you allow them to get board control, you could definitely end up in a very tedious game where they're able to kind of chokehold 2/3 of the board and control the objectives and kind of starve you out. But I think, again, it really comes down to, I think the viability of certain Blood Angel strategies massively depends on terrain. Like, if you're playing in a ITC setting with the kind of ruins and terrain that the ITC guys favour, I think the Blood Angel army can and be very strong. I think Blood Angels, in the context of a table covered in ruins, with loads of line of sight blocking opportunities for them to move around unhindered because they've got infantry and fly, I think they're strong. I think if you met them in a more thematic board or played them in a more generic gaming board, I think they just die, Yeah,
I think they do need the cover and the terrain to get around, and I think that's the same with any army to an extent, where if you've got so much cover, it just favours assault armies, and if you don't have enough, it favours shooting armies. But you really need something in the middle that's a bit more balanced.
Agreed.
So yeah, that's the interesting thing, depending on who you're playing against and what your table's like. That really does impact the game.
Oh, totally. And I think that's the thing. Sorry, Phil.
Oh yeah, I was just going to ramble on and just say, like, yeah, they do seem good. There's definitely some cool tactics. Yeah, I think if you're a Blood Angels player, you shouldn't be worried too much. It seems like you've still got some really good stuff there. Whether you just all end up net listing and taking the same thing, I hope that's not the case, and that there are some interesting choices to make when it comes to list building, or even if it's just down to the relics and the warlord traits. But, I mean, I assume things like Sanguinary Guard and Death Company are always going to be an auto include in your army. But if you're playing Blood Angels, like, they're two of the coolest units, so why wouldn't you take them?
Yeah. I think the thing is with the Blood Angel players, and something I would try and encourage with a lot of Space Marine players who have potentially had to play their armies relatively one-dimensionally because of the way it was in 8th edition and what was optimised. I think there is a lot of tricks and tools that you have access to now as a Blood Angel player that could surprise people. I think the thing is like, normal Space Marines are still good in and of themselves. Having the extra Blood Angel stuff makes them interesting, and you can definitely add some aggressive, Death Company and Sanguinary Guard type elements to it. But, you're still a Space Marine, so you've still got access to a lot of the Space Marine options, and you can still be useful in the shooting phase, you can still be useful, in the psychic phase, you can still be mobile, you can do lots of interesting things with these guys. And the advantage they have is they're chapter tactic is really strong, because adding 1 to your wound rolls in combat hugely increases the efficiency of things. I mean,
that's madly good still.
Oh, of course, because I mean,
surprised they didn't tweak that, because +1 to wound army wide is crazy good.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I remember, because I was running a lot of scouts in my Blood Angel army back in the day, and the amount of times my scout squad would charge into combat and do loads of attacks because of shock assault, and then wound on freeze because of +1 to wound. You'd be amazed at how much work a scout squad can actually put in, which is quite cool. So, you know, I think you need to look at those options and think about what's there. I think there's some fun, interesting options for Blood Angels, but at the same time, you can just build a very, very punchy blob around a Sanguinary Ancient that gives you +2 to your movement, a dude that's giving you reroll charges, a chaplain that's giving you a bunch of auras. So again, probably looking at Astaroth, really, when you look at the options there, because he can do a load of crazy stuff. So yeah, I mean, you can very easily, immediately work out how to make a very, very aggressive, very powerful army with this. It's just how that army will perform in all scenarios. I
mean, you don't even necessarily need to go 100% into that close combat route, like you were saying, because they've got access to the whole Space Marine Codex. It's like Space Marines are just really good at shooting. So you could take 3/4 of your army as just a really good shooting Marine army, because all Marines are good at that. They're just not leaning into that in the same way that like Imperial Fists do. But then you've still got your really cool assault specific units that are then just like extra good. And it's like that way you get the versatility of turn 1, turn 2, if there's not enough cover, I can still do stuff in those phases before I get to the assault phase, rather than trying to just trick your way into the assault phase via strategy manipulation, for example. Although that's still really good to do those things as well. And you can just do that on those units that are assaulty.
I mean, I think that's the thing, man. I think it's interesting. I think there's definitely some interesting choices there, and I think there's some stuff that you can do with it. But I also think that obviously the combat element is clear to see. So yeah, look, on the whole, I like it. I think it's a good book. I think it's definitely a good sign for what is happening again. And again, I know I sound like a broken record with this. I've said it with Death Watch, I've said it with Space Wolves, and now I'm saying it with Blood Angels. It's like Blood Angels, but not as broken or not as obviously strong as it used to be. And I think that's a promising sign. And I, again, remain hopeful that we'll get this level of adjustment delivered to Ultramarines, Iron Hands, White Scars, so on and so forth soon, because I think these supplements definitely are moving towards making Space Marines a slightly less mad army list. And I think, again, we're seeing that with what is obviously happening with the announces around the Death Guard at the minute, and what they've done to like disgusting resilience, and how that's obviously being met with some initial, potential frustration by people. But I think it's all being done to improve the game overall, because I think, again, I personally did not enjoy playing Death Guard when everything had 5-up feel no pain and was toughness 100 or whatever it was. I mean, it just became insanely tedious trying to deal with Death Guard in that way. And always with Death Guard players, and I think it's just, I don't know what it is, but, that 5-up disgusting resilience may as well have been a 1-up, because it didn't ever seem to fail when someone needed it to. It was always like, hey, I've done 6 wounds to you. Cool, I take 1. You're like, oh my god, really?
Yeah, if you can roll well, which is always the case in the game, then it just becomes a bit obnoxious.
Yeah, so I think things like what they've done there is another sort of symbol or obvious case of how they're looking to improve things and how they are improving things. I just think, again, it's more of a marathon than a sprint at the moment. But again, yeah, I like it. I think I think Blood Angels aren't as brainless as they used to be, but I think they'll still surprise a lot of people. I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. So there you go. I think it's all right. I may well dust off the army and play some games with it when I get a chance in the future.
Nice.
Exactly. Could be done. All right, cool, guys. Well, there you go. That was us talking about Blood Angels. I can't talk. Words have left me. But thanks very much for listening. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you found it informative. Speak to you in just a moment. Transitional noise. Woo! Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the show, we're going to be talking about the year 2020 and all of the various fun things that transpired during this, the year of our Lord 2020. I don't know why necessarily I felt like, bringing the Lord into this, but, he does have a part to play, doesn't he, from time to time in the general goings-on. No one's going to... Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Phil. Thank you for your, religious counsel on this side of things. And look, Joe's here for this segment. Oh my God, he's still here.
I'm still here.
Savor him. Enjoy
Although
him.
I feel a bit icky at the moment.
Oh really? What's gone wrong? Have you got COVID?
No, I bent over and sat down and bent over a little bit too quickly and may have crushed one of my appendages, and you get that real.
Have you sat down too quickly and scraped a testicle?
Oh yes.
Have you got a bit of testicular torsion going on right now?
It's where you just you feel it in your gut, and it's just oh.
Well, that's very disappointing. You should have let us know before we started. We hit record.
I felt like pausing it and make that sound that cats make when they're about to throw up.
Was this a work-related injury?
No, I literally just now.
Oh.
Literally just now sat down too quickly, and there we are. Well, there you go. Did you get a bit of a swing on beforehand? Is it quite warm in your flat at the minute?
Oh, it's well hot at the moment.
Yeah.
I left it on for the last 2 days, and now I'm slightly melting.
You're so frivolous. And look at it. Now you're suffering the rewards with your low-hanging fruit, so to speak. Terrible business. Terrible business. But I'll tell you what was not a terrible business, although to be fair it was in many ways, the year 2020. At least in a Warhammer 40,000 sense. Obviously we can, talk about, and probably will to some extent, the overarching fun that, the overall world events has had. I have never played less Warhammer 40,000 than in the year 2020. Obviously, subsequent years before my birth, I definitely played less Warhammer 40,000 as well. And, years leading up to me becoming a 40k player. But certainly in the last 10 years, this is the least 40k I've played any year. Although, bizarrely, probably one of the years where Joe's played the most, wouldn't you say, Joe?
I've played a ridiculous amount of Warhammer this year.
I'm surprised you even still like it anymore.
I do. I think it's because I find things to kind of obsess about that I have that has no real connection to my work or my job at all.
I got you.
Okay. So, for instance, I've been painting a Custodes army, but in my head, I'm already looking at Thousand Suns.
Always the next project with you.
Yeah, I'm always like dipping in my little toe into the next project before I've moved on.
Thinking about yet more gold, though, right? Because, the Thousand Suns are quite a bit of gold.
Oh, it's going to be horrible. I painted some Thousand Suns for Richie, and it was a project that I said that I'd get done quite quickly, and as Dan knows, that's always a horrible lie on my behalf.
Oh, totally.
But it's just a grind. It really is, painting Thousand Suns, because you spray them all gold, and then you do the filling in. But the moment you make a mistake, it's like a 20-minute fix.
Well, there we are. So, in some respects, that may now take, the better part of 2021. But on the topic of 2020, we are going to try and recap the year, talk about some of the things that happened within the Warhammer 40,000 hobby, the overall kind of weird impact of strange occurrences that took place as a result of all of the horrible COVID stuff. And, also talking about some models, some books, and perchance even, some gaming highlights or things like that for us. So I guess a good place to start off is probably, back in January when the Sisters were still, coming through. The Sisters of Battle Range was completing itself in January as the Psychic Awakening marched on. And obviously the Psychic Awakening is quite almost a distant memory already, but I mean, it was still very much in its in its relative infancy back in January of 2020. And myself, Joe, Phil, we all ventured up to Nottingham for a trip to Warhammer World for the Warhammer 40,000 GT finals, and that was an odd way to start the year, wouldn't you say so, Joe and Phil? How did you find the GT finals this year?
I discovered the true meaning of meta regret. Then well, it was a great event. I had lots of fun and I learnt a lot. But in that chase to win, that need to do well, I completely over-egged it and took a terrible list. The irony.
Yeah, I had the same problem. I took that Blood Angels list of loads of Sanguinary Guard, and it was awful. I had no fun whatsoever. I literally, for me, and we'll get to Phil in just a second, but for me, I hated that event because it's the worst I've ever done at a Warhammer World tournament in years, and it's also was one of the most unsatisfying experiences in terms of just, gaming experiences overall. I found the whole vibe of that weekend was really poor. And if you remember, and Phil will probably speak to this point with myself as well, is we came away quite deflated because we felt like it was just another event to Games Workshop and nothing really was done to kind of give it any sense of gravitas. It was all very, very generic and very underwhelming. We didn't have, Jez Goodwin do a seminar about, future model releases. We didn't get any insights on what now we know as 9th edition. There was no, there wasn't even, GW design team members walking around the hall or doing anything. It was just a bit eh. And it definitely kind of made my relationship with my aspirations around competitive 40k a little bit jaded at the start of the year. It's fair to say at the start of the year I was not overly into the idea of competitive 40k after that event. But Phil, what was your vibe with it, mate?
Do you know what? I can barely remember, but I do. I'm pretty sure every time you go to one of those GTs, I basically swear that I'll never go to one again because they're just a bit, I don't know, they're sort of tough going. It is, the games are good and enjoyable, but the actual game itself is quite enjoyable, even though you're kind of rushed for time and stuff. But I think the event overall is kind of burns you out. It's like you don't get much time to socialise with your friends. We sort of all go up together, barely get to see each other with the exception of lunch and dinner. And that's sort of why I prefer...
Oh, sorry, Joe, what were you saying?
I said dinner's always good. Dinner's never a bad thing when we go up to it.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's always really enjoyable. But I think what Games Workshop puts on is always just a tiny bit disappointing because they just cram in as many people as possible. It kind of gets a bit hot and sweaty in there. And you're always sort of rushed for time to finish your games and stuff, or at least I am because of my army that I'm taking or whatever. I think the actual games I did were, relatively good, but I think I was still suffering from the getting a bit fed up with a Krieg index, which is at least 2 years out of date.
Oh, you thought you were fed up with a Krieg index, Phil? Dear, I did.
No, no, yeah. I almost hark back with rose-tinted glasses already at how lovely that index was.
Yeah, exactly.
I call a rude word I had to share a hotel room with Phil, and all he ever did was complain about.
Yeah, but that's why Phil has
Well,
spent...
no, at the time I was complaining, yeah.
Yeah. That's why Phil has spent an inordinate amount of money on a Krieg army for the privilege of being able to complain about it non-stop. It's never good enough. That's what you spend that kind of money on.
I by the way, I love the Krieg stuff, and I'm going to be making some Krieg conversions.
Oh,
for a guard army.
a conversion?
Yeah, so I'm going to use the Palatine Enforcers.
Oh yeah,
because they all come with shotguns,
right.
and use them as Krieg.
No, engineers.
It's,
But they're quite a bit bigger than Krieg in scale, though, Joe.
yeah, but I could just put them on a 25mm base. It's not a problem. It's
fair
it's not scaling for advantage when they're easier to be shot at.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, it is if you're able to shoot over a wall. You can.
Oh,
shoot.
the power playing.
Oh, anyway, and then I want to put some enforcers on some Gene Stealer Colt bikes and have them as Death Riders. I haven't finalized.
I don't think the Enforcers will go on the GSE bikes, mate, because the scale of the GSE is slightly smaller than the Enforcer scale.
Or I'll figure something out.
You'll figure something out. It'll just be a
Enforcers
horrible
are
mess.
Pretty big.
It'll be a horrible mess and a moosh boosh.
It'll look like when someone's riding on one of those little children's motorcycles, you know, like the little baby bikes.
On those like those little Go Motos or whatever they were.
Yeah, whatever they were. They were a thing once. But anyway, yes, so... yeah, like the competitive side of things, it certainly was interesting in Warhammer World, because also as well, during the early months of 2020, one of the interesting topics for us was also the fact that the grand tournament structure that Games Workshop had implemented historically was being turned into something entirely different for 2020, and they were going to run this much shorter GT series, culminating in a big finals in May, which we obviously then discovered was because there was going to be a new edition of 40k launching originally planned in May, and that was obviously something that they had kind of built this entire really cool thing around. And I remember at the start of this year we were all actually quite excited about if we were able to have qualified for that kind of 16-man final that they were looking to do, because for the first time ever they were going to do free entry for the finalists. It was going to be a much more exclusive thing, and almost certainly it looked like Games Workshop would have probably rolled out a bit more of a red carpet style treatment for those that qualified for that, which would have been cool. And it looked like as a result that would have addressed some of the issues that were occurring around the Warhammer World GT series. So broadly, I think we were quite optimistic about that, but it was quite sad that obviously that never came to pass because of COVID. And I don't know who was in the winner's circle. I'm fairly sure we probably know somebody amongst those initial winners from the first GT events who probably qualified to go to the final thing. But does anyone actually know what they got, or if they actually got anything after that?
I don't think they did. So Chris Boskin.
Oh yeah, old Chris. Oh, well, I was gonna say something else.
He absolutely destroyed my Celestial Lions at the final with his Necrons, and then he qualified. But I don't think he got anything for it.
So he qualified for what was supposed to be happening in May.
Yeah.
Oh wow, and so they gave him nothing.
No.
It's a shame, isn't it? Because it's sort of a weird thing, isn't it? Because when they offer that sort of incentive, and you've won that, you would have thought they would have sent some kind of, compensation to people who had qualified but weren't able to see it done.
I don't know. It's a bit exceptional circumstances. It's not.
Well, true.
I sort of get it.
Could have sent them a commemorative plaque or something. Been sorry, and that'll do. But anyway, yeah. So look, I mean, the start of the year there was a lot of competitive stuff going on. I think even though the finals at Warhammer World left me a bit cold, I quickly kind of rallied myself because we'd obviously been working quite a lot with Adam from 40k Brawl. Forgotten what Adam does there for a second. We were working with Adam from 40k Brawl to help try and promote Beachhead Brawl, and that was happening in early to mid-February, so I felt compelled that I should go to that and still kind of support him and, take part in that event. And then that actually turned out to be really fun, and I think that really kind of triggered me into wanting to do more competitive 40k, so I got on the bandwagon, as it were, and I got going with more competitive 40k at the start of the year. Played, I guess, 4 tournaments in all before COVID kicked in, and we were unable to keep going. But it was weird, wasn't it? Because, this was supposed to be, at least for me and Joe, this was supposed to be quite a big ITC year for us, right, Joe?
Oh, yeah. It was supposed to, we thought, well, we're going to do it. We're going to go all in and really push the boat out. And it all kind of just landed on its face. Just kind of landed like a fat kid in a swimming pool, his belly flop.
That's it.
Flop.
That's it. As a fat person, I can sympathise with the impact felt upon the water.
As a fellow belly flopper.
Exactly. I know all too well the ill effects of these things. Look, from a competitive side of things, it's been interesting because, the year's been completely turned on its head. What would be interesting, I suppose, to hear, I guess, Phil's opinion on first, not as a hardcore ITC man. What do you feel like the legitimacy is, or the status of the ITC after the 2020 season? Do you feel like people who are high ranking in the 2020 season are deserving of the same level of kind of notoriety and praise as had they done it under normal circumstances, or do you feel like, if anything, they're deserving of more praise because it's happening under even more extraordinary circumstances? What's your feeling on the state of the ITC after the events of 2020, Phil?
Well, even like Reese, who runs the ITC, he always says 2020 is going to have like a little asterisk against it. Like, I think everyone's aware that the person that wins it may well have won it anyway, but there's a good chance that they wouldn't have because they might just so happen to have got more games in than is feasibly possible from other people around the world. So, as certain countries in the last month potentially come out of lockdown, obviously that's not happening in this country, but in other countries, like in Europe, maybe they get some more games in and people can sort of sneak ahead, and you might get some really, not the usual known people actually winning the events. You might get some randoms kind of sneaking in, and it's all valid based on the rules. But like I said, it's just not a normal year for gaming. If you can manage to get in the games, then great. But I think a lot of people have just been in a position where they can't even attend tournaments. So yeah, it's like you've won out of the best of those that could compete.
It's funny you say that as well, because like at the moment, I haven't checked in a while, but as of a few weeks ago, I was like the 5th best Craft World player still, and that was based off of 3 tournaments. Beachhead Brawl, where I came 6th, a small, whatever it's called. What's it called when it's small, Joe?
An RT, isn't it?
Is it an RT, Joe? Joe's not here.
It's a RT. Sorry, I muted myself. I'm wrapping Christmas presents at the moment.
Fair enough. Efficient.
Eve, and to carry on the tradition of manhood, I am wrapping my presents late, and I'm at the boxes of Maltesers stage now.
Right.
So it's very difficult to record.
I'm sure everyone comes to appreciate your dedication to these things. This certainly will be missed, but yeah. So what's it called? RTS? RTS? No.
RTTT.
RTTT.
Yeah.
What's that stand for?
Regional
tournament tussle
thing.
All right, fine. Anyway, so I did okay at one of those. I think I came like 2nd or 3rd at one of those, and then I went to a GT. I think it was, or maybe not a grand tournament, whatever. The one between the two, and that
major.
Yeah, major. Not a major. No, I did one
it was
major,
bigger
one
than
RTTT and one GT, I think is what it was. Because Beachhead was a major. One of Adam's things in Poole was a Ritter, and the other one I think was a GT, which was in Winchester. And the one in Winchester, I did absolutely awful. I won one game and lost two because in the first round I came up against a Gene Stealer player that just had the perfect army to absolutely obliterate mine, and he did. And I was like, oh, if I'd literally have drawn any other player around me, I would have been okay. But that's how it goes sometimes in tournaments. Sometimes you just come up against something that will, push you in, as it were. But anyway, but even with that relatively poor performance and then two good performances, I'm still like the 5th in the world at Craft Worlds. And I don't feel like I deserve that based off of those performances, but that's where I am. So it's like, okay, cool. So it's interesting. I mean, Joe, what's your vibe on the ITC in terms of this year?
Like both, like what Phil said is incredibly valid. Like it's like it has like not everyone can go, but at the same time, it's like it's hellish to even get a ticket sometimes because was it Adam set up 3 events and all 3 of them sold out in minutes, kind of thing.
Well, back in like August, September, or July, August time when people started, it was like June, July, August time sometime when people started doing tournaments again, and all of those tournaments were just selling out crazy quick. So
like the ones that we were running down at in tournament, we sold one out in an hour, like a 30-man event.
Wow!
And it's like the problem with that is that you've got like it's great that there's so many people want to play 40k. It's just like if you're at work or something, how do you keep up with it?
Of course. And that's the thing as well, though, right? And that's one of the interesting things and probably obviously the most interesting thing of 2020 that obviously occurred, the release of 9th edition, and obviously the impact of all of that having happened during, COVID. Because one of the things that's really interesting to me is kind of speculating what 9th edition would have looked like had it occurred in a timeline as sort of, understood from a normal calendar year situation, because it does sort of feel like to me that like 9th edition, I believe, came out in June. So June 2020, 9th edition became reality. And in those 6 months since, they've done an Indomitus Crusade box, a series of like small bitty releases, but in terms of codexes, they've done... And obviously the Necron range, which isn't a small bitty release by any stretch of the imagination. But in that time, they've done that. But in terms of codexes, they've only currently got Deathwatch, Space Wolves, Blood Angels, and Necrons, Space Marines. And that's it. Deathwatch, Space Wolves, Blood Angels, Necrons, and Space Marines. So there's 5 codexes out so far, right? Unless I'm missing one. Anyone think I'm missing one?
No, I think that's it.
And based on, like, say, 8th edition, in a similar kind of timeline, that, do you feel like if this was a normal year, not a, global pandemic, we'd have a lot more releases in the span of 2020?
Maybe 1 or 2 more codexes, but I don't think that much more.
Really?
Well, I think. Oh, go on, Joe.
So I don't think they would have pushed out the boat, because one of the main complaints that everyone had when 8th edition dropped was that no one could keep up with it. Like there was 2 codexes a month.
Oh yeah, sometimes more.
Sometimes more for the entire year, and it's like, how do you keep track of that? Like we were like, oh, this book's out now. Okay, there's new books out now, and it does this thing, and then this new book is out now, and this also does a thing, and it's like, oh my god.
So they also did the Forge World book as well, in addition.
Oh yes, the Forge World book.
To that, which is sort of a book for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the 9th edition release was a month late because there was all the independent stockists got some marketing material that had, I think it was meant to be out in May as opposed to June. And I think, the one that they told us about is obviously Death Guard is delayed, but who knows how much of a knock-on effect all of the releases have had due to either COVID or for other reasons. I suspect some of the delays, maybe things like the Marine kits that were due to come out and clearly haven't, because they reprinted or remade all the second wave of the Indomitus box because there was so much demand for it. So having to do that is basically meant they've had to not manufacture something else that they was going to, which makes me think that's why the Gladiator and the Heavy Intercessors and the Eradicators haven't come out yet when they clearly were meant to. Because we've seen a lot of stuff. We've even seen a bunch of the Necron special characters. Feels like they should have come out by now.
Yeah.
What was interesting though is they previewed in that it was I think it was for the app. There was a photo of the Necrons, and in that there's another special character that isn't in the Codex, unless it's like a named character.
No, people are saying it's most likely the Technomancer, which is a type of cryptek.
Yeah.
Because they're saying because they wouldn't have put a special character and not put it in the book. That would be.
Well, that's what I mean. That seems really weird. Well, that's what makes me think maybe it was a named character and it's just updating an old model.
Maybe.
And that's how they've gotten around it. But we'll see. But it seems odd again that they clearly got the Codex and then they've released a character or a model for that Codex well after that Codex was made. Seems odd.
Yeah, there's been a lot of little funny moments throughout the year, really. And I think the launch of 9th edition has been a really interesting thing because, ultimately, you got to understand that Games Workshop has had to scramble to, alter things. And I suppose actually as well, it's worth highlighting, and it's something that I think, again, we look back on and forget about now, removed from that period of time as we are. There was about a 2-month period this year when everything was shut. And that was an interesting experience as well for a lot of hobbyists, I think. Because I think so many businesses kept their doors open and so many online, retailers and so many online, hobby or entertainment companies were continuing to sell, video games, movies, all this other stuff digitally or online via, online retailers. But Games Workshop really did just bring the shutters down and, there was so much stuff that people maybe wanted but just couldn't get, and the second-hand market got a bit crazy, and people started looking more at retro Warhammer because they wanted to just get their fix of something. So that was a really interesting time, and by all accounts, it hasn't done GW any harm in terms of having shut up shop for 2 months. But it was weird, right? I mean, was there ever any moments during those 2 months where you guys had a bit of, desperate hobby needs that were not being satisfied by closed Games Workshop?
I think I ran out of a few paints at one point, and I think I managed to get them off of a third-party stockist that kind of had kept its warehouse going. But because we knew lockdown was coming, and I was working at Triple Helix at the time, I think I literally picked up 10 Talos boxes and loads of. I was like, I know this is coming. I know I've got a good few months. I'll get my order in now. And I ordered. Yeah, I got Talos. I got loads of boxes. I got a couple boxes of Aberrants that I could convert into Grotesques. I got some Venoms. I got some Racks. I just got everything that I kind of I thought, the stuff I know I need to do. I'll just get those knocked out,
I'll tell you what was the weirdest thing for me as well, looking back on that time period, was knowing that a new edition or that something was sort of waiting in the wings, as it were. There was this weird period of time where there was it felt like a long period of time between knowing that 9th edition was going to happen and 9th edition happening, and then this weird sense of, pointlessness to trying to look at and think about 8th edition list building anymore, because there was that period of time where we didn't know enough to know what, the command point system was going to be anymore, or what, detachments were going to do and how they would work, or obviously what the points cost was of anything. And that was a really weird time as well, where, like, as someone who spends a lot of time on his phone on Battlescribe writing army lists, it was super weird to be in a situation where for like months I didn't really have any opportunity to do that. It felt like what I imagine it might be like to lose a limb, although I wouldn't be that insensitive. But I don't know, that was a weird time as well though, right? Where no one really knew what they were doing anymore, because normally you're working on projects that relate to army lists, and to not really know what is needed for your army going forwards was a strange experience, I would say, as well, right?
Yeah. Sure. You sit on the toilet and you're like, oh, I'd be writing army lists now. Suppose I might communicate with human beings, and then you're like, no,
won't be doing that. Won't be doing that.
I started playing a lot more Pokemon Go around that time.
But, how about you, Phil? Did you have any little hobby, SOS moments where you were short of supplies, or were you relatively well catered for in your bunker?
I think I'm fully stocked on stuff. I remember Richard actually running out of stuff, the old quizmaster himself.
Oh, yes.
And he went to 2 or 3 different places that were open. I think to try and just buy some spray. Get some primer and some contrast and
stuff. He went mad though, didn't he? When the lockdown was coming, he went on to Element and bought like every Shadespire gang, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he bought a lot of. I think he actually had quite a productive time off from work, because he did go through a lot of the Shadespire or Underworld warbands.
Yeah,
and I think that he did it right. Like, they're really good for just as a painting project. Like, he doesn't even play the game, but he's like, they're just cool models and I just want to paint them up. And he had a blast doing it, I assume. For myself, I was pretty stocked up. I've got tons of paints because I bulk bought someone's collection of like old stock when they were selling their paints super cheap. So I got, it was a few years ago now, but all the paints are still good for the most part. And it was like one of every paint for like £100 or something. That's what I'm doing. It might have been a bit more, but it was a bit of a bargain that I could not refuse, and it's still keeping me strong to this day. Yeah. But there are times when I do need a paint and it's a new one, and I'm like, oh damn, I don't have that one now. And then I've just got a huge backlog of models to get through anyway, so I didn't really need to buy anything. I think at that time I was furiously building my Minotaur's army, because I knew I was going to no retreat by that point, even though it was up in the air as to whether no retreat was actually going to happen. But I basically had to build and paint a 2,000 point army. Spoilers, I didn't do that. What a surprise. Well, I got it built, and I got I don't know, 600 points painted in the end. And then a few months towards the event, I decided to just build some new Krieg stuff for it.
Don't you have enough Krieg still to build that you could probably have another army or two?
Probably, yeah. I've got quite a few different units and stuff. Yeah.
It's the grot tanks that you need to be doing next, though, Phil.
Well, they look fun. Yeah, I've got grot tanks as well. Yeah, I've got a few. Everyone has a pile of shame, and mine's several boxes worth. So.
Yeah.
But, I mean, in terms of models and things that occurred across the span of the year and releases that obviously all kind of like happened, what was, you think, your favourite model of 2020, gentlemen? Not one necessarily that you painted, but obviously if it is one that you've assembled and painted, then obviously that's super helpful. But of all the many 40k miniatures that came out in the year 2020... which one is the one that stands out to you most? Phil, what do you reckon?
Well, I know hands down what it is. It's a model I don't own. I'd quite like it for conversion options. It's the Adeptus Sororitas, the Triumph of St. Catherine.
Oh.
It's not just one model, it's like 10.
It's
on a
many
base.
models rolled into one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's gorgeous for a start. Concept-wise, it was, I think, the first of its kind where they started to do these diorama characters. Built up
Well, not
several
the
people.
first of its kind, because old Boner Boys got one, didn't they?
Well, the Aussie Ark Bone Reapers, I think, came after this, because that came out later this year, I believe. Although I could be
Well,
wrong.
I think the original Sisters box came out first, and then the Bonermen came out, and then you got the Triumph came afterwards.
Yes, that does sound. I do feel like the boners were before.
But it was, around... basically, those two were the first of their respective systems. And then, since then, we've got the new Necron...
Silent King.
Silent King, yeah. He's carrying on that trend. And I like it. I think it's really cool as a concept. It takes models in a new direction from being just one big character to more like a unit in a way, but still being a sort of a character in the same time. I think the models themselves would be fantastic for just converting them up and taking them off and turning them into other stuff. Lots of cool bits on that kit.
A bit cumbersome, though, I think, in terms of a gaming piece. I mean, this is one of those miniatures that when I look at it, I'm obviously blown away by the detail, but I'm also incredibly intimidated by the idea of having to actually use it in a gaming sense, I suppose. Like, especially with the sheer amount of, ornate cherub nonsense that's floating around in the sky. I mean, it seems like...
Yeah, it's a delicate piece for sure. I think it's one of those pieces where you're going to have to paint it in sub-assemblies. And as someone who's done that quite a bit, it's like I kind of really hate it. Like, one thing I've tried to do with my Space Marine army is just build the model 100% as is and avoid sub-assemblies as much as possible. Because it's a bit of a faff, but it also really forces you to once you've gone down that route, you just have to paint it. You can't park that project because you will lose some pieces unless you're really careful.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, Joe, do you have any opinions on the triumvirate, or not triumvirate, sorry, whatever they're called, the Triumph of St. Catherine?
It's got my favourite bit of that model is its base.
Oh yeah,
because the base is stepped, and it's got the giant fleur de lis in the middle, and it's got rubble and stuff. And I really want to find a model that I can use with that base. And the annoying thing is, it's oval, but it's smaller than a knight.
right. Yeah.
So I can't use it for a knight base, but then I can't use it for like a Leviathan or anything because it's too big. It's the wrong shape.
You could use it for a flyer.
I think it's smaller than a flyer base as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Smaller than a flyer base?
Yeah, it's not that big. It's only designed to carry like 10 like little ladies on it.
Oh,
I don't know. The fire base is kind of small by that modern comparisons.
But I'll find something one day.
One day, something perfect will fit onto that base. So do you have one, Joe? Do you have one of these bases kicking around, waiting?
I have these bases waiting to be adorned with something.
Well, I look forward to seeing it when one day it comes to life, mate. It'll be a thing of splendour. Joe, do you have a particular miniature that you were especially fond of in the year 2020? It may not have been a model that was released in 2020. Maybe it's something that you painted and you particularly liked, but is there any 2020 specific model that you can think of, or would you just go with a random cop-out answer of, oh yeah, one of these things?
There's a couple models I really like that were released. Like some honourable mentions. I really liked the new Ragnar model.
Oh yeah.
Because he was like the first dynamic space, like Primaris Marine model that's been released. like he's in this really cool pose. I know they had the Wolfguard Battle Leader one. Ragnar really had some proper character to him, like for the Primaris range. Like he was like, but he wasn't like the sterile kind of one that kind of been released before.
And obviously, when you consider what Ragnar Blackmane has been for the most part of 20, of the 20, 30 years prior, I mean, Ragnar's been that horrendously static miniature for so long. To then replace that with something quite so energetic was quite incredible.
Yeah, it was a massive leap up, really, from what he was. So I do really like that model. I haven't had a chance to build or paint one yet, though. I really wanted to. And obviously, he was paired up against Gazgol, which is a beautiful model.
Oh yeah,
as well. But my favourite model of this year, well, I managed to build one, but I haven't got around to painting it yet, is the Lumineth Ghost Armor Nightman thing.
Hang on a second here. What? Age of Sigmar?
I know. I'm a sham, but it's a really cool model.
I know, it is absolutely stupendous, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's one of those models that you look at it and you're just like, oh, it's just, I can't be angry at you for being in a different game system.
It's a shame, though, isn't it, that particular miniature is part of what has actually turned out to be a relatively underwhelming range?
Yeah. Yeah, because the rest of it's very bland.
It's just all these cow elves. It's just elves with cows on their heads.
The wizard lady, the mage lady that comes with them with the veil over her face. A really nice model, but I'd be too scared to paint it.
An old Techalus, he's all right with his weird
horrible
sphinx thing.
His cat thing that he's got chilling with him.
Yeah.
Model. He himself, I don't like him at all. He's weird.
But they seem quite sort of like samurai inspired almost, which is a very weird kind of new aesthetic for them.
Although I have seen a cool conversion where someone's taken his cat thing and then given the Mind Reader Sphinx head.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you've just got an even bigger Mind Reader Sphinx. It looks awesome. It's I really like that one. But, and there's another model I really like because you've got lots of potential is the Cerberus Raiders for the Admech.
Oh, what the dogmen?
The cowboy dog Admech guys. They're really nice.
With the neckerchief.
With the neckerchiefs and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's potential for conversion in there.
Yeah. No, those guys are pretty gorgeous.
Maybe I should make them into Death Riders.
I mean, that would probably be more sensible.
Yeah, I just had to find a way of giving them a spear, like an Admechy spear.
Just stick a whatever they are, not Q-tip. What are they called now? Skewer. I don't know. Whatever. It'd be fine. You'll work it out.
Like a kebab stick.
Yeah, a little kebab stick or something. That'd be fine. Whatever.
Or a knitting needle.
Yeah, a knitting needle would probably be better.
Yeah.
I mean, for my side of things, in terms of lovely models of the year 2020, I was a big fan of a lot of the things that they did with the Necron range. I think the changes that they have teased to things like the flailed ones are absolutely fantastic. I mean, they haven't released the flailed ones yet, have they?
I don't think so, no.
I don't think they have
yet. They teased them. The upcoming Blackstone Fortress game.
Yeah, was that what they were talking about?
Not Blackstone Fortress. It was a Kill Team.
Oh, is that what they're talking about putting him in the upcoming Kill Team?
That's when they previewed it.
Yeah. And looking at the advent calendar that Games Workshop's been doing for the last few months, I've got a theory.
Oh, please.
And I think it's going to be Necrons versus another, like a Blackstone Fortress kind of team.
Okay.
And it's going to be more like when they did. What was the one with
Rogue Trader?
Rogue Trader, yeah. So it's going to be a spaceship crew that's kind of crash landed, and then there's going to be Necrons. Because like a lot of the new stuff's got like the calendar's got a very inquisitorial kind, and what are they called? And then
Adeptus Ministorum.
Yeah, it's got a lot of like navigatory, inquisitorial kind of look to it.
Mm.
That's my tinfoil hat piece on that.
I sort of think you're on the money to an extent, but I think what they do is Kill Team like second edition, followed by a Rogue Trader Kill Team release, which is some kind of Inquisition versus something else. I don't know if it would be Necrons though. It might be a new, because what they've done with those two is brand new sub-factions, like with the Rogue Trader and the I can't remember what they're called, the kind of mechanical Nurgle guys.
The mechanical the Galabac infected or something.
Galapox.
Galapox,
yeah, those guys. So they were both new factions. I suspect they'd do something similar. And if those teasers are anything to go by, I think those kits will be really cool, because so far they all look great.
Mm. But yeah, I mean, for me, in terms of the stuff that I like the look of, I think the Necron range has been absolutely stunning. And I think, obviously the obvious choice would be the Silent King, but the Silent King for me is not the Necron model that is the bestest of everything they've done. I think Luminor Cesares is your boy when it comes to gorgeous miniatures in the year 2020. I think that model is an absolutely stunning piece of work, not only because of his size, his posture, his absolutely kind of like terrifying sense of menace and kind of cold indifference to the Imperial agent or whatever it is that's being flailed at his feet, but it's the fact that it's just the level of improvement that they have been able to implement on this miniature that was in his older form a far more underwhelming miniature, shall we say, than what they managed to do with him. I mean, in so many ways it's obvious that this guy is the same character that was represented by the old model from way back when, but I mean, it's just an improvement in every which way, and it's just a beautiful demonstration of what Games Workshop could do when they put their mind to it. I just think, it's difficult for me to pick fault with old Illumina. I think he is the best miniature of 2020, in my humble opinion. I don't know. What do you think?
I think he's a good strong contender. He's got lots of character on him.
It's a weird one with him though, right? Because I think when it comes to the voting for the year, because they're doing that at the moment, like voting for the best miniature, I think he'll lose out, because I think bizarrely, because of the nature of his release and the time in which he came out, I do feel like a lot of people forgot that he even happened.
Yeah, because he feels like he was actually last year, because I think, was that even when the last book came out? No, it would have been at the beginning of this year. So
no, that he came out. I think that model got released around May, June time.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, Joe, you picked up one pretty much immediately, didn't you? I mean, when do you remember when you got your hands on that guy?
I think it was like I think it was May, June time, because it was literally just before 9th.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he has rules in the Psychic Awakening book that, again, in classic GW style, the rules from that Psychic Awakening have already pretty much been, I think those rules for him from that Psychic Awakening lasted all of 2 months, and then it was gone, or maybe not 2 months, but maybe a bit longer.
To be honest, it was literally him. that new Inquisitor model with the little dragon, and some planetary rules. I don't think anything else made it into that book.
Ah, no, see, there you go, because this was another pick that I was going to throw out there. Not necessarily the Sisters lady with her weird flappy cape, but the Harlequin, not Harlequin, from Demonifuge was another model that I absolutely loved in 2020. I thought that was absolutely fantastic, that guy, with his two swords.
Yeah, the Custody and Sister, Silent Sister, would have made it in if he didn't have such a weird potato head.
Yes, yeah, I think it was. It's amazing how much a head swap does to that miniature.
Yeah, because I've converted one into a shield captain, and I gave him a warden head and the cape from the Custodies that's connected to the shoulder pads.
Yes, yeah.
Gave him those and an axe. Completely different model.
Oh, totally. Well, the cape kind of weirdly gives him just so much more stature, doesn't it?
I kind of wish they'd followed the artwork for them. Because the artwork, the Silent Sister, I don't know if you've seen the 4-job model of Venetia Kroll. The artwork is more like her pose. And there's a lot more. They kind of just stood to attention. In this one, they're a bit bland. But I think they could have done something a bit more dynamic. Also, their rules are terrible. So he is a generic shield captain.
Yeah.
Right. A generic shield captain is 100 points. She is a Sister of Silence with more wounds, a few more attacks, and that is it. She doesn't give Sister of Silence reroll ones. Her sword is worse because the Sister of Silence has is strength 5 -3 D3 damage, whereas she's strength 4 -3 1 damage. And it's like, why? And they're 200 points together, which means that she's 100 points. So you pay more. You pay more than you would for a 5-man squad of the Sisters with swords, and get a worse product for it.
Yeah, that is a bit disappointing. I mean, at least the Demonifuge guys in the early instances, or the few weeks that you could run them in 8th edition before they got superseded by their 9th edition points, they were actually like mad value, if I remember, because they weren't actually that bad, and I think they were only like 120 points at one point.
Yeah, they were quite cheap.
Yeah, and they were quite decent.
I used the lady from that, the sister, to make my vampire for my Mortime game.
Oh god, yeah, of course you did.
I basically just stripped off all the detail to make it look like plate armor, and then did a helmet swap.
Yeah, nice.
And a sword and arm swap, and it looks pretty good.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I think...
Can we talk about the worst model games the Workshop's released this year?
Oh, go on then. I was going to just say my last thing that I wanted to shout out is the Mechanicus sterilizers. They are gorgeous. That is a fantastic kit, and that was all. So the winged Mechanicus boys.
Oh, they are awesome. I love those.
Yeah.
Cool.
I've got 10 of them, and they're amazing.
You don't realise as well when you look at the pictures actually how big they are as well.
Because they come on Terminator bases.
They're big boys.
And their wings are about 4 inches. They're huge. They are wider than they are taller. And they're great. But they are much like a lot of models that are being produced, where they are not designed to travel.
No, God no. Absolutely not.
But I was looking at a list the other day which had 3 units of 9 Cerberus Raiders, 3 units of 9 of the Cerberus, the Sulphur Hounds, and then 2 units of 10 of the Birdmen.
Nice. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, and I thought, this is a bit different for Admech. This could have legs or be terrible. But I was like, but there's only one way to find out.
That's only exactly. Break out the credit card. Let's see what a fun it waits ahead for us. But yeah, Phil, go on then. What is your opinion on the worst model they put out this year? Then
I think everyone will universally agree. Maybe not you two. I think you will though. Surely it's for Primaris ATV.
Oh,
come on! It's the worst model since the Torox. And I know some people like it, but that's a terrible model as well.
I like the Torox.
You like the Torox?
Yeah.
Well, this is a whole different conversation.
I like it in the same way that people like pugs or like chihuahuas. They're just so gross to look at, but there's something so adorable about them. Like the big bulging eyes, like they can't breathe, like they're constantly on death's door at any moment.
Pugs or yourself?
I don't know. Just, the little pigeon hearts can't keep up, you know. but I like the ATV. I think the worst model is a Primaris model, but it's not the ATV.
What's the worst model in your opinion?
The Judicia.
Oh, but he's alright if you give him a different head.
His only saving grace is that if you remove both of his arms and his head, he has the foundations for a good conversion model.
The thing I find really off-putting about him is he's got really chunky foot. Like his leg is really like oversized, and bits of that make it look more like an Age of Sigmar model. Than
you like a more slender foot, do you, Phil?
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair enough. You know, I don't know. I think like the thing with the Judicaire that's super weird about him as well, though, is the fact that he is that he's the most Stormcast Eternal looking thing that has sort of come into the 40k range, because so much of that miniature looks so much like a Stormcast. Would be the only thing I would also say on that front, which was certainly a interesting element to it, because he has a lot of sort of, again, similarities with the with the Stormcast. But maybe I'm being unreasonable there, or maybe that's not necessarily something that bothers people all that much. But he does look quite Age of Sigmar-y. I also, by the way, while just going through, remembering the best models of 2020, I've just remembered that they released Forge World Lionel Johnson this year. So, yeah, I feel like Forge World Lionel Johnson is the best model of 2020.
Not 40k though.
Well, neither was Joe's, Ghost Man.
No, I know. Well, he was wrong then as well.
He was wrong then as well. All right, fine. Well, I'll retract my statement.
Yeah, he is a nice model.
Mm.
You can't say no to that. When did the Custodian Sword and Shield Dread came out? That was last year, wasn't it?
Oh, that was years ago. What, the Gladiators?
Yeah, I really like that one.
Yeah, that one's from time past, my friend.
Yeah, I've painted a lot of. The problem is I've painted so many models this year.
Mm.
It kind of just blended into one mess of just.
I know, because I was hoping we could talk about our favourite model we've painted.
Well,
but I imagine for Joe it would just be the favourite army he's painted, because he's so prolific.
Oh, actually, I do know what my favourite model is that I've painted this year.
Go on then, Phil. Oh, Joe, sorry.
And it's a really obscure one, but I enjoyed him because of his simplicity, but how good he was. And that is the Gene Steel Occult Biophagus, the little science with the lab coat and his little goblin helper with the little vial of stuff. And I bought him out of guilt at Games Workshop in Taunton.
Mm.
Because I walked in there looking for a pop model, and it wasn't there. And I talked to the guy in the shop, and he was working really. He was spinning his lines, getting me to do the buy. I was like, oh no. I'm the only one in it. I can't leave now, having not purchased anything.
Mm.
And I really wanted the Gene Stealer Cult Nexus model, the one with the little map, the little glowing map thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't. And I was like, oh, you haven't got him either. I was like, well, you've got the only Gene Stealer Cult model you've got is this Biophages model, so I just buy it.
And it worked out.
And it actually worked out because he was a really cool model, and I really like him. I haven't actually used him in a game yet, but I did enjoy putting the simple task of slapping paint all over his face.
Mm.
It was good.
There you go. My favourite model I painted this year was the Forge World Realm of Battle tile.
Oh,
That I did for my gaming table. So that is probably the most satisfying thing I've painted all this year, because it was a really interesting process, and it was cool to sort of work with it and basically like straighten it all out, because it comes really horribly warped, like all things from Forge World. They're always never as easy as you imagine they should be, and I managed to get the thing to kind of sit somewhat straight after having basically like poured loads of hot water all over it. And then the process of painting it was really actually quite sort of rewarding in so many ways, because it's a much more free-form sort of expressive way of painting when you're doing scenery, because you can be so much less precious about what you're doing. And as a result, it was very much a case of, I started out just basically slapping loads of like spray paint on it from different rattle cans, and then started just slapping like other like brown paint on it, and then started doing more like sprays on top of it, and then just started like dabbing in other kind of like colours to do like transitions from like the stone to the muddy textures, and then obviously chucked loads of flock all over it and was like, there you go, it's a beautiful tile. So yeah, no, that was although it doesn't obviously qualify as a model, it was definitely the most rewarding thing I painted all this year. It was awesome. How about you, Phil?
For me, it has to be my Minotaur Smash Captain. It was like a little conversion project, so he's like an Inceptor Gravis Captain, I guess, with a shield that I converted up, and Harken Worldclaimer's Spear. For the spear, I used Darren Latham's Power Sword tutorial to do the lightning effect on it, which I was really happy with afterwards. I think he'd done a pretty good job, and his tutorial was super helpful. And I think it's like a cool little showpiece model for the army once I've finished painting off the rest of the army. So I was really happy with that when it all came together. And I took a long time procrastinating over finishing it off or doing certain bits to it. And so I'm pretty glad with how that one came out.
No, it looks awesome though, man. It's a great looking miniature. Shame that Smash Captains are rubbish now.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I was going more for a theme as opposed to Smash Captains are well good, so I'm just going for them. It was more of a happy coincidence. There's lots of Inceptors and a Smash Captain to go with the Inceptors more than anything else.
It's weird, isn't it, that they haven't added like an Inceptor captain to the ranks of the Space Marines yet?
Yeah, I know it's a bit annoying, but maybe one day.
They seem to have like avoided like jump infantry in general for them, like other than like a support, like a shooting support role, than like aggressive unit.
Yeah,
they're teasing us because it's what everyone wants.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, everyone's been asking for intercessors with bolt pistols and swords. So here you go. And everyone's like, yes, but we also wanted them to be attached to jump packs at the same time.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you've missed one important detail of this squad. We need that mobility, please. But I suppose we've got Outriders, though. So, I mean, you can't...
There's a nice model.
Yeah, exactly. They're all right.
Yeah.
That side of things. I mean... On the topic, actually, and this isn't something that we wrote down, but I'm going to throw it in there. Was there any specific, like, hobby regrets in 2020? I have one. So, on the topic of the Realm of Battle board that I got from Forge World, so this was the Imperial Bastion basey thing, so it's like a base in the ground. I always was going to buy Forge World's Cities of Death, or not Cities of Death, but it was like Imperial Sector boards at some point. Like, I was always like, you know what? One of these days I'm going to get a full set of 6 of these Realm of Battle boards, and that would have cost me quite a considerable sum of money. I think it would have been like 450, 500 quid to have bought the complete set. But I was in a position to do that a few months ago, and I went on the website going, right, I'm going to do it. I'm finally going to buy these Realm of Battle boards. And it turns out they went last chance to buy literally a few weeks prior to me having decided that I was finally going to bite. So, literally...
Yeah, I've always liked the look of those tiles. And one thing with Forge World especially is if you like a model and you can afford to buy it, just buy it. Don't wait around, because any day it might just disappear on a whim.
Yeah. I was so gutted though, man. I was literally like, I can't believe that I have waited for maybe like 3 or so years to buy these. I'm finally in a position where I feel like I should get them, and they've gone. And literally by like the smallest window of time as well. And I ended up calling up the guys in Warhammer World when they were still open, and I had a long chat with the guy who works at the Forge World store within Games Workshop, and he said, yeah, we can't believe it either. Like, no one ever bought these things. And then when we hit, then all of a sudden it's all anyone seems to want, and it's like, hey.
Well, it's always the way. As soon as you know something's going, and people want it. It's like when the Elysians were being discontinued, they ended up having a massive backlog of orders that they then had to fulfill because so many people ordered them. Because it's just that thing of people don't get around to buying it when they can, but as soon as they know they can't, they want it. Indeed. And that's kind of Games Workshop's philosophy. That's why all their stuff is limited release box sets and stuff, because the demand for wanting something you know you won't have a chance to buy again makes people buy stuff.
Well, indeed. Any particular regrets for you this year, though, Phil? Any hobby regrets?
Sort of not finishing my Minotaurs. Like, I really wanted to get them done this year. In terms of hobby purchases, probably. I feel like now I have too many intercessors for my Minotaurs, because I've gone for 4 squads of 10 men each. So I've got like one of each weapon type and another one for the bolt rifles, and that's a lot of models. And then the heavy intercessors were announced, and I kind of just wish I had them, because then they would have gone better with my Inceptors, and I could have done like an all Gravis army, because that's the sort of theme I wanted to do when I started them this time last year. So it's less of a regret, just more of an annoyance. But at the same time, I got most of my intercessors via the Warhammer Conquest magazine, so I got them relatively cheaply, so I can't complain too much.
No, indeed. Joe, do you have anything?
I don't know.
It's fair enough. Maybe you have no regrets.
I don't know if I do. No.
Nothing.
No, I can't think of anything.
Sad that you couldn't go to a tournament or just any of that sort of stuff. Like, you know, anything you're missing out on.
I've been able to go to one more one more tournament with my Drakari, which would have been nice, because I had first place for a while in the ITC for. Like, I've been chasing it for a while with the Drakari, and I got really, really close. I was like number 2 in the UK, and I was like number 2 or 3 in the world. And then there was a massive update from like a backlog of ITC events.
Yeah,
and I kind of just tumble down the rankings out of the top 10 in the end. So I'm like at number 11 or something. And it's like, if I'd had one more event, I could have if I'd averaged like 120 to 160 points, I could reclaim my place like up in the top 3 or something.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been.
If I had done one more ITC event, I would have probably been in the top 3 of Elder players as well, which would have been super lovely. But it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. So I guess the last thing to talk about in our 2020 recap is what books we like the most, because Warhammer 40,000 isn't just all about playing games of small toy soldiers. It's about the lore, the literature, the world of Warhammer 40,000. And who doesn't like a 40k book? I'm going to start, because why not, with a Horus Heresy Primarch novel by the name of Conrad Kurz, The Night Haunter. Phil, Joe, have you ever listened to Conrad Kurz, The Night Haunter?
No, I really want to go through the Primarch series. Actually, I've only listened to a few of them. But Conrad is one of those characters that has real mixed kind of representation in the Horus Heresy, depending on which person is writing him. Because like in some books, like in Unremembered Empire, he's an absolute badass. Like he's like just evil Batman who just wrecks face. And in other books, he's basically Blackadder, but without the comedy. It's just sad.
Phil, how about you? You interested in Kurz?
No.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Wow.
No, I'm still waiting to go through all the Horus Heresy stuff. So I've slowly been buying them up on Audible, because Audible is by far the cheapest way of listening to anything by Black Library. So yeah, whenever there's like a 2-for-1 offer, I buy some Horus Heresy stuff. So I've got the first 10-15 books sort of waiting in the wings. I've got a couple of 40k stuff that I want to listen to first, and then one day I'll get around to Horus Heresy.
Well, fair enough. Well, look, I mean, the broad synopsis of Conrad Kurz, The Night Haunter, is essentially a story of the final days of Conrad Kurz and his fall from grace, I suppose we shall say. So, obviously, Conrad Kurz as a character isn't necessarily known for being a particularly level-headed or, pleasant human being within the world of Warhammer 40,000. And this essentially tells the story of his downfall, but then ultimately his predicted demise, because Kurz, like Sanguinius and like the Emperor himself, is gifted with the power of foresight, so he knows that a assassin has been dispatched to kill him, and essentially this is him giving his retrospective before the assassin that is fated to kill him arrives in his throne room. So he's essentially built a statue, a kind of effigy of his father, the Emperor of Mankind, out of a number of body parts and grotesque things which are essentially still sentient in some way, shape or form. So effectively, he is in the process of torturing some poor soul by twisting their body to represent some hideous structure. And it's all about Kurz as he effectively comes to that place, and the relationships that he forges along the way, and the kind of jealousy that he feels towards his brothers, because ultimately Kurz's function within the Imperium, or what his desired function was always to be, a bit of a kind of peacekeeper or a bit of a logical creature. And it's all about this idea that you need to be kind of efficient and cause fear to enable the least amount of casualties or something to that effect. So the idea is that he kills hundreds to save thousands rather than killing thousands, so on and so forth. So yeah, it's just a really amazing story that basically involves lots of really kind of close and kind of visceral descriptions of his encounters with characters, and ultimately really does a good job of creating this overriding sense of dread. I won't spoil any of the really cool, interesting stuff that's in it, because that wouldn't really be fair. But yeah, one of the best books. And bear in mind, this year I also listened on Audible to the Black Legion and Talon of Horus books. And I think Conrad Kurz actually came out being my favourite, even though I also absolutely love the Black Legion and Talon of Horus books. And I have just started listening to Soul Hunter by Aaron Dembski Bolden as well, and that is proving to be pretty fantastic as well. But yeah, Conrad is pretty epic. I mean, he's a great character. It's just a shame that the Night Lords are so derpy in game. Otherwise, I'd be really tempted to collect them.
I think they've actually got a bit of play. Once they go, what's annoying is when they updated all the Marine stuff. If they'd just given Chaos Space Marines the 2 wounds that they deserve, Night Lords would be really good given how good their leadership manipulation is. And now Space Marines actually fail leadership tests. Like they can cause a lot of issues. Plus, Warp Talons are incredible. I'm just saying that.
I agree.
Because they get a huge amount of attacks. And
but are they incredible as Night Lords, or would you take them as World Eaters?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? I do technically think that Night Lords are still good because they have that stratagem that turns off character abilities and auras.
Oh yeah, they do have that, don't they? They've got the aura shutdown things and the.
Yeah. So all they have to do is just fly over something or be near it. You select it, you turn it off. So you could fly over a chapter master, turn off his rerolls, or you could fly over a librarian or something and turn off their like if they put null zone on, because that's technically an aura, and then or a banner, something like that. And Warp Talons get 2 attacks base +1/+2 for their lightning claws, and then +1 for charging. They've got 5 attacks each. And if you make Khorne, they still have access to the stratagem to attack twice.
Yeah. I think as well, though, as a model range, I always feel like the Night Lords have some of the worst looking models from like the old Heresy range. Like maybe with the exception of their Contemptor, there's always something a bit off about like the Night Lord models, like the Night Lord Leviathan that's just got the completely pointless dead dude strapped to to the front of it that just looks.
It was kind of like they got the new intern and they're like, make this like Night Lordy.
Yeah.
And I was like, if I go and get some bits off the corpse cart from the undead range and just stick that on.
Yeah. Or even when you look at things like the Night Lord Raptors and it looks like they're all twisting their ankles. Have you ever looked at those kits?
Yeah, I prefer the Heresy ones to the actual the newer plastic Raptor models. Because painting them is a nightmare because of all the tiny little details on them. But if you use the current Raptor range and then like do a couple of the head swaps for the Night Lord stuff's good. Yeah. Sevatar is a beautiful model though.
See, again, I just he's the best of the bunch probably, but I just don't see it.
And I really like the Conrad model as well. He's great, and I converted him into a Demon Prince.
Again, the face, it's like probably in my bottom 3 Primarch models.
Well, I just gave him a Night Lord's helmet.
Yeah, I think if you did a head swap on him, he'd probably be okay. But anyway, there you go. I enjoyed the work of Aaron Dembski-Bolden, and he does a lot of Night Lord stuff, and I essentially found myself going down that rabbit hole, and it's amazing because the Night Lords are a really interesting legion, and they've got a really interesting Primarch. It's just, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll dive into collecting them, but I think it will need to wait until some better upgrade bits or something comes out for a bit. But there you go. How about you, Phil? What have you been most interested in this year?
In terms of books, I think there was like 3 that were all really good. All feature Inquisition.
Oh, okay.
That's my jam when it comes to books. So there was Magos, the 4th Eisenhorn book. I thought that was really solid. Really expands the series, kind of takes it off in a new direction. I can't really talk much more about it because it's all sort of spoilers. So just say if you like Eisenhorn, you'll like that one.
Nice.
I'm quite excited about the new Pariah sort of series, even though the first book's been done for ages, but they announced that Black Library weekend of the second book's finally being done, so that's really cool.
That's the Beckwin series, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, the Beckwin
So
series.
a character. So for those who don't know, it's a character from Eisenhorn gets their own series, her own Disney spin-off. You know.
Yeah, so basically the first trilogy was Eisenhorn. The second one was Ravener, who's like his number one. And then Beckwin is like one of his retinue, and she gets her own series as well. And it all ties together well, I was going to say 3 trilogies, but the Eisenhorn one's technically a quadrilogy, I guess, because he snuck in a 4th book. So that one's really good. Honourable mention goes to Imperator Wrath of the Omnissiah, which is about an Imperator Titan and the goings on inside. Basically, a quick synopsis is there's this sort of lowly tech adept stumbles across someone who's not meant to be on the Titan, and he claims to be an Inquisitor, and that the Titan's pilot's kind of going rogue, and he's there to sort of stop it. But you don't really know if he really is an Inquisitor or if something else is going on. I thought that one was really fantastic. That was a great story and a bit different. I kind of like some of the Knight stories. They've always been really good. And then my favourite one probably has to be Regent's Shadow, because it's got Minotaurs in it, basically.
Fair enough.
It was the one that I was sort of looking forward to the most, because everyone had said, "Oh, if you like Minotaurs, you should have a listen to it." It follows on from what was the other book? Because it's sort of like a parallel series to the Carrion Throne, which is Vaults of Terror series. Joe, what was the first book in the Regent's Shadow?
Guardians.
Guardians of the Throne.
I think
No
it's
idea.
Guardians. Hang on, let me just check on my Audible.
Exactly. Break out the Audible.
Oh, I can't find it.
But what was it, Phil, about the Minotaur stuff that was most interesting, that made it your fave?
Well, I think the story is really interesting because it's all set on Terra around the events of the kind of just after the Gathering Storm. So the Cicatrix Maledictum sort of burst open. So Regent's Shadow was the follow-up to, I think, the Emperor's Legion, which is Watchers of the Throne. So there's 2 series that are like in parallel. There's Vaults of Terror and Watchers of the Throne. And I believe that Emperor's Legion was the second one. Sorry, the first one. And this one's all about basically what's happening on Terra after Gilliman has arrived, and he's restructured the High Lords of Terror. So a lot of people seem to think now that the High Lords of Terror don't exist, or they've been booted out, but that's not really what's happened. He sort of rejigged them around, so a bunch of them got fired, and some new ones joined the ranks. And it's all about the politics of Terror and what's going on, and how some people try to basically don't like Gilliman's rule, and how the Minotaurs appear. I don't really want to say much more because it would be spoiling territory, but they appear for reasons, and stuff happens, and it's a good book.
There you go.
Well,
it all ends in a dance-off.
Considering that they work for the High Lords of Terror, I can imagine things kick off in a negative.
Yes, yeah. There's lots going on. It was really good.
Awesome. Joe, what would your recommendation and or favourite thing from this year of listening to audiobooks or reading books, which we know none of us have actually done?
I don't have time to read books, but my Audible is constantly full. I've re-listened to Master of Mankind more times than is probably healthy. I love that book. It's just incredible. But one thing that this is going to be a bit of a cop out, but throughout this year, Games Workshop has been slowly releasing all of the Gaunt's Ghost books.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going back. So they did books 13, 14, 15, and then they were really popular. So they've gone back to the beginning. Now they're releasing them all in order.
Mm-hmm.
And my favourite book this year that's been technically re-released, should I say, is Necropolis, which is the third Gaunt's Ghost book.
Okay.
Which is like the first. It's the second like full length book, because one of the other books is like a bunch of mini stories.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the second full length one, and for them it's basically their first proper engagement on a hive world, and it's a proper meat grinder, and introduces lots of characters, and obviously lots of people like die. But it's just a really good book, and for those of you who have read all of the books, perhaps the most recent one, the Anarch, was released this year, which is the last in the series, and Dan Abnett goes all Game of Thrones on the cast.
No spoilers, though, eh? No spoilers.
No spoilers. I'm not going to spoil it. Like, it's an incredible end to the current arc of things.
Well, it would be nice, though, isn't it? It's always good when you actually get a piece of 40k literature where, you know, things and characters and people actually die. There always does seem to be a lot of kind of, you know, goodwill going their way when it comes to characters and their long-term survivability. It's
always sad when they die. Like Dan Abnett's killed off some favourite characters throughout the whole series, and like one of the books, Salvation's Reach, starts off was like, oh, it was 12 o'clock when blah 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 died. And I just closed the book and put it down, and I was just like, nope, I refuse to believe this is happening. I would assume that they all lived happily ever after, which is impossible.
I've been looking forward to getting these into the Gaunt Ghosts. Obviously, as a bit of a guard player, and they've always been like held in quite high regard.
Sorry, Phil. Do you play guard? You say I've never heard you talk about them.
No, I know.
It's like you've never mentioned it before.
I mean, it's a very different guard army from the one I actually played. But
well, fair enough.
I actually got. I think it was last year at Christmas time. I got the Gaunt's Ghost. It was like the Crusade art book almost for.
Was it the Sabbath Worlds one?
Yeah, the Sabbath Worlds campaign book, and it's sort of like what Forge World used to do in terms of like a campaign book, but with no rules in. It's just all the art and all the lore and all those kind of old kind of technical sort of side view diagrams of tanks and vehicles and what have you.
Because they include the Saint Sabbath, because it's obviously the Sabbath Worlds, into a lot of the artwork. And lots of people confuse her for a Sister of Battle, but she's technically not. She's actually a leader of the Imperial Guard. But if you want a really good Guard series that you don't actually need to listen to in any order, are the Cyphers Kane books. So they're not written. They're not. He's an Imperial Guard commissar who just wants an easy life and is just constantly doing the best he can to get out of trouble and get it easy. But the more that he does to avoid trouble, it gets him into more trouble. And because that happens, he's actually become like an expert swordsman, because if you want to live, you've got to learn how to fight, kind of thing. And if you want to live longer, like, you want everyone to love you, because then they'll die for you and get in the way, kind of thing. So it's like this unwarranted like heroism and opinion that people have got for him. It just goes to these huge levels. But the whole stuff is his memoirs that he wrote before he died. and an Inquisitor is basically going through it in her spare time to release them as books for other Inquisitors to read. So a lot of it is just like his story. So they're always like a full-length story of a campaign, but it jumps around from time that he spends with different regiments and stuff. So those are always good books to pick up. Plus,
That sounds quite interesting.
Yeah, there's I really like one called The Traitor's Hand. Oh no, it's not. It's For the Emperor is the one. Traitor's Hand is about chaos, but For the Emperor has got Tau and Gene Stealer Cult in it, which is a really good one.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
That's it then, gents. 2020 comes to a close. All things are done. It's been an interesting year for the hobby, for sure. I think all of us definitely have felt, the impact of not being able to get together at events and play games as much. And, we've been able to, as a group, maybe play... I think you and me, Phil, have played once, maybe twice this entire year.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe I played once at yours, and then
that
once
was it. You did come here once, didn't you? Yeah. So we've played like twice.
Twice. Yeah.
Me and Joe have managed maybe 3 or 4 games this year.
Yeah, we've been Bubble Buddies.
We have been Bubble Buddies up to a point. Yeah, absolutely.
And I actually went to Oxford when kind of lockdown first kind of eased. And we went and played a game in his local store. Which was quite nice to get out.
It was good. It was a fun game to watch.
But
bar that, and obviously the fact that Phil managed to go over to to No Retreat and so on, it's been, I don't know, it's been an interesting one. I mean, obviously, Joe, you've been playing loads, but yeah, from our perspective or my perspective, it's been an interesting year that way. But it's still been fun and it's been good, and obviously, the podcast went weekly for a bit, which was interesting, and yeah, I think on the whole it was an okay year. I mean, it's been great for the podcast. I mean, we've gained a lot of new listeners this year, which has been really lovely. So yeah, I mean, it all seems to be going well from that perspective, and hopefully 2021 will be a much better one. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that's it, I guess, for 2020 recap. Is there anything either of you gentlemen want to say before I move along?
Well, it's been a pretty good year, and considering we've all been locked in our houses, I think, as terrible it has been, it's also had the plus side of the fact that a lot of people have managed to get a lot of projects done and spend a bit of time with the family, kind of thing. Hopefully in 10 years' time, when we all look back at it, we go, 2020, the year where we all got 6 months holiday and got what we always wished for, but
Speak for yourself, mate. I've been working the whole way through.
Oh.
It's been more stressful for me than anything. It's been an absolute nightmare from that perspective. I've got less done this year than I normally would.
I only had the 1 month off, the first month of it, and then I've worked ever since, basically.
Well, fair enough. Anyway, there we go. That's it. 2020. Let's move on now to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. Woo! So, as many of you will have seen, hopefully, on our social medias, and as will have become evident by the title of this episode, this is the Goodbye Joe Show, because Joe isn't going to do the Lookout Sir 40k podcast anymore. Why is that, Joe? I mean, what's gone wrong? Don't you love us anymore?
Of course I love all of you. I love all of you so incredibly much.
And it's because you love us that you have to leave us. Is that what it is? You have to let us flourish without you.
I give too much of myself and thus leave nothing for myself. No, it's a case that I because I work so much and I've got my daughter and I'll do and I'll do 10 to 12 hours of Warhammer work a day, and then I come home and and I just do not have the time basically to continue it. And a lot of the time I'll get a message on Facebook from yourselves, and it'll be recording at 8, half 8, and I'm like, I'm still at work, or I'm editing, or I can't do it because my child is imploding in my house. So yeah, it's one of those ones where life is getting in the way, and instead of messing you all around, it's easier to say adieu.
Well, there you go. I mean, it was a shocker, obviously, for me and Phil when Joe told us that that's it, he can do no more. Yeah. I don't think Phil will mind, and I'll speak for him, and obviously he can then fill in the blanks in a moment. But yeah, I think for both of us it was a bit of a disappointment, a bit of a shocker. But at the same time, we completely understand why it is this way, and why Joe's work commitments combined with other things means that it's difficult now for him to prioritise this like he used to, and ultimately, it's always hard to juggle everything, and it definitely makes sense that this is happening given the responsibilities you currently occupy with the guys over at Vanguard and what you guys are doing over there. So I think, in all seriousness, I'm not surprised that this decision came. I had to be honest, and this, Joe, because we talked about this before. Yeah. I expected you to tell me this much sooner than now. So in a lot of ways, I'm grateful for the fact that we made it to the end of 2020 rather than having you step out midway through the year. So in a lot of respects, I think it's been good that that's been the way it's worked out. But equally, obviously, I'm not thrilled that you're not going to be on the show anymore. But at the same time, it is what it is, right? I mean, ultimately, It doesn't change anything between you, I, or Phil in as much as our personal lives go. We'll still chat probably far more than is healthy to each other on a regular basis about all sorts of nonsense. It just means that we won't get together for several hours every week and record those conversations, which is, sad, but not, not the end of the world, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, at least not from our personal perspective. But obviously for the fans of this show and for the people that have enjoyed your contributions, I think it is a shame. But at the same time, ultimately, me and Phil are still going to kind of carry on without you, as it were. And I mean, Phil, by all means, mate, jump in. I don't want to sort of steal all the words at this point.
Well, no, that's fine. Thanks. Obviously, Joe will be missed. We've always enjoyed our little chats. Obviously, no bad blood between us. It's not like we're kicking him out because he's a poor attendance and what have you, even though he does have poor attendance on the show. But never, despite that, it's completely understandable. So we get it, and we will be giving you love and hugs as we kick you out the door and say fond farewell. To give you an 80s TV reference, it will be like the end of Nightmare when they wave goodbye to the 4 kids once they've all died or they've completed the quest, and me and Dan are still in the dungeon, adventuring away while you go off to your home with your family.
Every now and again, Joe will use a seeing shield to see what we're up to, and we'll have this kind of elaborate sequence of information that we'll be debating with each other while circled around a cauldron, and then we'll do that thing where we go, hang on a moment, somebody's watching, and then Joe will rush to put down his eye shield as he's like, no, they can see me.
Exactly. I mean, Dan is totally. Is it Traegar? That was his name, wasn't it?
Quite possibly.
I think it was Traegar.
Wasn't that the guy that guided them into the place?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's definitely you, minus the beard, obviously.
Obviously, because I lack the testosterone to grow such a thing.
Yes. But yeah, so as you were sort of alluding to, we're going to kind of carry on the show. We sort of understand that the dynamic's going to be a bit different because obviously the 3 of us combined as a tripod is what makes this show. But instead, we're going to have to do it with just the 2 of us, and I'm sure we'll make it a success.
Well,
wording there, Phil.
Hmm?
Because a great use of wording. The tripod.
The tripod. We're a tripod.
Exactly. Which of the bits of the tripod is Joe?
The wobbly leg that's about to fall off.
The littlest bit. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Now we have to stand as a ladder, I guess. I don't know. but yeah, look, I mean, we'll get to Joe's thoughts and feelings on it, but it figures it makes sense just for us to quickly say that me and Phil have talked a lot about what we want to do now that Joe's going, because at first, I mean, being completely transparent, I was of the opinion that, well, I wrestled with a lot of options, one of which was stopping it altogether. Another one was creating a new podcast that is just me and Phil, so abandoning the Lookout Sir name and doing something different with a view that maybe when Joe can return in the future, we could relaunch the Lookout Sir as a fantastic return in years to come. But then upon all kind of consideration, we didn't really want to abandon the Lookout Sir name, because obviously that's something that we've all worked to build up, and although this won't be Lookout Sir 40k as you've come to know it up to this point, it's still Lookout Sir in the sense that the kind of the majority of the key contributors are still in play, and although we're not a complete kind of like band as we were from the outset, I think for us it just doesn't make sense to take away everything that we have and then basically start again, because ultimately we've worked hard at this for the last nearly 3 years to make sure that we can kind of build an audience and people who've found us and enjoy what we do like what we do, and we don't want to necessarily create a situation where people need to kind of then resubscribe to something new or might have to then try and rediscover us elsewhere. So we figured we'd just keep it as it were, but we're going to try and be very transparent about the fact that it's not going to be the same, because it can't be the same anymore. But at the same time, it will be very similar. It's just going to be slightly different. One of the major differences that is going to happen from the outset is that we're going to go weekly initially anyway. We're going to see how that works. So myself and Phil have resigned ourselves to the fact that we're recording these things weekly anyway, but we're kind of the opinion that if it's just me and Phil, that we can hopefully do that quite consistently and then ultimately be able to release episodes weekly. The other thing that we're going to hopefully try and do is, because it's just me and Phil now, we can do a lot more to try and improve audio quality. So hopefully that's something we can address now as well, because that's something that we can look at. And then equally, we're just going to try and sort of tighten up some parts of the format. Maybe the intro segment now becomes a little bit more streamlined and we save some of the rambly stuff just for the outro. These are all things that we're going to figure out as time goes on, because ultimately, the format we've arrived at is somewhere where we've ended up because of the three of us together. But, it may not work as well without Joe. So we're looking at all these things. But the key things for us from the outset is moving weekly. So we're going to take a couple weeks off, but we are looking to basically come back with a first weekly episode on Saturday the 9th of January 2021, and then obviously moving on from there it will go kind of weekly from there. We can't obviously guarantee that we're always going to be able to do it weekly, because one of the problems with weekly content is life gets in the way sometimes, and either work or life commitments might prevent me and Phil from doing it on that basis, but we'll always do our best to try and get ahead of ourselves and film extra content should that happen, and so on and so forth. But look, anyway, that's us and how we're feeling about it and what we're thinking about it. Joe, how are you feeling about it, mate? Are you sad to leave?
Well, of course I'm sad. It's something that I've been part of since the very beginning.
You've helped build, Joe, even though you haven't really done any work.
Even though I literally turn up, talk, and then go, like a lady in the night. I just drift on through, you know.
Like the milk tray man.
I know, exactly. Yeah, I slip into a very unsecure building with an attractive woman sleeping in it. Leave a tray of chocolates and then leave.
There you go.
You know,
there you go.
Such is my way. But I am sad to go, and I'm like you said, I'm glad I've made it to the end of the year. And I'm very happy that you are continuing, because that was obviously a big worry, you know, because wanted to go on for the fans, you know, for the fans. And I'm just sad that I cannot just commit as much time as we'd originally planned, because we did work really hard and we were getting stuff out weekly during the first initial lockdown. But I was ill prepared for how busy I would be at my new job, and it's only going to get more busy going forward. And I've got lots of like travel planned, and going around the world and running events and stuff here in the UK at Foreground. And I just it's very difficult to just be like, to give you, you're like, I was like, we originally were recording on a Wednesday, and then it was a Thursday, and then it was a Tuesday.
Which was all because of you, by the way. Don't make out that we moved it around. That was all
Oh
you.
yeah, I'm just saying it was all because of me. Because I'm like, it's like I have my daughter on a Tuesday now, and it's I have her on a Wednesday now, or I have her on a Thursday, or games nights on a Tuesday now, so I've got to do it on a Wednesday. I'm honestly I'm a nightmare to be friends with. In this kind of capacity. So, but I'm happy it's all going forward, and I'm happy that there'll be less chaos within the podcast and less rambling, you know.
I don't think that necessarily be true. I think me and Phil have proven time and time again that we're as capable of going off or, rambling on about stuff for sure. But I think, yeah, it's just going to be different, mate. I mean, we can't allow ourselves to think it's the same, because it isn't. And I think, a lot of people have already asked me, are we going to get like a third person in to replace you? And my response is always like, well, no, because I can't think of anyone that can replace Joe in the way that you're thinking, in so much as if I got someone else in to take your place, I think it just wouldn't really work the same. And I think ultimately it wouldn't be as enjoyable maybe for me and Phil, and it certainly wouldn't be as enjoyable for the listeners. And I think possibly, and again, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but I think people will probably be more happy with just me and Phil going on as a sort of duo than trying to shoehorn in a third person. That being said, we're definitely going to be consistently looking at opportunities to bring in guest contributors, and we're always going to be looking for opportunities to get, people in to join us in conversations where we feel like their contributions will be really valid. But for the most part, it's going to be me and Phil doing it most of the time, and maybe 40-50% of the time we'll find a third person to join us on occasion. But yeah, and also just a question that I guess a lot of people will be asking is, will that guest third person ever be you, Joe?
I'm sure
the answer is no. It's essentially it, right? Like it pretty much, we've kind of come to the conclusion that there's no point having you, or well, I mean, it depends, right? You could possibly do it, right, from time to time, maybe, possibly, maybe.
Yeah, like a birthday special.
A birthday special, the Christmas quiz, maybe, or something of that nature. But given what you're doing for Vanguard and what you're up against, it just doesn't seem sensible, right, to try and even pretend that it's likely that you could even turn up for the odd episode here and there, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of it'd be like a lot of moving around, and then I'd have to be like, I can't do it Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. There's a 40-minute bracket at 6 o'clock in the morning on Friday, kind of thing.
There you go.
So it'd just be a pain for you guys, kind of thing, trying to fit you in. But maybe in the distant future, when when my body gives up and I can't leave the house anymore.
That's it. When Vanguard has broken you, you'll be ready to return. Assuming we're still going in all that time, right? I mean, that's the thing about all of this, is that myself and, well, all three of us, right? The goal always was that the conversation has always been the same. We make a commitment to a year. And in a way, I'm really grateful for the fact that you obviously were able to honour that commitment, Joe, because, you know, every year around this time, we have the conversation where it's like, right, cool, do you want to keep doing it? And, you know, we all kind of came to the conclusion in 2019 that this is something we wanted to carry on. And that's a conversation that obviously myself and Phil will now continue to have as the years roll on. It's quite intimidating to think about us doing this for years and years and years and years in many respects, but obviously at the same time it's quite exhilarating as well. But I think hopefully we'll keep it going, and hopefully it will go from strength to strength. But yeah, we know it's different. But Phil, do you have anything else you want to add to a lot of the stuff I just said there, mate? Anything that is burning in your mind that you want to talk about?
Well, we do have some readers' comments or listeners' comments.
We do. I was going to get to that. It was on my mind, but yeah, no, we should probably get into that, because obviously, Joe, we put out on the social medias that you were leaving, and we asked people to say some things on your behalf. So we have here for you a selection of lovely messages from our Lookout Sir community, our losers, if you will, as I suppose as we're going to go on to call them, right? That's what they called themselves, by the way. I mean, the members of the community have named themselves as losers now, so we're going with it. The first of which comes from none other than the second biggest Krieg fan in the world, that being old Toke. Phil, do you want to read the Toke one?
Oh, I can do, yes. So, Toke says the following. Oh, the woe, we're losing our Joe. The pain, that magnificent brain. Fare thee well to warmer shores. See you around the Warhammer stores. It's an end to an era for sure. I fondly remember the first mumbling, rustling rambles of the Joe. And look where we are. The show have lifted him above and beyond the reaches of mere mortals. While we all know that the show is left in capable hands, it is a loss. Few are the people who can keep up with the Dan's obscure knowledge of 80s cartoons, and even fewer are those frequently casually mentions wearing Phil's skin. We all wish you the Emperor's blessings in your future endeavours, and hope you get a bigger flats and not too many cats. I thought for a second he was going to say a bit fatter, but a bigger flats is what he meant.
He won't fit through the door if that happens.
I know. Stand tall and walk proud, you giant amongst men. Thank you.
Always away with words on Toke there, dear God. I mean, what was quite funny about that, Phil, is you clearly thought the rhyme had kept going, so you were trying to deliver it with a rhythmic kind of timing, and it had
I was. It's a nice cadence going throughout, even though it was only the first half, but we'll gloss over that.
There you go. Will Dockrell, who I'm reliably informed is stealing Vanguard Tactics services for free, has written 2020... he said a ruder version of this, but I'm just going to go with poo enough already now. So 2020 was already rubbish enough already. Now this! Just kidding. Good luck in all your future stuff, mate. Thanks for the laughs along the way so far. There you go, look at that. Another nice person saying good things there. Phil, we got another one, haven't we, from Axel Tumblehead.
Trumpfeller, I think it is. Yeah, Axel Trumpfeller. He is short and simple. He says, well, Joe, faithful or faithless, what is it?
There you go.
Do you know which it is, Joe?
It shifts, I think, from day to day. Obviously faithful, you know.
Michael Parsonage has just put, but why is Daddy going? Why are you going, Daddy?
I want that on a t-shirt.
I do think if we were to ever do Lookout Sir t-shirts, they're all kind of Joe quotes or references. We've got the daddy t-shirt. We've got the skin wearing face of Joe's, and some others.
I mean, losing Joe has definitely done our potential merchandising options a world of hurt, hasn't it? Like we're really losing out on some quality merch opportunities by losing Joe.
No, I know for sure.
But why, Daddy? Why are you going?
I think you could get a T-shirt made with a picture of me and your dad.
Arm wrestling.
Yeah.
Don't conjure up the old imageries of you and my dad again, eh? You leave that man alone.
But dressed in like that American high school wrestling outfits, like the leotards and the
when they assume the position at the start where you kind of mount the other one.
Yeah.
That'd be beautiful. Beautiful. You've got Jack Robert Turner next. Phil, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, so he says, Joe, you were fun and witty. I will miss you on the podcast. Dan and Philip will not be quite the same without you. Rambling, acting like a 40k knowledge sponge cake, offering a slice every now and then. There's a cherry farewell, and may the great things continue to happen for you. Goodbye, and don't forget to wash your hands and sing happy birthday. Sincerely, Jack.
Ah, there you go. He's looking out for your health and well-being, Joe.
He's a good egg.
Although he has also compared you to a sponge cake, which probably isn't one of the most intelligent things to be compared to.
It's not far off bodily wise though.
You're like a mashed up, sponge cake, crammed into a pillowcase.
Yeah, like a bag of custard.
Like a bag of custard. That's the one. Massimo Kaiser. This is so sad. I wish I could go on with your witty and fun ways. If only you could stay. I mean, he could technically if he could juggle his work a bit better, but unfortunately he's rubbish. So we are where we are. I mean, any extra thoughts on that one, Joe?
If I could find an extra day in the week, it'd be all right.
There you go.
Yeah, but
I mean, there is a lot of these, Joe. We should send these to you. There's quite a load of them. I mean, there's almost.
Can I do like Gina does in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, where she gets a book made of all of her tweets?
Mate, we can send you over all of the. Like, I was actually very, very pleasantly surprised by the uptake for people looking to ask where you're going and what's going on with stuff and all the rest of it.
No one ever communicated with me during the podcast. They've all come out of the woodwork now. They're all waiting.
It's exactly like Forge Worlds and buying stuff. It's like when it's there, you don't really want it, but now it's going, you desperately want to keep hold of it and buy it.
Mm.
Yeah. Can I have a last dying wish?
By all means.
That Phil accepts that the new Krieg are really good.
I think you'd be lying to everyone if you said they're really good. I think they're capable would be unacceptable.
They're capable. As we were saying before recording, Death Rider Command Squad's pretty good. Regular Death Rider Squad's a bit rubbish.
Yeah,
that's my view on them.
Engineers are pretty good as well.
Engineers seem pretty good. Yeah.
And their company commanders are a bit better than regular company commanders. Because they get a free power sword. Cantor Blue, we have to do one of Cantor Blue's ones. He's always, contributing to the comment section and being a lovely person. Onwards and upwards, guys. Joe is a top man, but you guys will continue to smash it as you always do. Look at this. This is good. Basically saying, Joe, you're not needed. Things change, and it's all a process. In other news, can you maybe do a podcast about starting new armies in 2020? Oh, he literally has completely moved past you, Joe. He's like, oh yeah, whatever.
Just want some ideas.
Just go on. Start telling me about stuff I can do with my Chaos Iron Warriors list.
He's like me. He's like me when I see something on Instagram. I'm like, it's like someone have painted like Golden Demon Standard, the most beautiful piece of work ever. Like I'm like, I start off like that's really nice, but then I'm like, where'd you get the base from? or what's that bit from? It's like I don't really care about the paint job or how well he's crafted it. I want to know where he got one single piece from.
I do that all the time.
Yeah. But you throw in that nice bit at the start, don't you?
Well, no, because it obviously is a nice thing, but at the same time, sometimes you're like, where did that head come from? Or what technique did you paint X, Y, Z in?
I always feel really bad because I'm one of those people that really appreciates a good base on a model. And
You
like,
are the base master out of our little group.
Yeah, I'm like, you've done a good paint job, but anyone can do a good paint job. But that base, though, ooh, sexy.
Phil, are there any more of these that you want to bring to his attention?
Oh, I'm just sort of randomly gonna pick one. There's a guy called Tabletop Journeys on Instagram. He says, "Joe, you will be missed from the warm bosom. That is the Lookouts podcast. Who will join Dan in his ramblings on 80s and 90s cartoons? Obviously, that's a popular thing. How will I know a unit is particularly spicy without a trademark? Oh God, yeah, thrown in. That is true.
That is true. How will we know?
That is true.
Good soundbite.
I know. We just record it and have it on a button press. You've been great entertainment and had me laughing out loud in public at times. Good luck for the future, dude, and Merry Christmas to the collective known as Lookout Sir.
That's nice, isn't it? Thank you, Tabletop Journeys. That was very kind of you. That was a good one. I like the ones where people have just written who and yeah, so bye or whatever from.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That one's quite good as well. So yeah, there's some interesting ones in there. I mean, as I say, Joe, there was a lot of people asking about it and a lot of people curious to know about it, and obviously now we've kind of addressed it as openly and honestly as we can under the circumstances. I mean, ultimately, you know, things change, right? And ultimately, I don't think, you know, I think if there was any way that this could have been avoided, I'm sure Joe would have done it. But it's just one of those things that sort of, it's almost out of your control at this point, isn't it? Really, mate?
Oh, pretty much. But it's one of those like if I could, I would, you know.
And maybe you will again one day.
Wouldn't hopefully.
You never know, mate. You never know. We've always got a place for you here, mate. Whenever the day comes that you change your mind about all this Vanguard stuff and you think to yourself, that Lookout Sir podcast was where it's at.
Yeah.
As soon as we've monetized the podcast through Patreon to pay Joe a living wage.
Yeah, but we won't want him by then, though, right? Could you imagine if this became like one of the most successful things ever? If we became like the Joe Rogan podcast and we're making millions and Joe's left us?
I mean, I'd be upset.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you? Could you imagine? I almost feel like, Phil, this is what we now need to do, just to spite him. We've got to become bigger and better than he could ever imagine.
It's the only way to go.
Exactly, and then take great delight in being like, well, someone said goodbye back in 2020.
Yeah, we still own the T-shirt rights to "I'm Wearing Your Face." Yeah, and who's your daddy?
And Thomas the Tank Engine.
Exactly.
We're making those for sure.
I'm not a professional goat was one of my all-time favourites, it has to be said. That one still gets me. And the time he talked about, you know, being physical with my father was quite funny as well. I mean, there's been some fantastic moments throughout it all, as it were. I think, the time he assaulted his sister with a piece of garden furniture or whatever it was. Or was that you, Phil?
With a wheelbarrow.
That was it. Phil with the wheelbarrow, wasn't it?
He was being pushed into a wheelbarrow. See, we had that great one without Joe. We didn't need him for that one.
I mean, Joe unlocked that, though. I think it was because he was talking about his Highlander references that took us there. You see, it brings the best out of us.
Quite likely.
But anyway, look, you know, as I say, from our side of things and from everything else that goes along with it, it's all groovy granules when it comes to us as mates. But ultimately, yeah, this thing is a big time sink for all of us, and it does take a lot of work. And ultimately, I get it. It is what it is, isn't it? At the end of the day, we're lucky that we got to do this with Joe for the last, you know, nearly 3 years, 2 years, however long, 2.5, whatever it is. But ultimately, you know, mate, that's the way it goes. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's amazing that over the span of these 2.5 years, you've transitioned from a career in hauling, recyclable goods across the country to working for Triple Helix, and now essentially being in a position where you're effectively able to live your 40k dream scenario and make a living out of, playing small toy soldiers, talking about small toy soldiers, advising people on small toy soldiers, and all of the fun stuff that goes along with that. Sorry, Joe.
Sometimes pretending to be a small toy soldier.
Oh, I assume there was always that kind of element to it. I mean, the stuff you two probably get up to behind the scenes is not necessarily worth talking about, I'm sure.
It's mainly me when no one's about.
Is that what it is? You always stay completely still. Do you use one of those old school 80 poses where it's just your arms out sort of to either side?
Yeah, I like to dress up as an Escher ganger and then prance around in the office.
But it's cool though, man, that you managed to, put yourself in a situation where you're now making a good living out of 40k, right? I mean, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah. Ironically, living in the middle of nowhere, not having much money, and not many choices has actually paid off for me.
Was that what they said when they hired you?
Yeah.
You're the best of the bad bunch.
We need someone who's not going anywhere and is willing to do anything for not much money. And I'm like, it's like, for fact, I've been doing that for a while.
Exactly. Well, hopefully for not too much longer, though, right?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Hopefully there's some gold in them there hills.
Yeah. Well, hopefully I'll be able to afford food and shelter.
One day. You can only dream. Hopefully one day you'll be able to pay me back all that money you owe me.
Nah, that's just a pipe dream.
That's a pipe dream.
That's just crazy talk.
I have to admit, I'll tell the listeners, Joe gave me a not insubstantial amount of money the other day towards the money he owes me. I mean, that was quite a moment for me.
I know, right? I didn't tell you it was coming until after I put it in your bank account.
It was, I honestly was a little bit dumbfounded by the whole experience. Like, it's one of those things that you can't really... it's difficult to believe it until you see it made reality.
I imagine it was like the reaction my sister had when I phoned her. I phoned her, she's like, hello? And I was like, have I woken you up, or are you just confused by the fact that I've phoned you for the first time in 4 years? It's like, the second one.
My bank actually reached out to me to talk, to ask if some fraudulent activity was happening.
Oh, wow.
No, they didn't really, but I was just sort of illustrating the hilarity of the rare instances where you pay me back money. But there you go, it's all good, and hopefully, when COVID is all over, we'll still get to go to Warhammer World and muck around and do all the fun stuff that we used to do, and spend time together outside of this mad podcasting and/or content creating nonsense. But We had planned a Hooters trip, which never happened. Yeah, that's a 2021 priority for sure.
Yeah, got to get those chicken wings.
But Joe, before we go, mate, and before we leave this segment behind, is there anything that you want to say to the listeners? Anything that you want to share with them? Anything at all?
I'd say thank you for listening and putting up with me and finding things that I say amusing, because honestly, it's been more of a therapy outlet for me to just say things that happen in my head that I'm not allowed to say in public, and and keep supporting the podcast, and Dan and Phil, keep them going. Occasionally throw in references and keep listening. Tell your friends, unless they're bad people. And then don't, or maybe do tell them, you're like, I don't like you. You need to waste 8 hours of your day listening to a podcast from 3 years ago. But that's fine. Yeah, just keep your tits dry, like Woody Harrelson said in Zombieland 2.
Great, there we go. I mean,
yeah.
How it is that of all of us, you're the one who is a professional content creator now, I do not know.
I referenced Frozen 2 the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a personal.
Any particular aspects of Frozen 2?
I think it was a case of on tilting or going or losing the plot during the game. And I was like, just do what Anna does.
Oh yeah,
Just do the next right thing. You know,
they are.
when your little snowman disappears in a cave, just keep on trucking.
There you go. And did that melt Steve's frozen heart and unlock him from his ice structure that he found himself locked
he
in?
did the same thing he does every day and question why on earth I'm there. But
well, it sounds like a recipe for success, mate.
yeah, I think that's like how all my relationships have been in general for my whole life. That people just look at me and I'm just like, who are you? You know, or what are you?
Indeed. There we go.
But no. Thank you, everyone for listening, and just being there. Most of the time, I don't think anyone listens. I'm just like, part of me, for a long time, I was like, are you even putting these out?
I am, yeah, no, I am. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, listeners' numbers at the minute are pretty healthy. I'm going to be interested to see how that goes after the fact. I mean, that's going to be one of the interesting things, isn't it? It's sort of like... But, I mean, the funny thing is, for me and Phil and, and for yourself from the outset, right, this has never been something that we've tried to run as any kind of, like, business or do anything ridiculous with. I mean, I'm not interested in, selling myself or the show to advertisers or begging for people to give me money on Patreon or any of that kind of stuff. I just do it because I enjoy getting together with my friends and talking about a hobby that I really enjoy, and that's always been the kind of main goal of this for us. And if that's had a positive impact on your career opportunities, Joe, I think that's a fantastic thing, and I hope in a way that is the case, and that ultimately your contributions to this has in some way assisted with you being able to do what you're doing now. But regardless of all that stuff, mate, it's just been good to, have the excuse to get together and chat to you every week. And even though I know we chat pretty regularly anyway, it's, it's still been really great to have that fixed time every week. But, yeah, I'll miss having you on the show. I definitely will. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure me and Phil will continue to do a good job, and hopefully people will enjoy it potentially even more. Who knows, right, Phil?
Exactly. Who's this Joe guy? He's dead to me already.
That's what I like to hear.
That's it. All right, there you go. Well, that's it. That's us talking about why Joe's going. We still have an outro thing that now we need to do. So I guess we'll transition into that, or maybe we should just end it there. I mean, how much more can we possibly say about an outro now that we've done the whole "that's it, Joe's going" thing?
Well, exactly.
Can we have like a Hot Shot style helicopter flying into the sun ending?
Well, I've only got like 24 hours to edit all this together, mate, so I don't think I can supply you with that kind of production value.
Have we not got some best choice clips of Joe we can insert?
I was worried.
Can we have the so long and thanks for all the fish?
I mean, sure. What's the so long and thanks for all the fish? You mean a whale falling from the sky?
No,
that was when the dolphins left Earth, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because what was the whale falling from the sky?
That was the improbability ending.
Yes, that was it. But the dolphins was so long and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah.
So what was that when they all met at the end of the cosmos to see the death of the universe or whatever it was?
No, so although all the dolphins left because they were super intelligent beings and they knew that an alien race was going to build an intergalactic highway through Earth and it was going to be demolished.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
And they just left a message saying so long and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah. It was a very, very good, stirring operatic number, if I remember correctly.
Oh, was it a musical bit?
It was a musical bit, yeah.
Is that what they did in the new film with Martin Freeman as opposed to the superior BBC series version?
Oh, that's as superior as that is. It was the the Martin Freeman one.
No, I watched that once and quickly forgot about it because it just pales in comparison to the old school 1960s production that they put together.
The best production ever made by the BBC, if anyone's wondering, is the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe series.
Oh, really?
That was pretty good.
I personally really enjoyed. There was a words and pictures kids kind of educational TV show called Fruit, and it was like Fly with the Dragon's Eye or something. It was something about a dragon, and he wandered around the wilderness in a scenario where a demon type monster creature had come to wreak havoc in this fictional land, and there was a dragon guy, and it was interlaced with educational things about reading books and or whatever.
Is the words and picture one where there's this weird orange floaty wizard character that spells out the words?
I think so. I mean, I'm just now frantically.
What was that thing that you made me watch where John Hurt tells a story about Jimmy Nail putting a bunch of demons in a sack?
Oh, that was Storyteller.
Oh, that was
amazing. Sorry, I was wrong. It's Look and Read, not Words and Pictures. Look and Read Through the Dragon's Eye.
Mm.
That is a spectacular show. Has anyone watched that?
No.
I remember, if it's the one with the weird orange character, I remember seeing a different one, which was Badger Girl.
Badger Girl?
Badger Girl.
What's that, like a weird porn parody thing, or is that a legit...
No, it was a girl who was... there was something to do with pigeon racing, and...
Hang on. Badger Girl and pigeon racing.
I think she was called Badger Girl.
Is that not from Round the Twist?
Phil, was the pigeon racing going on around the London Marathon?
I don't think so. No, because it was up in Yorkshire or somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Like this, and time-wise, it was obviously in the 80s.
Yeah.
Point. And I think there was a gang that was smuggling or something, either to do with illegal pigeon racing or they were stealing something.
I know this show. Yeah. But
it was pretty mad.
Yeah, I do. I don't remember it being called Badger Girl though.
I'm sure it was called Badger Girl. Yeah, because she was the main character, and I think it was because she had a stripe in her hair or something.
Like when we used to call one of the teachers at my school Pigeon because he had little white spots in his hair, like a pigeon had pooed in his hair. So I suppose. Oh yeah, Pigeon loved it. He actually he got fired from that school for being caught watching pornography.
Hero.
I know, what a legend amongst men. Or at least that's what I hear. I mean, again, I have no way of verifying.
Is that like a rumour that
no, I'm pretty sure it happened. I've heard it many, many times told to me that, the guy that was referred to as Pigeon was fired from a school for being found watching pornography while in a classroom.
Was it pigeon porn?
I mean, you tell me, Joe. I've never come across pigeon porn in all my life.
That's the rule of the internet, isn't it?
Is it? Is it like Bukkake style stuff where they poo on cars?
Too much.
Is that too much? Just to think of the family friendly rating.
No, it's POOCARKEY. I'm pretty sure that's how it's spelled.
Oh right, yes. Fine. What was I going to say? Where was I at with this other thing? There was another. Oh, I've forgotten now. It's all gone from my head, mate. I was thinking about Through the Dragon's Eye, and it's all disappeared into obscurity now. The year is almost over. It will have been Christmas already by the time this goes out. We're all going into a lockdown again, effectively, aren't we? Tier 4, yeah!
I don't know yet. I imagine we will go into a lockdown.
Oh yeah, you're not getting it, are you? Because you're still in Wiltshire, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in the back country.
Oh, you're all right for a bit. We're going tier 4 around here in Hampshire.
Oh,
I know, it's going to be super.
You're not allowed to breathe in your own homes anymore. Is that right?
I mean, yeah, literally, I've just got to resign myself to death now. That's it.
Yeah, it's like as of midnight Boxing Day, everyone just has to hold in one single breath.
Yeah, and just make it last till summer.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you get. Anyway, there you go. Look, that's the end of the show, guys. You know, we weren't entirely thinking that was the outro segment, but then it made sense to make it because ultimately, what else could we say after we've basically done all the Goodbye Joe stuff? Mate, it's been great having you on the show. It's been amazing creating this show with you. In so many ways, you've hugely contributed to its success and ultimately into what it is. And, you know, I'm sad to see you leave it, but at the same time, I'm really happy that you're doing something that you're really excited about and is hopefully going to, you know, pave the way to something exciting for you in the future, if not already doing so. But as I say, we'll have you back anytime. But, you know, unless, of course, we're in a position where it, you know, where we're making too much money and we want you not to have any of it, in which case that statement cannot be held up in a court of law against me in 10 years' time. We'll have you back anytime with our approval.
Thank you very much.
There you go. There you go. Phil, do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, fond farewell, Joey boy. It's been a blast. You know, I think I was introduced to you by Dan many years ago, probably like 8 years ago now, and we've been good friends. Shared many a hotel room up at Warhammer World.
Yeah.
Mostly because you were the only person that I could cope with in terms of who snores the least. You were the winner. So
I was the winner, although I've been informed recently that I do snore now.
you do sometimes, yeah. Sometimes knock one out, so to speak. Well,
I mean, that as well, but let's not.
I've been told I do many things in my sleep, and now that's one I can add to the list.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure. We'll chat some more, but we just won't be recording it, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I want to be able to still have our chats but unrecorded. Well, I suppose you could record them.
Secretly.
Yeah.
We'll secretly release the unofficial Joe Show segment.
Yeah.
And it'll be...
I genuinely think, yeah. Well, maybe we will. Who knows? Who can say? We'll work it out. But there you go, Joe. Final thoughts, mate, and then say goodbye.
I thought I'd already done this bit, but yes, thank you.
Yeah, you had, but we'd sort of derailed it, and now it needs an ending, so you got to do it again.
All right. So thank you for listening. Thank you for being my friends. Thank you for putting up, and please continue to listen to the show, support Dan and Phil, and if you see them outside, say hello from a safe distance, and if you ever get the chance, kill them and wear their skin.
You gonna say goodbye off the back of that?
Well, I thought I'd leave it magnanimously at the end. Goodbye, people.
Goodbye, Joe.
I love you all.
Goodbye, Joe.
Yeah.
Goodbye.